for all Diablo 2 players. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say. Why Diablo 2 players hate Diablo 4. Well, apparently this person speaks for all Diablo 2 players. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say.
Diablo 4 is now a spin-off version of Diablo 3, Path of Exile, and World of Warcraft. The RNG random number generator game mechanics that made Diablo 2 the greatest game of all time through randomized loot, dungeons, monster spawns, and even skill damage ability gave you a new experience every time you logged on to the game and has given the player base infinite replay value for 20 years. Diablo 4 has now evolved into a repetitive gameplay style that gives you the same experience over and over. That is less rewarding and is for the casual player base and MMORPG.
I mean, I would assume that with Diablo 2, most people probably fall off on the game really fast too. Like, they probably do the campaign, they probably farm whatever the highest difficulty is for a while, and then they stop playing. Same as Diablo 3. That's the way these games are designed.
Based game.
Not back in the day? Well, I mean, back in the day, you can't really compare what it was like back in the day, because back in the day, you didn't have 50,000 other fucking games. You had one game. So, of course, you were only going to play Diablo 2, because you only had Diablo 2. The only other game you might have is Diablo 1. So, yeah, of course it was totally different back then, but, like, I'm talking about nowadays. Like, I'm sure you can look at Twitch tracker, Diablo 2. Categories, Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yeah, I mean, you have the same thing happen, right? Where it's like the first day of a season, a lot of people watch, and then people fall off. Now, I would argue that interest in watching a game is roughly correlated in interest playing a game. I mean, this is not a hot take, right? Seasons are done to refresh that interest. And this is also not a bad thing. That's the way seasonal games are made. Everybody plays at the beginning. It's the same as Path of Exile. It's the same as every other seasonal game. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Now, I've been considered one of the most controversial Diablo 2 content creators for my critical opinions and somewhat of an outcast because of them.
Okay.
98% of Diablo-specific content creators are partnered with Blizzard. And this is probably why you have never seen me use the hashtag DiabloPartner. I've always expressed myself to the fullest and never tried to gain the approval of everybody, which is an impossible task when fully being yourself. The game is my love and passion though. I will be as old as Decker King going on a rant about game.
I kind of don't like this language, and the reason why I don't like it is like what he's implying is that everybody else on this list is like fake and saying things that aren't true and that are illegitimate. And I think that's kind of unfair. Like, it's very weird because, like, how do you know that they don't think this? How do you know that, you know, they're just not, like, because there are people that like the game, right? Like, you can expect that there are people that like Diablo 4 in the same way that, like, I am not a big fan of FIFA. But I think it would be stupid for me to say that everybody who likes FIFA is getting paid or is artificially pretending to like FIFA. No. It's just that other people like the game, and I don't like the game. That doesn't mean that they're paid or this is some kind of conspiracy. People just have different interests. I feel like we've watched many videos of Riker and Mr. Llama being critical of the game. This is not unreasonable. Anyone on Maxroll. The biggest Diablo 4 meme is because of the guy that runs it. What are you talking about? It's the rack 17 damage meme. This is not even true.
The game is my love and passion though. I will be as old as Decker King going on a rant about game mechanics and just my overall love for the game. All of my opinions come from a place of love, and I want Diablo to be in the spotlight like it should have been for the past 20 years. So let's talk about how the Diablo 4 game mechanics work. I will explain to you how Diablo 4 has now evolved into a repetitive experience from a Diablo 2 player perspective.
Okay.
Explaining the core game mechanics that are important to understand for the long-term success of Diablo 4 or any Diablo game. Diablo's unique gameplay style and replay value is possible through the term RNG, the random number generator.
Well, they have that in Diablo 4, because if they didn't, I would have all of the legendaries. I don't.
This was the main core revolutionary game mechanic of Diablo 2.
There's nothing revolutionary about RNG. The people that invented RNG in fantasy gaming is Dungeons and Dragons. They were the ones that introduced dice rolls, because before that, different types of like fantasy-based games were not fun to play because they were completely on rails. And my mom, like, she actually played games that were fantasy games before Dungeons and Dragons. I did not even know this, but I found the ancient texts. And this was back whenever she was still around. So I asked her, I was like, what the fuck is this? And she had spreadsheets and lists and everything for like these games that were made for a computer that can fucking, this is like one of the computers that have like a screen this small. So the Jedi text, I found them. And she's like, yeah, this is like this old game I used to play on the computer, and like it was an Osborne PC. Let me show you the PC that she played this game on, okay? This is the PC right here. I'd have to find the specific one, but I could literally take it. I don't want to get it's in my fucking closet, and there's a bunch of stuff in my closet. I'm not getting it, but I have one of these. And it is, let me just see, it's basically like one of these here. And it's got a little screen in the middle. And this is what she used to play games on. And Dungeons and Dragons was the thing that introduced RNG into fantasy gaming. It was not Diablo 2. Like, this like predates Diablo 2 by like 20 or 30 years.
Core value has been exiled from the Diablo franchise since the release of Diablo.
Item RNG is what he's talking about. Item RNG was made by Dungeons and Dragons.
And now abandoned by Diablo 4. Now, you may
RNG has been abandoned by Diablo 4? I didn't know that. Well, I guess next time I kill a boss, I'm just going to get the legendary I want.
Yourself,
thank God.
What is it about Diablo 2 that made that game the greatest game of all time?
Okay.
Why did I spend 20 years playing this game and not others? With my studies of quantum physics and my spiritual journey, I realized 95% of quantum physics and my spiritual journey, I realized 95% of our brain's thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, perceptions, and more
We're only 2 minutes into this video and we're already getting into the fucking metaphysical shit? Oh my God. We're 2 minutes in and he's already revealing his power level? Oh no. Let him cook? All right.
Function like an automatic, unconscious computer program. Your perceptions of the real world and the gaming world are a set of unconscious programs. This theory, along with the misunderstanding of Diablo's core game mechanics, were the real reason why you had these beliefs about Diablo 2 being the greatest game of all time, which I will explain in further detail later on. Chris Wilson, the creator of Path of Exile, studied these theories as well about Diablo 2 when he was creating Path of Exile. Chris knew Diablo 2 was the greatest game of all time, and he studied the game to its core. Every time you log on to Diablo 2, you have a new experience because of the RNG mechanics. Every moment is different. It is impossible to have the same experience you had before every time you log on to the game. When you enter the world, the dungeons are randomized.
I mean, I don't really think that's entirely true in a unique way with Diablo 2. Like, maybe I'm wrong because I haven't played the game a lot, but I've watched the game a pretty good amount. And my understanding with Diablo 2 is that most of the level layouts, like, it's like in Path of Exile, most of the different locations whenever you're doing the campaign are pseudo-randomized. So, for example, if you want to go to the, into like the cave in Act 2 where the bear is, okay? You're going to go into the crossroads or whatever it is on top of the Act 2 area, and it's going to be to the right. And it will be somewhere in that area. And it's not going to be exactly in the same place every time, but there's a general area that it will be in, the den, yeah. And my understanding is that that's lifted from Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 has randomized locations, but fixed location, like a fixed location apparatus, where it can be in like one of 5 different areas, and it will be down to the left. That's the way it works, right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, okay, I thought so. I mean, again, I'm only guessing here, but yes, it's a tile. No, I understand tile sets. No, bro, like I played a lot of Diablo 3. I get it, but I put thousands of hours into Diablo 3. I put thousands of hours into Path of Exile. I did not really play Diablo 2. I wish I did. My mom didn't let me. Bro, it had Diablo on the fucking cover. I was raised Roman Catholic. I'm not getting a game that has the devil on the cover, okay? It's just not going to happen. It was like, no, but you killed the devil. It's like, aha, yeah, nice try. Nice try, Satan. Not today. So, yeah. Anyway, I feel like if you played Diablo 2, you would pretty much have the same experience, roughly the same experience every time. And it's not going to be a one-for-one experience, but it will be extremely similar to the other experiences that you had. And how, not entirely, yes, but like we're talking about like 95%. And it's not entirely in the same way that Diablo 3 was not entirely in the same way that Path of Exile maps are not entirely. Now, PoE maps are a little bit different because like there are fixed maps, but in general, I think this is the case. Let's get back to the quantum physics. You're right. Anyway, yeah, I disagree on the idea that Diablo 2 is uniquely unique. I think that many games have dungeon randomized tile sets. Diablo 2 is not the only game that has this.
Along with the types of monsters that spawn, the loot that drops.
I will, however, say that Diablo 2 is the reason why all of the other games have it.
The map layouts, and even your skill damage ability. Now, when you play Diablo 2, as I said, 95% of your perceptions of the world are unconscious. You unconsciously never knew exactly why Diablo 2 was the greatest game of all time. And these core game mechanics pass right by your awareness. This concept of the Diablo world had you constantly addicted to the rush of wanting new experiences. You just never realized it this whole time. The loot.
I think this video would be a lot better if he replaced you and he replaced it with I. Because what he's really talking about is his personal experience with the game. And like a lot of people didn't get that vibe from Diablo 2.
Being randomized gave you a sense of overwhelming accomplishment when you found something like such as a high rune. This extreme rarity combined with the reward of extreme power left the player feeling like they were truly rewarded for their effort. The reason why Diablo 2 players won't like Diablo 4 is because it doesn't have these core game mechanics of the RNG. In Diablo 4, the world is almost always the same with no RNG. The dungeons are the same repetitive experience over and over again. Fetch a key, run to the left, run to the right, and open a door. The monsters...
I mean, whenever I watch people doing farming runs for, like, Diablo 2, all it is like, usually it's like a sorcerer teleporting frames and then AoEing down a group of mobs and then resetting it and doing it again. Like, that's the gameplay that I see a lot. And I'm not saying that's the whole game, but that's certainly what I see. I see that a lot. And the reason, straight up, like, that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to play the game. Is that's obviously the best farming method, right? Like, there's no way anybody can beat that. So, like, that's, in my opinion, I think that's a shit meta. It is. It's a shit meta. And if they were still developing the game, it wouldn't be like that.
Spawns are somewhat randomized, however, mostly the same. So now let's talk about soulbound.
Well, somewhat randomized, but mostly the same. I think that's, again, what Diablo 2 has as well. And also, like, whenever he's talking about, like, this thing, I don't think you can really compare, like, endgame Diablo 2 to Act 1 Diablo 4 dungeons. Because the end game dungeons are going to be different. They're not going to be the exact same because they're going to be like modified by affixes and different types of different things that the Nightmare dungeons will apply to them.
Items, no trading, and itemization. So 98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no sense of accomplishment. This term is item drop items, no trade. However, mostly the same. So now let's talk about soulbound items, no trading, and itemization. So 98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no sense of accomplishment. This term
98% of the item drops are for your class and gives you no sense of accomplishment. I think he's right about the first thing, he's wrong about the second one. I think that yes, and I've always been a very big advocate that I think that they should have more drops for other classes that happen whenever you get to max level. Because, like, for example, somebody might kind of want to make a wizard, but if they have, like, a really good wizard item drop, they might think, oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll try it out now since I got, like, the best in slot weapon for wizard to drop. Or something like that. I think that'd be fine.
It's called personal loot, the same repetitive experience. This is a spin-off concept from World of Warcraft instance loot, where the loot drops are mostly the same from bosses and become soulbound. This has removed the idea of item drops being unique, special, and rewarding. This is to appeal to the casual players.
I don't think that having personal loot makes item drops and things like that not rewarding. Because it's still hard to get the items. It's not like you can't get, it's not like you're just going to get everything you want.
Also the World of Warcraft player base because it has a massive following. And they like the concept of instance loot. They don't like RNG-based item drops. This gets them interested in the game and makes Blizzard more money from a wider audience. This concept of instance loot. They don't like RNG-based item drops.
The items are RNG though. Like, I don't. Where is this person going about how the items aren't RNG? Because they literally drop with random stats. Now they don't like. For example, like a legendary item will always drop with, like, you know, I don't know, Andariel's Visage would always drop with, what was it, like crit chance and like crit damage or attack speed or something like that. Yeah, but all the other stats were random. He doesn't know how RNG is applied. He's saying RNG in the sense for any of your class? Oh, okay, yeah.
This gets them interested in the game and makes Blizzard more money from a wider audience. Also, the loot drops were increased for the beta
Yeah.
However, I still think Blizzard is going to have legendaries dropping like WoW runes, just to benefit the casual player base.
Well, I
And
think that's probably smart to have legendaries drop a lot, because legendaries allow people to build their character the way they want. Like, you don't want to have people farming for, like, fucking... Like, for example, this is a problem that Path of Exile has, is that in PoE, there are a lot of builds that take a long time to get going, and I think that you have to invest so much into it that unless you're a very serious player, you might just lose interest in the game in the process. Like, I think this is definitely a problem. So, like, you do want to have legendaries drop kind of regularly. That doesn't mean you get all the legendaries all the time. No. But it means you want to give people at least something to work towards. Absolutely.
also for casual players who don't play the game
Yeah, it's a seasonal
at
game.
an end game level. So, soulbound items and no trading. Have you ever heard any player say, I don't like trading? I don't want...
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that they don't like it. That's why you have solo self-found. That's why PoE has solo self-found. It's a huge thing. That's why, like, classic WoW hardcore has solo self-found. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that think that. Now, personally, I am a trading enjoyer. I really like the idea of trading, and I think that if you took trading out of a game like Path of Exile, my interest for the game would diminish greatly. I love trading, and trading is what made me like Diablo 3 Vanilla more than Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, because I like the idea of being able to farm out items and sell those items and then work towards the real big item that I want incrementally over time. Like, I have farmed out, like, for example, like my Ward Loop character in PoE. That was like a almost 100-hour journey that I took because I could trade. And I worked towards that goal one map at a time. And that felt really good for me to do. I really enjoyed that. So I am a huge trading advocate. I am a massive trading enjoyer. I think that they should have trading. And it seems like they are.
Trading in Diablo 4. Never. Let's say you find a Zod rune, the rarest rune in the entire game of Diablo 2 that is for a build like a barbarian, and you found it on a sorceress, so now it has no use to you. If this was Diablo 4, you couldn't trade it. One of the rarest items in the game, and you now have to just salvage it. And
this is something that PoE does right. Like, I think that I got, what was that fucking, I got a jewel, and it was worth like 8 or 9 divine orbs, which are like, it was a big ticket item, right? Divine orbs are like fucking $100 bills or $1,000 bills, $1,000 bills. Shared stash. Well, what he means is you can't sell it.
Item drops are class based. What if it's not for your build? Will this happen in Diablo 4? Most likely. This theory isn't absolute because we haven't experienced end game. So
of course it'll happen. Of course you'll get items that aren't perfect for you.
Why does Blizzard want no trading when 98% of the Diablo community wants trading?
I mean, where did you get that number? I would argue that I think that most people do want trading because most players will advocate for the path of least resistance, and trading is the path of least resistance. Like, I think that it's the majority. Is it 98%? I don't know. I think that it's very high. Like, if you were to say, like, should we take trading out of the game and put it up to a vote, I don't think that vote would pass. It's a cut down on RMT for sure. No, I don't want to be handicapped by Blizzard because they refuse to moderate their game. No, I don't want to be handicapped. Nope. This is a $70 fucking box price game. If you can't moderate your game, I don't want to be punished for that. That's your fault.
Many theories to this. One is Blizzard thinks this will fix real money trading.
It won't.
However, there will always be real money.
Because you can always trade other things. You can trade tons of other things that are not... Like, you can trade gold, for example. You just can't trade high-end, unique items.
Trading when trading is available in any kind of form. There's no fix to RMT unless the game is completely solo self-found. Blizzard wants
you're right.
you to actually find the items yourself.
He's right about this, and I think that so for example, the way that the game is structured right now, my understanding is that a lot of rare items will end up being best in slot. And rare items are tradable. Because rare items can have up to 5 affixes, and legendary items can only have 4. 4. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's going to be at the highest level. Am I right about that or not? Isn't it the opposite? No, it's not. See, the reason why you think it's the opposite is because you played the lower tier of the game. Because at the higher tier of the game, Blizzard explained that the rares at that level are going to have 5 affixes. At like World Tier 4, they'll have 5 affixes, and that's one of the bonuses of playing in World Tier 4. He's not right. They changed it? Really? Rares have 5 affixes, so you can turn them into legendaries later. Yeah, they did. So you can get a God Roll rare? Yeah. You want to get a rare item with like, I mean, if this is Diablo 3, right? Like crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, main stat, and like health. Right? Like, that's it. They didn't change it? I don't know. But like, as it stands right now, my understanding is that a lot of the best in slot items, or the items that have the potential to be the best in slot items, will be tradable.
Complete your character. In other words, they just want you to be solo self-found. This restricts the player from having the freedom to make their own choices.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they should just have a solo self-found mode. If you don't want to play with that, you should just have solo self-found mode, and that's it. Are you not ashamed of your actions to promote third-party site and RMT? Absolutely not. I think the only person who should be ashamed is Blizzard, because Blizzard is the one that's responsible for maintaining the integrity of their game. I should not advocate to have the game be a worse experience because Blizzard refuses to spend money on customer service. No, I'm not going to take responsibility for them being a multi-billion-dollar company unable to pay a few customer service representatives to make obvious decisions on bans. That's outrageous. Path of Exile does it, and the game is free.
They should just have a self-found league like Path of Exile. They're literally forcing the player base to be solo self-found. Another theory is they're trying to appeal to a wider audience of players.
Yeah, again, this is predicated on something that's like it's not functionally true. Unless my information is outdated. Oh, another fact is that some legendaries are tradable, other legendaries are not tradable. Because you guys remember whenever I played with Silvervale, and I was able to trade her some of my legendaries, and she was able to trade me some of hers, but not other ones. So not only are some legendaries tradable, but the highest potential items that are the rare items that have 5 affixes are going to be tradable because rare items are by default tradable. They confirmed that was a bug? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. I was not aware of that. Okay, well, you can still trade the rare items.
Which is probably World of Warcraft, where soulbound items are the pathway to endgame gear completion. Yeah. The next theory is...
Which, by the way, I am an advocate of all gear in World of Warcraft should be account bound. Completely. With no restrictions at all.
Personally think this is the best for the game and its future, regardless of community feedback. And the last theory is they think Diablo 3 was a success based on sales of 30 million copies without trading. However, when
Diablo 3 was a success in every metric. It was a massive success. The only people who think that it wasn't a success are people that had probably 500 plus hours into the game, which is like the top 10 or 1% of the player base. Like, a lot of people played Diablo 3. Do PoE has RMT? It's really hard to stop because people do it in different countries. No trade is the best answer. I don't care. I don't feel like my experience in Path of Exile is being diminished by traders, RMT. I would rather have some level of RMT and be able to trade than have no RMT and no trading. That's what I want. I would rather have some RMT and trading instead. Like, because that is the choice. You're right, that we will have some RMT no matter what. But as a Path of Exile player, I played the game many fucking leagues. I played this league as well. And as a PoE player for 10 years, over 10 years, I do not feel like my experience in the game has ever been diminished by other people RMTing. So I don't have a problem. We have the money to interact with that system and we don't, so hey, fuck us. Wait, I have the money to interact with, wait, what money do I have? I have the money to interact with RMT? I've never RMT'd in, if I ever RMT'd in any game, I will be honest, guys, I was down bad in one PoE league and I looked up how much Exalted Orbs were. I did. I looked it up and then I decided it wasn't worth it and I didn't buy them. But yeah, I looked it up. I was so upset, man.
Diablo 3 was released, everyone hated the game, and it died. The game had 200 Twitch viewers for years. The game was completely lifeless, while Diablo 2 had 40,000 players online in 2016. And for some reason, Blizzard still seems to...
Did it have 40,000 players online all the time, or was this a peak? Because I don't think that they have 40,000 people online right now. There's no way. That was whenever it came out in 2016. I'm pretty sure it didn't come out in 2016.
Think that the game was a success. Diablo in the franchise is like the Beatles. It doesn't matter if the album or if the music or if the game is even good at all. It's going to sell millions of copies just because of the hype around the name.
He's right about this.
Let's talk about the constant restrictions of gameplay. Diablo 4 is advertised as an open world game. The world makes you feel restricted on the places you can go because there are barriers everywhere. The dungeons are usually one pathway and it literally makes you feel trapped in the world. Diablo 2 is 10 times more open world than this, and I'm not sure why Blizzard has designed the world this way.
It's hard to say how open world Diablo 4 is really going to be because we haven't seen anything more than Act 1. Like, I don't know. I mean, I think that being open world really just means that you can see other players. I think that that's what they kind of mean. It's an open zone. Yeah, I don't know.
When it was supposed to be open world. There are many aspects of the game that restrict you from where you really want to go and things you want to do. You can't go wherever you want because of the barriers in the open world, and you can't trade all of the items.
Well, I mean, you couldn't in the beta because you could only go to Act 1, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that's the... I mean, yeah, it's the beta, like, they didn't have everything unlocked. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? I mean...
Either. And aspects can only be applied to certain items. You constantly have to salvage, enchant items, extract legendaries, etc. There's always something restricting you from progressing, when instead you should just be out in the world killing stuff, not crafting constantly in the main city like World of Warcraft.
I don't... Bro, like, what?
To salvage, enchant items, extract legendaries, etc. There's always something restricting you from progressing, when instead you should just be out in the world killing stuff, not crafting constantly in the main city like World of Warcraft.
That's not even true. So, like, okay, let's talk about this. Number one, most people aren't crafting all day in the main city in World of Warcraft. However, now in Dragonflight, there's more of an economy for it, so maybe you have more people that do it now. In general, that's not the case. Also with Diablo 2, there isn't a lot of crafting. Like, let's think about what crafting things you can do. You can replace one stat on a piece of gear. You can apply gem sockets to pieces of gear. You can enchant and also extract legendary affixes. And you can upgrade gear at the blacksmith. And you can apply gems into the gear. I mean, I feel like that's not a lot in Diablo 4.
These features should be choices, not requirements. And this is where Diablo 2 got something almost perfect.
Okay.
Because there was crafting and there were ways to enchant your items and do other different types of crafting and enchanting abilities. It's just you didn't absolutely have to do it to be able to progress your character in the game. When you're completing the Diablo 4 story and questing, you can skip the cutscenes. However, you still spend hours of time hitting your escape key to skip the cutscenes. Every side quest has the same boring scene. Also, every quest is a lot of walking and a lot of talking to NPCs. I don't know how many times I had to walk all the way across the map for so many quests.
It is kind of annoying to have to walk all the way over to like where that lady is at the top area next to like where Anarius is. It is annoying, but like that's because we don't have the mount in Act 1, and like usually you'll have the mount in Act 2. It's not that big of a deal.
I could just be out there killing stuff. It feels like they are trying to make the game an open world type atmosphere similar to World of Warcraft with a
It's more like Lost Ark, really. I think that Lost Ark is probably the foundation that they're making a lot of decisions based off of.
An RPG spin-off that has a ton of restrictions. Runewords are not completed for the release of the game. They were a feature Blizzard announced to try to get Diablo 2 players into Diablo 4. This is basically the same thing as socketing an item with a jewel or a perfect gem. They are not runewords. You just get different effects based on the rune. The feature isn't completed, and I'm sure Blizzard will use this in an upcoming patch to gain hype. I don't think they understand the complex game mechanics for runewords because this requires a lot of testing and knowledge to be balanced properly. And most of the devs at Blizzard that work on Diablo games, I don't think they know anything about Diablo 2. And
I don't know about that, man. It's like whenever I look at the guys that are making Diablo 4, especially that Rod guy and that Joseph guy, they have the same energy as like the oldest guy in the comic book shop that knows more about Spider-Man than you do. I think they know how the rune words work. I'm pretty sure they do.
Never see them ever playing the game. It just seems like they have a job and working at Blizzard is really cool, so they just like to be at Blizzard for the clout and the hype. I never seen one ever playing the game. It just know anything about Diablo 2. And I also never see them ever playing the game. It just seems like they have a job and working at Blizzard.
I mean, I could say like Adam Fletcher, who's the he's community manager, right? So it's like kind of hard to one-to-one this. But like he posts about Diablo 2 kind of regularly. So I don't know about like I can't say like, oh, this guy posted about it on this day. That's just the first one I can think of. I've seen Rod in game on all 3 betas.
It is really cool, so they just like to be at Blizzard for the clout and the hype. I never seen one Blizzard employee actually play the game, so I assume they don't have much knowledge or passion Diablo game mechanics that come from the other games, such as Diablo 2.
I could see why this guy didn't get invited to the events.
This is probably why they copy and paste Diablo 3, because they don't actually understand Diablo at all. This is why the skill tree is like Path of Exile, and the rest of the game is just like World of Warcraft with a spin-off. It doesn't seem like PvP...
The skill tree is not really like PoE. The skill tree is like the World of Warcraft skill tree, and the Paragon board is kind of like Path of Exile.
Is going to be completed for the release. This is impossible to balance with the current version of the game, because my chain lightning does more damage than my actual health. If Blizzard wanted, they could balance PvP.
Wait, what?
This is impossible to... It doesn't seem like PvP is going to be completed for the release. This is impossible to balance with the current version.
Well, I mean, I don't think that it's supposed to be. I mean, Diablo is a PvE game. Nobody cares. Like, bro, if you care about PvP in Diablo, like, what the fuck? Just go play Valorant.
Of the game, because my chain lightning does more damage than my actual health. If Blizzard wanted, they could balance PvP and get the game on an esports level of popularity.
Yeah, that's what I thought about Overwatch too. And also Overwatch as well. And also World of Warcraft. And StarCraft. And did they make another game? Because if they did, probably about that game too. Heroes of the Storm, yeah.
I just don't think they care enough for the game as much as they do World of Warcraft. I fear we won't see many.
As a World of Warcraft player, I feel like the WoW team has actually delivered a lot of really good content. And I think that this is not only true with retail WoW, I think it's also true with classic WoW. I think that basically every single decision that Blizzard has made regarding classic Wrath of the Lich King has been a good decision. And it's been impressive to me that they've made so many very good decisions with classic WoW. Now, I'm sure there's probably a couple of L's in there, but overall, as a WoW player, I do feel like the devs have there are things wrong with WoW. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the game is not awful right now. Like, that's it.
Major content patches, because after 2 years, they will make the majority of the money that there is to make from Diablo 4. I don't see Blizzard making enough money off cosmetics and battle passes for them to actually care for the game as much as they.
I think that they will. I think they absolutely will. And the reason why is because Diablo 4, it's like what he said earlier in the video, is that Diablo 4 hits a mainstream audience. There are a lot of people that hear about Diablo 4 from a commercial on TV. And one thing that people are not taking into account is how many people are console Diablo 3 players that never watch streams or anything like that. And that's why console players are like this silent majority that you never think about. But Diablo 3 has like tons of people that play it on console, obviously. So that's why they release it on every fucking console. And guess what? All of those people are going to play the game and get the battle passes. Because that's what the battle passes are really for. They're not for the super hardcore, grind every season for 900 hours players. These are for the casual 9 to 5 Dans that come back and they want to play Diablo on the weekends with their friends. These are the couch co-op dad gamers. Dans? Yeah, yeah.
They care for World of Warcraft. Maybe if the game was a a subscription-based money off cosmetics, battle passes for them to actually care.
Yeah, I find that to be like, that's such a crazy opinion. Like, so I wonder why this person, like, if you were to ask them, like, why do you think every single game is shifting over towards this model then? If it's not a fundamentally good model, why is every game shifting towards this model? Very interesting question. Because it makes money? Well, he's saying it won't. And he's saying the reason why Blizzard won't care about it is because it won't make money. Discord interview him? Sure, if he wants to talk about the game, that's fine with me. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
For the game, as much as they care for World of Warcraft. Maybe if the game was a subscription-based game, it's just over time they won't make enough money from the game anymore. So I don't really see them continuing to develop more features and more of the end game in the future. Also,
I mean, PoE gets developed, right? I mean, I would say PoE has continuously gotten developed over time, and that hasn't really been a big deal. And that's fine. Diablo 3 didn't. Well, don't you understand that if you say that Diablo 3 didn't, that goes against your argument, because Diablo 3 didn't have the monetization structure that Diablo 4 has, that he is implying will prevent it from making money? So, like, if you say Diablo 3 didn't, you're agreeing with me.
Seems to be what I call a culture flip, or a new age of Diablo players that actually like Diablo 3 and even Diablo 4 game mechanics. After the release of Diablo 3, everyone hated the game, even before it was released. Also, the game died.
I don't think people hated the game before it was released. That's actually not true. I don't know how old this guy is, but like, I'll tell you what it was like. So basically, everybody was like really, really hyped for Diablo 3. And the reason for that is because everybody, like, number one, like, this had been an anticipated game. Like, when did Diablo 2 come out? Like, year 2000, 2002 or something like that? I don't know. Came out a long, long time ago. And Diablo 3 was like the main next installment, right? It was like a huge fucking big deal. And they announced Diablo 3 in 2008, I believe. So this had been hyped up for 4 years. So number one, like, the game had hype riding on it, and like, it was in development hell. They redid the game a couple of times. It was like a big thing. And so then whenever Diablo 3, the beta came out, you were able to play up to Leoric, the Skeleton King. And that experience of the beginning of the game up to Leoric was actually S tier. And everything, I would argue, in Act 1 in Diablo 3 was like one of the best gaming experiences of an ARPG ever. It was absolutely fucking S tier. And that was the only thing that people had a viewpoint of inside of Diablo 3. All they saw was Act 1 being really good. But the moment that you step foot into that desert, you had mobs off-screening you, enemies not attacking you and not being able to be seen. Zoltan Kulle was a shit fight. Belial was a shit fight. Like, everything in Act 2 was shit. It was so garbage. That stupid butterfly bitch that would run over and she'd put like the butterflies on you, and then she'd summon the berserkers and she'd run away, and oh my god, it was awful, right? So the point is that Diablo 3, was extremely anticipated on release. And everybody was hoping and expecting it to be good because everything they saw in the closed beta was massively fucking popular. Do you know what? Dylan, show us your dick, Dylan.
How y'all doing tonight? My name is Big Bob Boy, and I'm a Grand Marshal. wanted to make this video for a long time now. On YouTube, there are a lot of videos about classic PvP and just how ridiculous the rank 14 grind was. Unfortunately, a lot of those videos are awful. They pretty much just read the wiki page about the pre-2.0 honor system. That page certainly has some good info on it, but none of the videos I've seen did the creator actually have experience grinding to rank 14. At best, I've seen some footage from private servers where they got some ranks, and it just isn't the same. Of course, before I go too into details here, I want to say I did not grind to rank 14 in patch 1.12. Patch 1.12, which Classic is based on, made ranking up noticeably easier. The things I say mostly pertain to earlier patches, around 1.5 to 1.9. While I do have a really good memory, it's not perfect. This happened, over 13 years ago. And I hope you guys like old screenshots, because I have a lot of them in this video. And feel free to make fun of my old Discord UI. So a little about me. I made it all the way to Grand Marshal in Classic WoW. I hit rank 14 on 11/1/2005. I was a paladin on a Silvermoon server, which is a PvE server. I think a lot of us on that server didn't even realize there were PvP servers when we first started playing, because most of us eventually transferred or re-rolled to a PvP server. When the PvP system came out, there were hardly any raid guilds on Silvermoon, just 2 I think. So I dove into PvP instead of trying to join one of those to raid. In the beginning, before BGs, it was really rough being melee. No ranged wanted to group up with melee because they didn't want to split the honor with anybody else. I tried healing, but it wasn't much better, so I just stayed ret. In fact, I was actually ret for the entire PvP grind. Literally every day until BGs came out, there were daily raids on Crossroads. Silvermoon did have some TM/SS battles too, but it was mainly Crossroads, likely because the Alliance just massively outnumbered the Horde. We always had to take the fight to them. There was actually a little reward at this time for the top PvPers. They got a unique to Bard. A mage named Parvins got the one on our server. So once BGs finally came into the picture, I was a number of ranks behind the serious PvPers who were ranged. A mage was on top, followed by a hunter, then a warlock. The mage quit right after Warsong Gold's drop though. Unfortunately, because of the faction imbalance, AV was near impossible. Even if you did get in, the honor was just not as good as Warsong, because it could go on forever. So it wasn't a part of the rank 14 grind. We were relegated to just Warsong. The top players, myself included, did end up coalescing together and forming a pre-made. At that time, I would end up PvPing about 12 hours a day. Once I hit, I'd say, rank 10, it actually went up to 16 hours a day. You literally could not miss a game. I had to be on and in queue for the first game of the day, and I could not log off until the last game of the day was finished. I don't know the exact dates I hit each rank, but looking through the screenshots I have, we can tell that I dinged 60 at the end of March 2005. Here's a screenshot of me at level 56 doing Blightcaller, then one at 60 doing the server first Astrogos, and the 61 was taken on 4/2/05, and the Blightcaller one was taken, I think it was 3/26/05, so somewhere near the end of March. The PvP system came out with patch 1.4, which was 4/1/2005. I made it to rank 8 by 7/4/2005. I was rank 9 by 7/26/2005. I was rank 10 by 8/14/2005. Rank 12 by 9/12/2005. Rank 13 by 10/12/2005. And finally, I made it to rank 14 Grand Marshal on 11/1/2005. So in total, that was a 5-month to the day grind from rank 1, well, rank 0, all the way to rank 14 Grand Marshal. When we were doing this grind, we had to win the games, and we had to maximize honor. When BGs first dropped, you had to queue at the entrance, which didn't make any sense. Because the Alliance had long queues, we'd queue at our entrance, and then run to the Horde entrance and kill all the Horde as they got out. That way we got extra honor. Since there was no deserter debuff, if Horde saw our group, they would AFK out, and then we would promptly run over to their entrance and kill them. Usually on those games, no one else would join, so we'd have to do crazy things to try and cap 3 flags before it ended. Swiftness potions, like swiftness boots, crazy relays across the map. It was really hectic. Once we could finally queue in cities, we just farmed gold during queue. I mean, the queues could be over an hour long because of the faction imbalance, but that made every one of us loaded. I mean, I had the paladin mount, a ram, tiger, and horse. This also let us buy consumables and BOEs that we could use in games, although we didn't really need them. I could talk for hours about the tactics and strategies that we used in these BGs, so let me know in the comments if there's interest for a video like that. I'd love to do it. Waking up on Tuesday mornings, hitting that H key to check the honor pane was so damn stressful. We didn't know much about how the ranking system even worked, so nobody knew if they were going to rank up or not. The only thing that we knew for certain was if you couldn't play a lot for a week, it was better to just not play at all. And then this did turn out to be true, because your decay is reduced if you don't qualify at all for a week. I don't think they've said what the population caps will be in Classic yet, but on my server, we only ever had one Grand Marshal at a time. Though once 1.12 buffed the numbers, we were able to finally have 2. We did organize things so that the person closest to rank 14 was going to get the most honor that week. However, that didn't always work, even when people seriously tried. I've seen a lot of videos emphasize bracket stacking. That never happened in retail, at least not on the 3 servers I played on. Calculating your honor accurately is insanely difficult. As far as I know, the game doesn't even accurately know how much honor you've earned until it's calculated the next day. The honor from HKs is split between your group and also suffers diminishing returns, but the diminishing returns aren't reflected until it's actually calculated the next day. You can check this by killing someone back to back. The estimated honor for the HK will show the same both times, even though it drops 10% each time. One issue our group had, I was supposed to get rank 1 for a week because I was the closest to rank 14. I did not miss a single game that week. I was there for not only every game the group played, I was in queue for all the active hours each day, the whole week, and I still ended up with 2nd place. I know it's anecdotal, but it shows that even in the same group and PvPing more than someone else, they still got more honor than I did. The honor from HKs is actually really important. To make this more confusing, around this time Blizzard posted a primer that tried to explain better how the honor system worked, but it didn't do a great job and just led to more confusion. You might be able to find it on WoW Wiki. GMs also had no idea how it worked. Not that they ever know anything. After that incident, I would go to UC and other horde areas solo and try to gank people who had PvP flagged. Sometimes I would just kill the guards by the elevator in UC, and somebody would walk in and eventually try and think they could take me out while I'm fighting a guard, and then I killed them. I did all that just to try and get some small honor boost to cement my place as rank 1 for the week. I seriously doubt we'll see any bracket stacking on Classic unless there's somehow a way to see your honor count accurately in real time. But even if that's the case, it won't be widespread, although I'm sure people are going to try either way. While we probably are going to see them in Classic, there really were no bots at the time. Everyone knew who all the other PvPers were since it wasn't cross-server. If someone was botting, people would have noticed pretty quick and you'd just be blacklisted. Account sharing, on the other hand, was all over the place. But because there just wasn't enough horde to keep games going 24/7 on my server, it didn't affect things too much. People also tried to win trade, but again, the queues kind of stifled that. In the end, running the best pre-made group and winning every game was, thankfully, the best option. Lastly, I just want to mention a few things about the grind that were actually really fun. Being like one of only 3 people that could enter the officer's barrack was pretty cool. People would always message me and ask if I could link them the paladin gear or any of the other, if I could link them gear from another class. It was pretty fun. If you were high enough rank, you could talk in the World Defense channel. It would even put your rank next to your name in the chat log. And damn, trolling that channel was fun. I mean, I think it was the only global channel there was at the time. You could call out a horde city you wanted to attack, or if you saw horde attacking or PvP flagged, you could call that out and instantly get 15 plus people to join you. Having the Grand Marshal gear as a red paladin made me a demigod. I don't think I ever lost a duel after getting rank 14. 1v1, only mages and locks gave me any real trouble. After getting rank 14, I did end up raiding and made it through a good portion of Nax. So the slots where I didn't have PvP gear were filled up by raid gear, and it was pretty fun jumping into a BG and just absolutely demolishing everything with all of that gear. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please strike the like and subscribe buttons. I have a lot more WoW content coming, including a classic PvP series right here on this YouTube channel, and over on Mixer where I stream all the time. Social media and Mixer.
My wind riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
The spirits of the Stone Talon Mountains are angered, for goblins and their servants are plundering and burning the land. So the land has cried out, and those who listen for such things have heard. Cirith Stonebreak, a promising shaman of the Horde, was sent to Stone Talon. She reports massive deforestation at the hands of the goblins and requests aid. Meet Cirith in Stone Talon. To reach her, follow the road west of the Baron's Crossroads. She is camped near the Great Wood Vale.
Nicely done. I'm sure you've struck fear into the surviving centaurs, adventurer. If they have sense, they'll now calm themselves and stop their advances. But I don't think they will, and that is unfortunate. Unfortunate for them. The Horde commends your successes against the Kolkar, but the Kolkar themselves are maddened. I have reports that a contingent of Kolkar has traveled to the Barrens from their home in Disolis to seek vengeance. My latest report was that even now, they move against these bunkers from the west. Face the Kolkar invaders and end their threat in the Barrens. Kill them until their leader, Warlord Kromzar, appears. Defeat him and bring me a piece of his banner as proof. We're counting on you, adventurer.
Oh, I have never seen anything like this. This shard holds great secrets. It is the pure essence of the Emerald Dream. However, what I see in this shard is not a dream. One would call this sort of a vision a nightmare. I do not wish to alarm you, adventurer, but I think it is best if you deliver this shard into the hands of a wise druid as soon as you can. Hamul Rune Totem on Elder Rise is who you need to find. Head to Thunder Bluff. I cannot say more.
Fala sent you to me. Well now, let's see that shard that you say she was so hesitant to talk about. Oh, I didn't. Well, adventurer, thank you for delivering this to me. It isn't wise to speak of things such as this, though, I advise you. These are matters that you should not concern yourself with. Let's just say that things in the Emerald Dream are not as we thought. Perhaps in the future, our paths may cross again.
You have done it, adventurer. You killed the leaders of the Druids of the Fang. My dreams are now free of their wicked faces, and you have helped save the Barons from a cursed future. I thank you, adventurer. I thank you for myself, for the Druids of Thunder Bluff, and for the land.
You are a warrior of skill and growing renown. Perhaps you are ready for Ruga Regatotem's trial. If so, then find Ruga in Camp Torato in the Barrens. He awaits those warriors who answer his call.
Ah, adventurer. Very good. We will need your skills to deal with these plunderers. The Goblin-run venture company moved into the Stone Talon Mountains, chopping down trees and burning huge stretches of forest. The spirits of this place are nearly blind with pain and rage. We must stop the venture company. Head northwest beyond the Great Wood Vale and into the Windshear Crag. You will find the goblins and their servants at work. Show them the Horde will not allow the exploitation of Stone Talon. Show them in the language they best understand. Violence.
The Grim Totem clan raided my village and killed most everyone. I killed all I could but barely escaped with my life. Adventurer, all I wish now is that more of them are dead. You will find them just to the west of here. Adventurer, I thank you. But I will never forget what the Grim Totem have done to my village. Adventurer, you've done a fine job killing Grim Totem. If you dare, Grundig Darkcloud and his personal band of brutes is by far the worst of the lot. He was the one who led the brutal attack on my village. You will find him in Grim Totem Post a bit further up the path to the west. Kill him, and I will be forever grateful.
Thank you for rescuing me. We must leave quickly before they discover that I am free. Please escort me to Camp Aparaje. From there, I know my way. My father, Makaba Flathoof, will be desperate to know that I am safe.
We trolls here at
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. It's been a little bit, hasn't it? Time marches on, people and places change. Such is the case with life, except in the world of classic Azeroth, where I've been spending the past couple of months. For those who don't know, I've been AFK from YouTube for a while in pursuit of rank 14. PvP, get honor, and sleep for a few months until you can finally say that I've obtained rank 14 in the recreation of a 15-year-old video game so people can awkwardly stare at you. I've yet to use it as a pickup line in bars, but I've worked out every possible scenario in my head, and theoretically, I have a 100% success rate. Throughout the process though, one question has cropped up again and again, and that's, is it worth it? No. Thanks for watching, like the video if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today.
Okay. I guess I'll at least try to give my personal take on it all. It really is an open-ended question though, because your experience will vary so wildly. Can you find a steady group? Is that group good? Are the people fun to play with, or are they miserable? What battleground are you doing? What raid tier are you doing the grind in? What faction are you? And how sweaty is your server? There are 1,000 different variables that can make or break the experience for anyone, but in this video I'll share mine and talk about the good,
GG.
the bad,
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That shit happens. You're not gonna win every fucking game.
and the ugly.
Fucking shit! I'm so pissed off right now.
I'll share some tips and just talk because it's been a bit since we've done that. Well, let me first explain what the rank 14 grind is, since I'm sure not everyone really understands the gravity of what it really is. Basically, in the game, there are PvP ranks. To rank up, you kill other players. From kills, you get honor. And depending on how much honor you get compared to other people on your server of your faction, you get what are called ranking points, or RP. Every week you gain a certain amount, but you also decay 20%, so naturally the higher rank you are, the more points you decay, and the more you have to PvP. Just from that, it sounds pretty straightforward, but it was without a doubt the most time-consuming grind I've ever done in any game I've ever played, and I was born with the controller in my hands. All in all, from rank 0 to 14, it's around 3 months. Hours per day can range from around 6-ish to maybe 16-ish. This number varies on what server you're on, how much you win, what battleground you're doing, and what faction you are, and so on and so forth. I'm on Fairlane Alliance, which is pretty competitive as far as Alliance is concerned. Bracket 1, 2, and 3 caps typically ranged from 900, 800, and 700,000 respectively, so pretty sweaty in the grand scheme of things. In total, from start to finish, I probably put in around 800 hours, but I didn't actually track that officially. That would have been way too depressing, but it's somewhere around there. The Arathi Basin was my battleground of choice. I decided this was the best choice for me because as much as I like Warsong Gulch, it doesn't have a timer in Classic, so pretty often you'll get into those super sweaty matches where both flags are on the roof, and you're trying to break that impossible roof defense for an hour. It's competitive, and it can be fun sometimes, but in the big picture, inefficient if your goal is to grind honor. As you can see, I did track my games here. 2100 total at a 98% win rate. There are about 1,000 more that I did before I installed this add-on, so call it around 3,000 total. Be prepared to spend a huge amount of gold. Free action potions, limited invulnerability potions, goblin sapper charges. You choose time or money with ranking, not both, and to get into a pre-made that's actually good, you need to spend gold. In total, from start to finish, I'd say for me it was at least 5,000 to 7,000. In preparation for the grind, I actually leveled a bunch of characters to 35 just for the transmutes, which kept me stocked up, but if you don't have that, it's just more time that you have to invest in farming and making sure that you're keeping up. All of this is part of the grind, unless you just wing it, and you float between bad premades, because good ones will notice and give you the boot if you're slacking on consumes. The fact of the matter is the meta of classic PvP revolves around these consumes. They become a part of your class toolkit, and you need them to win tough games. I finished my grind right before the AQ release, where a lot of the gear actually gets replaced. The Dark Edge of Insanity is way better than the GM Claymore, but I didn't even really do it for the gear. It's just something that I wanted to do. As for the games themselves, it was fairly competitive. For the first bit of the grind, it was just a lot of pug stomping and 10-man pre-mades. The Horde had longer queues, so their meta was to weave in Warsong and Arathi, so we get a lot of 10-man teams. For the second half though, the Horde queue times decreased, and the meta shifted to full 15-mans, and it was a mix. Some teams were hot garbage, some cold garbage, and some pretty good. I'd say if there's one takeaway that I got from the grind, is that the PvP isn't the hard part, it's the politics. You have to keep in mind, this is a 3-month investment. The people you're going to be playing with are basically virtual roommates, and whether you like it or not, you're going to be spending a lot of time with them every single day for 3 months. So naturally, if you find a good group of friends who are fun to play with, you're going to have fun, and if you find a group of toxic degenerates, you're not going to have fun. Throughout my grind, I certainly ran into both, but luckily for me, it's mostly the former. One of the skills I picked up in life is quickly identifying and shutting out toxic a-holes. I lucked out pretty good, but there were plenty of other teams and players who, from what I could tell, were just miserable from start to finish. Drama left and right, meltdowns on the daily. It's like a reality TV show, and I was seriously thinking of making a series called Behind the Honor covering it all. But I decided against it since I just want to distance myself from it at this point. If I wanted though, I have enough material for at least 20 episodes. It was actually crazy. This person hates that person, death threats, stalking, drug lords, sabotage, hospital visits. If death threats, stalking, drug lords, sabotage, hospital visits. If there's one thing I learned, it's that the PvP community in Classic is probably one of the wildest, angriest, and most toxic communities I've ever been a part of. Like I said, lucky for me, for the most part, I fell in with a cool group, but 3 months is a long time to be going through that stuff, and what separates a good team from a bad team isn't even necessarily win rate, it's how you react to losses. Do you approach it in a constructive manner and see how you could improve as a team? Do you handle criticism well? Or do you single people out, put the loss on their shoulders, and refuse to accept that sometimes the other team just played better, or they wanted it more? Throughout your grind, you'll meet people of all walks of life, and to answer the question of is it worth it is largely going to depend on who you play with. It's a roller coaster of a grind that has high highs and low lows. There would be days where we're having the times of our lives, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and the very next day you're on the verge of quitting. I bounced between both places many times. There were days where I didn't want to stop, and there were days where I just had to turn off the computer and walk away. The worst it gets is when you reach the ladder stage, but you just can't afford it. You need to stay on and grind honor, or you'll derank, and it's this scenario is what burns people out. Crazy enough, substance abuse was pretty rampant. I know plenty of people who daily popped IRL consumes to help them get through the grind. I can't be too specific due to YouTube's mass censorship, but I know people who would put Scarface to shame. I'm probably sounding dramatic, but it's true. It's just such a long and time-consuming grind that people will go to any lengths to make it easier. It actually gets to a point where it affects your state of mind. When you do something so time-consuming for so long, and you reach your honor goal for the week, you just feel off. It's like, I should be PvPing right now. What the F do I do with my life now? I'm still getting out of that phase myself, as I try to transition back to normalcy. I started dreaming about the Arathi Basin a month or so into the grind, only having a 2-cap and unable to break the dreaded holy trinity of farm, lumber mill, and blacksmith. Or like when you have a nightmare and you're incapable of basic actions, like you try to punch but you can't lift your arm. I had dreams where it's an intense game and I'm guarding a point, when I see someone taking a flag right in front of me, and I just sit there watching and everyone yells at me. Your life becomes wake up, grind honor, sleep, then you wake up, grind honor, and sleep until you hit your goal or your breaking point. I unironically had to increase the amount of times I bathed per day because the gamer stench was just getting too strong. On an unrelated note, I'd like to announce that they approved and proven to increase your gaming power. Ugh. That smells rank. Rank 14, that is. Reservers today. All in all, the rumors you heard of the rank 14 grind are true. At least it was for my server. It's a long and grueling grind. The amount of people who finish it in its entirety compared to those who start it are incredibly small. I've seen bright-eyed PvPers ready to take on the world. They got their monster and Doritos, they have time off from work or school, and they're gonna power it out. And they're broken in just a few weeks once they discover what it really is. They discover that PvP isn't the hard part. Rather, it's more of that political aspect of finding a solid team of people who aren't miserable to play with, dodging drama, and having the fortitude of being able to play 10 hours a day, every day, for 3 months. So, what do you get for all of this? Other than depression, it's purples. Pretty good ones, depending on the class. I'm a warrior myself, which is probably the class that benefits most from the gear. The armor is insane. Some are best in slot, even for an Extremis, I think. You have a wide selection of weapons to choose from, everything is just loaded with stamina, and as an added bonus, the armor is actually stronger than it should be. In the original run, there were 2 versions of the PvP armor, and they buffed it in patch 1.1, but in the re-release, it released with the buffed versions, so you're able to get it earlier than originally designed, which is just broken. But, to finally answer the question, is it worth it? If you're talking about just the gear, in my opinion, no it isn't. It's good, and by the time you get it, you'll have played so much, you should at least be proficient in PvP. But the amount of hours required, and the politics you have to go through, to me, even as the optimal class, it isn't worth it. Above everything, money, things, status, wiener size, time reigns supreme. You can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't weigh it, you can't measure it in a laboratory. It's a subjective sense of becoming what we are instead of what we were a nanosecond ago, and becoming what we will be in another nanosecond. It's always lost and never gained. You spend it with every breath you take, and the people, places, or things lost to it are lost. But the gear isn't the only takeaway here. I feel that just like 15 years ago, how I met people I still talk to today, I met more who I'll talk to 15 years from now when they re-release BFA Classic and everybody grinds Azurite instead of Honor. You can't put a price on friendship, and throughout the grind, I had so many people whispering me and cheering me on, other streamers, other players, PvPers. It just reinforced the main reason why I think the game is great. There's an actual community, and you feel a part of it, and while there are a lot of people who are just from start to finish, or they lost friends in the process. I mean, how often have you heard the story of someone grinding out rank 14, and within a couple of weeks they'd quit the game due to burnout? It's asking a lot to invest so much time into something, and expect not to be burnt out by the time you finish. From my personal impression, the people who do it either A, have an extreme love for the game, and they're willing to invest that time, or B, they have some problem in real life that they're trying to put off, so losing themselves in the grind seems like a good escape. I'm not trying to play an armchair psychologist here, but from my personal experience, sadly, this is what I've encountered. It was definitely an interesting experience. A lot of people called me crazy for it, but hey man, when I say that I love this game, I mean it. I'm just at the point in my life where I do what I want to do, and I don't do what I don't want to do. It's a simple thing, but I feel like people in general relinquish this basic right too easily. I mean what I say. I wanted to get rank 14, so I got rank 14. And to the pre-mades who actually lost or won with grace, good games. You guys know who you are, and thank you for breaking the monotony with some fun and intense games. And good luck to you with the rest of your ranking. So, the next question is, what now? Well, now I can finally play the game. I'll be much more active here on YouTube, of course, and a bit less so on Twitch, but still around to say hi. But until then, like the fucking video if you liked it, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
We troll. We trolls here at Malakajin have prospered from the land. Stone Talon Mountain offers great hunting for us to live on. Lately we have attracted the wrong dinner guests. The spiders in these mountains have been raiding our camps at night, looking to steal our hunt. If you were to help us kill off these ghastly beasts, we at Malakajin would be in your debt. Spiders are everywhere in Stone Talon. Just head north from here and you will see what I'm talking about.
I thought those venture company higher-ups were slave drivers. But then I met Sputtervalve, the cruelest of them all. Ha! Though it's better than being out of a job, I suppose. Or worse, working with that Gerenzo. If you're here to help, I've got something for you to do. Terrible what the venture company has done here, eh? What were they thinking? Goblin company hiring a gnome. Lucky for me, Sputtervalve knows a genius when he sees one. Hired me just after I'd been kicked out. Tells me they built some enormous wood-cutting machine. And Sput wants me to steal the plans for him. Unfortunately, Gerenzo, bloody gnome, wants me dead on sight. Maybe you could steal the plans for me. You should be able to find them on one of their operators. Hey, is that what I think it is? Great, now, let's see. How am I supposed to understand this stuff? Can't figure out the way gnomes think. Let me tell you, I'm surprised they could build the wheel, let alone those flying machines they like so much. This envelope has all the information I was able to snatch as they booted me out the door. Venture company internal documents, some manuals, technical things. Oh, and of course, the Super Reaper 6000 blueprints. Sputtervalve has taken up residence at Ratchet in the Barrens. Shouldn't have much trouble finding him. He's a little green fellow.
look at parsing in WoW, and then there's a couple of things about Diablo 4 we're going to take a look at.
I think it's a problem. Also, I'll explain what parsing is in case you don't know. This video is a little different than my normal guide content, so if you like this video, please go down below and leave a like.
Why is it that every guy that's from Classic WoW is like a middle-aged man that's balding? And you know that's why he's wearing the hat. Like, and I mean, look, I'm not trying to roast you, man. Like, I understand it. But, like, damn, how is it so fucking consistent?
Like, a comment, or subscription to the channel. It will help me know if you guys want more content like this in the future where I talk about the game in a more general way.
Okay,
Without further ado, let's start with answering what is a
I'm gonna be honest, like, look at that gear right there. I don't know what the fuck dagger that is, but it's not the Agalon dagger. No wonder this dude hates parsing.
Parse. A parse is a score from 1 to 100 assigned to your individual performance on a boss by the website Warcraft Logs. It is a ranking comparing your performance against the performance of all other players of the same class and talent specialization for that boss.
Yep.
A 99th percentile score means you performed better than 99% of other players that you're being compared to. There are some immediate implications for this. Since a parse is a measure of how you compare to others, if you do the same DPS 1 week as the next, and the average player does slightly more DPS the next week, as is often the case, your parse will be lower, even though you did the same DPS.
That's right.
If other players are using specific talent specializations or entire raid strategies designed around maximizing their parses, and
I used to do this, but my guild didn't know it until the pull started.
You and your raid are not, you'll be at a disadvantage and parse lower using normal talents or strategies. Parses usually impact players playing World of Warcraft by some groups requiring players joining the group to have parses above a certain level.
Really?
They do this to filter out players they don't think will contribute much to the success of the team. As you'll see from this video, that system isn't perfect, but no doubt it's better than doing the same thing with gear score. The first problem, and I think the main problem, is that strategies optimal for scoring a high parse often differ from strategies optimal.
Well, he's right about this. The problem is that people that parse higher are probably going to be better on average than people that parse lower. That doesn't mean that you're good for parsing higher, but pretty much every single person that's very good is probably parsing at least kind of high. And bad players never parse high.
For raid success, actually killing the boss. Warcraft Logs has their own set of rules for what counts and what does not count for damage output on each boss. I believe Warcraft Logs tries to align their parse rules with raid optimal strategies as much as they can, but parse-oriented players will always plan strategies strictly around the parse rules, which often diverge from raid optimal strategies.
That's right. You never listen to the raid leader. You never listen to the raid. You never read the fight. You never listen to calls. You never follow DBM. You hit the boss. And if there's ads up, you AoE the ads, but only if the ads will increase your parse. If they won't, you don't AoE the ads. You keep hitting the boss. Unless hitting the ads increases the damage that you do to the boss, in which case you kill the ads.
Vanilla and Burning Crusade, many bosses had very few mechanics, and this meant that usually the optimal parse strategy was the same as the optimal raid success strategy. With significantly more complicated bosses in Wrath of the Lich King, we see a greater divergence between parsing strategies and raid success strategies. For example, the swarms of dozens of small cats summoned on Oriaya do not count for your damage parse on that boss according to Warcraft Logs parsing rules. A player trying to score a high parse would not press their AoE ability to quickly dispatch them, whereas a player trying to maximize the success of their raid would see a clear opportunity for effective use of AoE. Killing those—
I'll cut the memes. Parsing is bad for the game. And if you took parsing out of WoW, the game would be a better experience for average players. Because people don't play to kill the boss. They play to do a lot of DPS. It's like whenever I said don't attack the boss at the start yesterday whenever we were doing some raid, and everybody, as soon as I pulled the boss, I'm gonna parse on this fucking Shadowlands boss right now. Yeah, it's just that simple. It's fucking annoying, but there it is.
those cats quickly and minimizing the damage the cats deal to the raid. Another example of the conflict between optimal parsing and optimal raid execution can be seen on the most difficult version of Yogg Saron, what is known as Zero Lights. In this version of the encounter, the immortal guardians in the third phase are actually immortal and cannot die. Early on, it is good and useful to deal damage to them because when they have lower health, they deal less damage to your tank. Eventually, your raid will have too many guardians alive and begin kiting them and attempt to burn the boss down quickly. At this point, dealing more damage to the guardians is not helping your raid succeed at all. Under Warcraft Log's rules, all damage dealt to the immortal guardians counts towards your parse. A player looking to help their raid have the best chance of killing the boss will ignore the guardians once they start being kited and focus on the boss. A parse chasing player will see the juicy AoE opportunity and spam Fan of Knives, Seed of Corruption, or whatever AoE spell they have on the huge pack of immortal guardians, which means they deal little or no damage to the boss, but maximize.
And then everybody's gonna see that parse, and like a year later, here's the thing. Nobody's going to remember the nuance of how the parse happened. They're just going to see that 100, and they're going to be like, wow, this guy's really good.
Their parse. Even down to the individual player, you can find examples of ability usage that differs between someone trying to be the most valuable they can be to their team and someone trying to score high on Warcraft logs. The rogue ability Tricks of the Trade is a good example. It costs 15 energy and buffs another player's damage by 15% for 6 seconds. This is easily one of the most efficient ways a rogue can convert energy to damage, and a good rogue playing to maximize the team's performance will press this almost every time it's available. However, under Warcraft Log's rules, the damage increase from Tricks of the Trade is not attributed to the rogue who cast it or to the player who receives it. It's factored out. A parse-oriented player will forego this exceptionally efficient way to increase raid damage because it spends 15 energy.
It's like throwing away 15 energy. It's pointless.
On something that does not increase their own
He's totally
parse.
right about everything.
Instead, they can spend that 15 energy on an ability that contributes less
Every example
overall
he's
to the
given
raid,
is a good
but
example
improves
too.
their individual parse. Many defensive abilities are met with, that's what healers are for, and not used by parse-oriented players if the defensive costs them any amount of damage output.
Or
A
even
player who
GCD.
recognizes they are part of a team will make efficient use of defensives to reduce total raid damage taken, which allows the healers to devote their attention elsewhere, or even just bring less healers to the raid. I could go on and on with examples of parse-oriented strategies that differ from raid success-oriented strategies, but I think you guys get the idea. As fights become more complex, the optimal parse strategies and the
this happens in retail WoW. If you took damage meters out of retail WoW and parsing didn't exist, it would nerf the raid by a factor that is greater than any Blizzard nerf on any fight ever. And it would nerf every single raid that much.
Optimal raid success strategies diverge. The way I see it, you have a divide in the community with two types of players. You have some players who are interested in optimizing their individual score according to rules set by Warcraft logs, and you have other players focused on being an effective member of a team. The second big problem with parses is that they are an individual score assigned to something that is highly influenced by external factors outside of the control of the individual.
This is very true. Like in high-level parsing, what really matters a lot is your kill time, and then there are certain kill time thresholds that will yield more DPS. Certain, like, if more ads spawn, a kill time that's longer is better, or a kill time within like the kill times closer to different 40-second intervals in the fight are going to be higher. It's very common.
This external factor here is kill time for bosses. This has a big influence because every class has some form of damage boosting cooldown that only lasts a short time. A faster kill means each player spends a larger percentage of time with powerful buffs like heroism or metamorphosis or adrenaline rush active, which has a pretty substantial impact on their overall damage per second. What this means is you can have a good player who makes all their own decisions optimally for damage output, but they're stuck in a raid group with people who are not performing as well or not really investing in optimizing their characters. The slow kill times of the raid have a significant negative impact on the good player's parse ranking, while having little or nothing to do with the skill of the player. Similarly,
absolutely, and it's the same with like AoEing ads or doing anything like that. If you're supposed to be AoEing ads and you're not doing it because of the parse rules or something like that, this is clearly playing for a reason that's other than the actual boss kill. And there are plenty of people that are good players that don't have great parses. Sure. Like, I would say people that are at, like, an average parse of, like, 30 or 40, unless they're, like, the tank, or they're raid leading, or there's, like, some other specific reason for that, they're probably garbage. But anybody, like, that's doing 60, 70% and above that, it could be any reason. Yeah, 75 plus, yeah, 75 plus is purple. Yeah, whatever. I think that's fine. But yeah, if you're down there, like every boss fight is like 20%, 30%, you're probably shit at the game.
Fairly mediocre player who does most things right, but isn't really optimizing their damage output very well in a very strong performance group. This player is likely to score even better parses than the good player in the bad raid, just because they have faster boss kill times.
Exactly.
For example, maybe the player in the fast kill time group spends about 40% of the fight with heroism active, whereas the player in the slow kill time group spends only 30% of the fight with heroism active.
And there are also circumstances where you will do better DPS with slower kill times.
With assigning an individual score to something that is a team effort is that the individual score isn't really measuring the individual's performance. It's measuring the individual's performance combined with the performance of the team they are participating in. This makes it a bad tool to evaluate the individual because it's not clear how much of that is due to the individual and how—
Nobody's going to stop using parses. This is just the way WoW players are programmed. Do big number. Anything that gets in the way of that won't happen. So if they have to move, they won't move. If they have to hit an ad, they won't hit the ad. If they have to stop to cast a spell, it's not going to happen. You just have to play around it. Because you can't untrain people to not parse in WoW, especially classic WoW. They will parse and that's it. They're like bots.
How much is due to the team they are playing with. Okay, so what's the big deal? So what if some players want to plan their entire raids around a rule set invented by Warcraft logs? So what if parse rankings are not a good measure of individual player performance?
It's how everybody ranks
I think this
themselves.
both is and isn't a problem. One of the great things about World of Warcraft is there are so many different ways to enjoy the game. One of the most difficult parts about World of Warcraft is finding a group of like-minded individuals who like to enjoy the game the same way you do. There's nothing wrong with some people getting together who like to hyper-optimize their raid strategies around Warcraft logs rule set for parsing and pursuing that goal.
Totally agree with that. I think watching, like speed kills of bosses and speed kills of raids is like really cool and fun. The problem is it becomes the entire culture of the game, and everybody plays that way, not just those guilds.
So plenty of high-performance teams who are smart enough to recognize that a player's parses don't tell the full story of whether they are a good player or not. I think a large part of the community both overemphasizes the importance of parses and at the same time
because it's easy. You just look at the number. Is he good or not? I don't know. Is the number high? Yeah, okay, then he's good. Oh, it's a low number? Oh, he's bad. He sucks. That guy's terrible.
Really understand what a parse number means or represents. I think a player's parses are far too often interpreted as a measure of that player's skill when much more than the individual player's skill factors into their parses. The overemphasis on parses often comes up in parse requirements for joining groups. This is similar to gear score requirements, where group leaders want an easy way to filter out people who might not contribute much to the group's success. For this filtering function, it isn't important that parses are a perfect measure of someone's skill, just that they are the best available method. Until something better comes along, we're stuck with parse rankings being the easiest way to evaluate a player.
That's the reality, is because there's so big of a pug culture and it's so pervasive in WoW that you need somebody, you need a way to objectively or to have a numerical way of evaluating people at scale. like whether it's gear score, item level, parses, or like anything, there's going to be some way that a player is like fucking turned into a number. And that's just the way WoW is. Why is WoW like that? One of the biggest reasons why WoW is like that is because bringing the wrong player can cost hours of time. Hours and hours and hours of extra time because somebody doesn't fucking understand it. So the reason why all MMOs are like this, there is a spectrum of it being like this, and WoW is the worst. And the reason why WoW is the worst, metagaming is stronger in MMOs that have more punishing fail states. Because if you don't have a very punishing fail state, who gives a fuck if somebody messes it up? Who cares? It doesn't really matter. But if somebody fucks up, and now you've got to wait 10 minutes to do another pull, you're going to be a lot more careful with who you're inviting. And that's how systems and punishing mechanics create parsing culture. Is that whenever you make people punished, you punish people so much for making a mistake, you make them even more selective with who they want to invite because they don't want to have somebody who's going to make a mistake. It's just logical.
It is a sad state of the game that parses are so heavily emphasized by much of the player base, especially now in Wrath of the Lich King, with such a divergence between parse optimal strategies compared to raid success optimal strategies. Yep. It feels like there are two different games being played. I hope that from watching this video, you've gained some understanding about what a parse ranking is and what it actually represents. I think you'll enjoy World of Warcraft a lot more not caring about parses than trying to chase convoluted strategies based around Warcraft logs made up rule sets.
I don't know if you'll enjoy it more. I think that some people will, some people won't. That's a subjective analysis. I really enjoyed getting parses whenever I did it. Now I don't care about it. My enjoyment is about the same.
Thanks for watching the Simonize Show. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Can't wait for more sweet videos? Links are on screen that you can watch right now. Be sure to join the Discord server and pop by on Twitch to catch me live. Links to both are in the video description. Thank you for watching and have a great day.
This is a really good video. I actually really liked him. Like everybody was like memeing on him, like looking at the camera. But I think this guy just, all he did was he spent 10 minutes spitting pure fucking facts. There is nothing that he said except for maybe in the end that you'll have more fun without parses that I would disagree with at all. I think he's totally right in everything that he said. Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's the video. I'm gonna 100% fucking support this one. This is a great video. I like it a lot. Wall top comment. This gruel I played on just now with my fucking boomkin, bro. I'm fuck 50 parse every week, bro, because I have to fucking battle res a knob that died to shatter, and my raid leader fucking say, Milk, battle res the knob now. But this week I was fucking pumping, man, doing DPS like never before. My raid leader fucking told me to battle res again. I said fuck you and deafen Discord and fucking pump the boss. And you know what, bro? I had a 60 parse, highest in the whole raid, and he fucking G-kicked me. That's right. And you know what? Now with those parses, he'll be able to join a better guild that he doesn't have to battle res people in. That's right. Straight fucking pumping, bro. Oh my god. Grandmother Saint? Yeah, well, I mean, he was doing damage. He's not reading books, man. He's pumping. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, this is definitely a very good video. I think this is a big topic. I don't think there's anything that's going to stop this, by the way. Because the problem is that because Warcraft Logs is able to like divide information in this specific way, they can make parses relevant. For example, like if all damage that you did at all times was relevant, parses would actually matter a lot less because they would all be cheese strats. The reason why people focus on parses is because there is some semblance of fairness to them. For example, if Warcraft Logs wanted to make parses less valid and less relevant, they would make all damage that you deal in Yogg-Saron to like all of, I guess they do that. Well, never mind. That's actually what they do, is they just let you hit the ads as much as you want. And guess what? I can guarantee you, if you go and you look at the top parses on Yogg Saron, it's going to be people AoEing the ads. 100%. Because that's what does the most damage. So as soon as you see, and also like a lot of people in WoW, like this isn't classic, a lot of people are just stupid. So they see somebody who's doing 12,000 DPS and everybody else is doing 6. They're going to think this guy is just the greatest player in the game. There's never been a better player than this guy. He's doing 12k DPS. Yes, it's all seed of corruption on the ads that take no damage, but they don't know that. They have no idea. So yeah, what they did on Yogg is the only relevant damage on the ad that matters. When the ads reach 0 HP, they stop counting towards the parse. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. But the truth is that the reason why they try to manage it and micromanage the way people parse is the reason why people care about parses. It's because it is, the more that you can cheese something, the less that it matters. And the less people try to chase it because they know they'll never get anywhere close. But because people know that if they do certain things, they'll be able to go closer to that parse, that's why they do it. On retail, parses don't show damage done to failed mechanics, getting frozen on council and doing damage to the ice. And if you get too many external buffs, it doesn't show either. Yeah, but like, the problem is, like, I know that because we had an entire raid. So we did this in like Nilotha. Remember that? Whenever we got like 30 arcane mages and we killed every boss in like 30 seconds. And then, we did it with tanks as well. And like every tank in my raid got a 100 parse. But they just disqualified all of our parses. That's why people care so much about parses. Is because it's held up in this high regard, and they're trying to like make it seem like it's it's relevant and it's fair and it's authentic. The truth is that parses, I think, do more harm than good for the game. And I think it's by a large margin. How do I know that? Because I was one person who cared about parses, and I ruined my whole raid. Think about this. I was a best in slot, 99% parsing Fury Warrior and Arms Warrior, depending on the fight. I had the best gear. And whenever I stopped raiding, nobody was mad. Nobody said, "Come back, Asmon." Nobody. They were all relieved. They're like, thank God, his reign of terror is over. Would it be better if it was an in-game system like leaderboards and rankings? Yeah, I think that would be better. It's hard to say, but overall, like, yeah, parsing is toxic for the game. I was very toxic about it. I even made videos about how to parse in the best ways. And guess what? If you go back, a lot of those strats worked. I think you find it hard. Good players without parses, though. I feel like there's no other metric close to being a good measurement of player skill. That's why people use parses, is because it's the best metric. It's a bad metric, but it's the best metric. This is 388 Holy years member of faith.
To get anyone's attention, to be taken seriously.
I watched Asma on YouTube. Speedsley has an open dialogue with chat, response people disagree. Today I watched Twitch video, and I was able to see what was being said in chat. Realized he only called news about The Witcher. I watched the first season of this, and it was so good, man. It was so, I loved it. I thought it was amazing. I don't know what happened.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and recently, as I'm sure you're aware, Netflix has begun their media campaign around The Witcher Season 3. And while I'll be covering many aspects of what's been going on surrounding this latest season, I also kinda want to rant a little if you'll permit me to do so.
Okay,
But before that,
great.
let's talk about what's been shown thus far. Firstly, we have the official poster being shown with Geralt, Ciri, and Yen front and center. Although fans have been quick to point out that Geralt is somewhat covered and brushed to the side in the poster, which as I keep going, this theme will unfortunately continue. Also, it was announced that season...
I mean, I think that kind of makes sense for them to want to phase him out as being the main character if they know he's not going to be on the show. Like, logically, it makes sense.
3 will be split into 2 parts. The only reason why studios do this to their shows is to have their projects stay longer in the...
You see, like, this is, I think, another issue, is that people wanted the characters to look like the characters in the game. Like, I guarantee you, a lot of the criticism for like, let's say, The Witcher, about half of it would have been gone if they had had Yennefer played by Kate Beckinsale whenever she was in Underworld. Like, half of the criticism, like, any complaint you would have had about the show would have been gone. Think about that.
Spotlight. And it's simply designed to build hype in order to gain more views and acclaim in order to finish the season with great renown. A good example of this strategy working would be Stranger Things Season 4. They left the fan base on a cliffhanger
I never
with
watched
part 1,
this.
which put everyone into a frenzy with theories, and once hype was through the roof, they dropped the second part, and the starved fan base devours it like a pack of wolves being thrown a Swiss chalet rotisserie chicken. It's a sound strategy, but I honestly don't think it'll work for The Witcher like it did for Stranger Things for, well, obvious reasons.
Yeah, for obvious reasons,
And according to Redanian Intelligence, who regularly has scoops on all things Witcher, they have apparently been given insights and even leaked scripts of the upcoming season. According to them, they also know what Henry Cavill's final scene will be as Geralt as well, and it's...
I wonder if they're gonna, like, kill him or what's gonna happen. I don't even know. Maybe they'll do, like, a time skip to explain why he looks different whenever the other guy plays him. I have no idea. Like, I do need to actually play Witcher 3, and also Witcher 2. Like, I didn't really understand how much of a thought Triss was until I read about it, or I, like, watched a video about it, and apparently, like, Triss and Yennefer were friends, and Triss knew that Geralt lost his memories, and she got with him knowing that he was supposed to be dating Yennefer, and she didn't give a fuck. Yeah, don't care. Shot. Like, that is, bro. That is, what the fuck? That's crazy. Oh my god. Yoink, yeah.
Bittersweet to say the least. Geralt will end the season by rejecting his profession, where a supporting character will call out yelling Witcher, to which Geralt will reply, "No, no more." Before people get mad about this, it should be said that in the Witcher novel, The Tower of the Swallow, Geralt does reject his position as a Witcher for a time as well. As it is book accurate to have Geralt forego this, and in the novels, even Geralt's Witcher medallion melts in the fire as he renounces his duties during that book.
Okay.
However, whether the scenario that leads up to this is similar, I obviously can't say yet since the season isn't available yet. And according to showrunner Lauren Hisrich, this final scene of Henry as Geralt will be his heroic send-off, and I quote, "Geralt's big turn is about giving up neutrality and doing anything that he has to do to get to Ciri. And to me, it's the most heroic send-off that we could have, even though it wasn't written to be that. Geralt has a new mission in mind when we come back to him in Season 4. He's a slightly different Geralt than we expected.
So it might be a
now,
time
by
skip.
the way, that's an understatement," end quote. Yeah, slightly different is an...
Well, yeah, because it's a different guy. Like, yeah, I would assume. And it's like, I feel bad for, I think it's Liam Hemsworth? I forgot. Yeah, I think it's Liam Hemsworth. I feel bad for him. Because, like, even if he does as good of a job as Henry Cavill, he's still gonna get shit on. Yeah, he can't win. I feel, yeah, it sucks.
Understatement, Lauren. You can say that again. Anyway, beyond this, it does seem Season 3 will, to some degree, be
gonna hate
taking
him
more
no matter what.
inspiration from the novels, with the teaser opening as Geralt enters a ruin and drinks a Witcher potion. In the novel, Time of Contempt, Geralt does fight a manticore, which this could be, but it could also be Geralt taking a contract within the town of Hirondum. This contract involves a drowned child and could be Netflix's way of showing us the creatures known as drowners, but we'll see. We also can see Geralt unsheathing his steel sword, which is used when fighting men, not monsters, so that's pretty cool. I know I shouldn't get excited about this, but I just love The Witcher, and this entire situation just makes me so upset knowing...
Bro, it's over. It's over. It's done. It's like here's the thing. I'm a Lord of the Rings Andy. Okay, I fucking love Tolkien. I've read tons of shit about it. I have the Silmarillion downstairs. I've got all the fucking movies. I tried to read the books whenever I was in middle school. Admittedly, I never fucking finished them. I love it. And every single time that I see some clip of Shadow of Mordor where they make some fucking blue version of the One Ring, I'm like, what the fuck is this deviant art fan fiction bullshit? But it does not take away from Lord of the Rings. So it doesn't matter to me whenever I see, Rings of Power or, Galadriel's character seeming to not be what I had expected her to be, right? In Rings of Power. Who gives a shit? We still got the good movies, and they've still got the good game. Hopefully one day they make the Matrix 4 same. Bro, Matrix 1 and 2 same. Matrix did not need a fucking sequel. It was an open and shut book. It was a perfect fucking movie. Yes, obviously Matrix 1 and 2 and 3 were very cool. A lot of metaphysical, stuff, like philosophy, fucking super cool ideas, like really cool fight scenes, awesome CGI. Absolutely. But the first one was the best. And it did not need a second or third one. I'm not even thinking about the fourth. All I'm saying is that I just hope that CD Projekt Red makes a good Witcher 4. That's all. That's the only thing that matters. Who cares about the show? Fuck it. Who cares?
They're gonna ruin this.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
We also see Ciri getting chased by what seems to be the Wild Hunt, which is led by Aridin, the main villain of CD Projekt's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. He also appeared in the god-awful Blood Origin, if you had the stomach to watch that like I did, unfortunately. Anyway, enough about Netflix.
Isn't Aridin like an immortal elf that comes from like another world that got connected from like the conjunction of the spheres or some shit? Yeah. So how's he gonna be a kid? How's he gonna be a kid in Blood Origins? I don't know, I guess it was a long time ago, but like still.
Netflix's rights, let's talk about Netflix's wrongs. And there's something really interesting about how all of this went down. And while at first glance it may seem like nothing, the timing couldn't be more suspiciously anti-Witcher. Around the time of this new season getting announced, Henry released a behind-the-scenes look at his upcoming film, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which is being directed by Guy Ritchie. In this promo, Henry is excited as hell and looks to be having a ton of fun making the flick, which is always great to see. Henry had this to say, and I
Isn't it crazy how much better it is? Like, you can immediately see that somebody's having a good time whenever they're not being ordered around by people who don't even like the show that they're doing.
That's a wrap. My days on Ungentlemanly Warfare are over. 'Tis a sad day. I'm going to echo the sentiments of my co-stars and sing the praises of our intrepid crew. It's rare to come across a team so driven, dedicated, and committed to the storytelling. That drive and dedication is only intensified by having a leader such as Guy Ritchie. His ability...
Didn't Guy Ritchie do Snatch back in the day?
To weave story and create character might be second to none,
holy
and he
fuck,
wields
that was
it
so
like
good.
it were magic.
Wow.
Those ingredients, skill, drive, and exceptional talent at the top are only 3 of the ingredients needed for an experience that will last forever in memory. The 4th is happiness. Guy creates happiness on his set. It's a joyful place to be, full of laughter and japes and jests. The crew and cast's approach and personality is key in this. Everyone, without fail, was able to enjoy themselves while also working hard and being exceptional. This wee pontification would not be complete without heaping praise upon my fellow actors. Alan Richson, the Man Mountain with a heart of gold and a wisdom
is this guy Jack Reacher, I'm pretty sure?
Talent that can sweep you off your feet. Alex Pettifer, the lover, the laughter, the warmth of a big smile, and a jawline that would challenge the Turkish mountains. Henry Golding Jr., a snap, quick acting reaction. Time, handsome beyond belief, and always a man I was happy to see. And the last but not the least of my immediate team of misfits, Hero Fiennes Tiffin, a megastar in the making. I know a lot of you know him already, but oh my, he's going to have a magnificent career. To the makers of the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, I shall miss you all, and God's willing, see you soon. End quote.
That was a lot. I bet that movie probably is going to be pretty good. Yeah, I don't remember him saying any of that stuff at all about The Witcher.
The point of me showing and reading this to you
Didn't say it about Justice League either. Not a surprise.
To further point out how Henry Cavill is not only a professional, but he's not afraid to recognize people who love what they do as well. He also posted this, like I said, when Season 3 of Witcher was announced. And many, including that Star Wars girl who I caught wind of this from, it almost seems like a slight attack towards Netflix and how he was treated on Witcher. It's been very well documented already that Henry's love and passion for accuracy when it comes to The Witcher was something the producers and writers, well, they just didn't share that with him. And while Netflix is saying they're sticking closer to the books with this new season, it also seems in classic Netflix fashion that they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Netflix has said in the past that the Witcher Netflix series exists within its own world, which they view as...
So of course it exists within its own world. That way they're immune from being criticized for changing things or, more often, probably just getting them wrong.
Being separate from the books or games.
For modern audiences,
Speaking
guys.
To Screen Rant, we have some quotes from VFX supervisor Sebastian Frank.
I remember hearing about this show the first day it came out. That was the last time I heard about it. Actually, that's not true. I didn't watch it. I saw a YouTube video saying that it was bad on like the third day.
And producer Graham Marshall on the future of The Witcher and Netflix. These two had to say, and I quote, "We're working on some pretty tasty stuff for the next season. We're at the point where we're showing the creative team now, and they've been wowed by the stuff we're showing them, so that's cool. As far as season 4 is concerned, we haven't really gotten too heavily involved just yet. But with Season 3, we're in the throes of delivering the final couple of episodes on that, and it's super cool. I don't think it's anything that anyone's read or seen before in Witcher lore, so I think it's gonna be exciting. And to quickly interject here between the quotes, they were then asked about staying closer to the books and their experience with the writing team and showrunner Lauren Hissrich, to which they said, and I quote, "We were referencing pretty much one for one some of the magic, and they were like, no, we can't. We don't want to go down that road." I think
they don't want to go down the road of, like, I don't understand how it's like you can, it's just like, what are you talking about? So, like, you have the easiest job of your life. You remember, like, these showrunners, maybe they're good at what they're doing, but in 100 years, people are going to read The Witcher. They're going to know who Andrzej Sapkowski is. Probably in 200, 300, 400 years, they'll remember who he is. They're not him. You're not that guy. Just take it and then apply it to the show. That's it. I don't know about that. Nah, he's not Tolkien. I don't know. I think there's many stories. Like, a story doesn't have to be Tolkien for people to remember it and keep up with it for a very long period of time. Yeah, just adapt the books. It's the same thing with George R.R. Martin, with Game of Thrones. You're not George R.R. Martin. Stop trying to rewrite it. Stop it. Just stop it. Just do what he did. Put it in the... Remember whenever Game of Thrones was good? Whenever they literally took the book, chapter for chapter, episode for episode. It was great, and then they deviated, and it got bad. You have the easiest job. It's the same thing with Halo. I said this the other day. All you have to do is take Halo 2 and make it a screenplay. Make it a movie. Done. No, we don't need to have some weird fucking sex scene with Master Chief. No, we don't. Stop it.
There's a lot of fans of one or the other, and you don't want to upset one without doing something that the other likes, etc. So they were very careful about keeping it true to the lore, true to the realm, true to The Witcher. I feel like this is where they're separate from the video game or separate from the books, is kind of allowing them to explore other storylines in other places and things like that. I think that's working well for them so far. It's different from watching a show like The Last of Us, in which the first episode is the beginning of the video game. Whereas with this, I think there's a lot of creative license to stay similar and true to certain parts and enable them to explore different parts as well. It's like the novels are the guidebook, but not the Bible by any means. And
it's not about following the novels. I think it is totally fine to adapt and change things in a way that makes it make more sense for a movie. Absolutely. Peter Jackson did it with Lord of the Rings. Many people do. Remember Fight Club? That it was not the same as the book. Apparently, I didn't read it. My mom did. That's what she told me. It was not the same. It's not about doing it differently. It's about doing it worse. The Boys, yeah, apparently
it's
there's
that final
too.
part there that really irks and makes me question if the people involved with adapting stuff for television understand what they're even saying. Saying the novels are the guide but not the Bible makes zero sense. My brother in Christ, you are literally adapting the book which contains the writings of
it doesn't seem that hard.
Happens. If there was ever a Bible for your adaptation of something, it would be the literal book you're adapting.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Am I crazy? Do I sound stupid here? What are these people?
Well, it's like, also keep in mind that most of what happened in the Lord of the Rings movie happened in the books. Like, yeah, obviously, like, Saruman was different. There were a few other things that are different. But, like, for the most part, it was the same thing.
Saying anymore. And it's full of idiocy that these people reference The Last of Us as something to not emulate, when that show was not...
Everybody loves it. Everybody loves the show. Well, we don't want to do this. Well, I mean, you know, we can't just go and do this. We can't just make a show everybody likes. What the fuck?
Only a massive success, but took many scenes right out of the game and put them into the show.
Yeah.
Almost as if the game was like, I don't know, a Bible for the show that's adapting the game for television, which is what you should be doing when you're making an adaptation of something that exists. Hello? What? It's very clear that Netflix has no interest in staying within the confines of the books, and just wants to cherry pick what they like while morphing or removing what they don't like.
That's about right.
After all, they're adapting a book series based on Slavic European culture and myths and thought the cast was too white and needed to infuse diversity so that The Witcher's world emulated real life. And like I've said,
big surprise. You know, the people over in Europe, most of them are white. Who could have imagined that?
Previous videos, it's very telling that Netflix especially has no problem with keeping projects very black or other ethnicities if required. But whenever it's a project
it's become like a huge meme that like every single time there's like a Netflix show that like all the main characters are race swapped. Or like gender swapped. Yeah, it's become a massive meme. Netflix sued by Egypt.
Property,
there you go.
Now it's suddenly a problem. We have to remember that when Netflix and its hacktivist writers actually created their own original story within The Witcher, we ended up with Blood Origin, which not only added nothing to the mythos of substance, but ruined mysteries like the conjunction of the spheres by making it the result of two wizards fighting in dresses.
I can't take it anymore! I just want to die!
And then they made the first prototype Witcher a roided out, head-shaven elfin guy who looks more like a Grey Hulk than a Witcher. And that show did so horribly that I don't know anyone who can...
It's like even the reviewers didn't like it. That's bad.
Considers that show's lore or story to be canon in any capacity. Because when people think of what's the worst parts of Netflix's The Witcher, it always includes everything Netflix added to the series that wasn't there to begin with.
Yeah, that's probably about it.
Sign language using character.
And everything people did love about the series was because of Henry Cavill, and when Netflix actually respected the source material. So ironically, the only times people like the show is when they treated the books like the Bible.
Yeah, big surprise. Fans of the show, fans of the books, and fans of the game liked the show when it was like the books in the game. How do you mess this up? I don't understand. It seems so fucking obvious, and people just can't get it through their fucking head.
Funny how that works.
If that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie, like you have great intentions, but there are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic.
I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have, and people are going to be upset.
I'm so we've seen this clip probably 1,000 times. I've seen it fucking 5,000 times. I am so sick of this idea that people don't have the right to have an opinion, even if you think the opinion is fucking stupid. People can think what they want to think. That doesn't mean they're right. That doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean that you should do what they say. But it's their right to have that opinion. How the fuck is this so controversial nowadays? It's insane.
Because especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played.
And that's what happened with Geralt. Is that I remember whenever Henry Cavill got announced as Geralt, a lot of people were really skeptical about that. Absolutely. They were like, I don't know about that. Like, because they were thinking it would be like somebody, I'm trying to think like who, like a Mads Mikkelsen or something like that, right? And no, he did a great job. No, it was totally fine. Yeah, you just prove people wrong.
On Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate.
And Henry, like I said earlier, had heaps of praise to say about his cast and the director when it came to his time on Ungentlemanly Warfare, which, by the way, is also based on a novel. But when Henry posted about Witcher 3's teaser, here's what he had to say about it on Instagram. That's it. Weird how he doesn't write massive paragraphs praising.
Man. Man.
The direction, or the cast, or the writers.
Yeah,
you
got the contract, you got to promote it, and I'm sure the thing is, I'm sure he doesn't want the show to fail. He just doesn't want to be part of the show anymore. Like I don't think he wants the show to fail. Like, he has friends. He's made friends on the set over 3 years. He doesn't want them to lose their job or anything like that. He's doing his job, and there it is. Sure.
Posted this because it's in his contract. So he just left some hashtags so Netflix would leave him alone so he could go back to painting his Warhammer figurines.
Yeah,
and like I've said in my previous video, Netflix even race swapped Cleopatra into a black woman. So apparently they don't even...
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of people that think that that's real. Warhammer 40k movie, let's go. My understanding with the Warhammer 40k thing is that it was sold as it was going to be like a Warhammer 40k thing, and it's actually just going to be Henry Cavill painting and talking about Warhammer with his friends. Like, I don't think it's going to be like Game of Thrones or something like that.
Respect actual history as something they need to adhere to when adapting stories.
Yeah.
So when a company goes as far as to race swap and change the history and ethnicity of a real person, it's no surprise that they couldn't care less about making sure if The Witcher is book accurate. Because these stories and properties are not viewed.
Well, they don't care about the books. They care about making money and making it fit their narrative and their worldview. That's what matters to them.
Opportunities to adapt in order to do them justice. They're just free real estate for woke creators to push ideology down our throats.
I think that's very accurate. I think he's right, definitely.
Free real estate.
I wouldn't be surprised if Geralt appears to a lesser extent in this new season as well, as it's becoming increasingly prevalent.
Well, if I was the showrunners and I knew he was leaving, I would have him less in the season 2. I think that'd be smart. I mean, to be fair, I think that's a smart thing to do.
Bait and switching an audience's expectations is becoming the norm lately. You have shows like The Mandalorian, which was supposed to be about Grogu and Mando, and it was advertised as such. But if you actually watch Season 3, then Bo-Katan stealths in and hijacks the show, with Mando and Grogu playing second fiddle to Bo and her girl boss objectives.
And again, none of this stuff actually matters if the show is good. It doesn't make a difference. So as long as the deviation is good, no one complains.
Now the producers of that show say anyone can be the Mandalorian.
It's the Mandalorian right at this point, and so I think it can be anyone, and I think that's what they're trying to define in many ways, is what does that mean to be Mandalorian?
How long until The Witcher becomes similar and Geralt is replaced by some Mary Sue self-insert female Witcher? And when attacked, Netflix will just say, well, anybody can be The Witcher now, and I guarantee
Oh god,
that
dude, I really hope they do that. That's gonna be so fucking funny. Oh boy.
Netflix will at some point introduce a female Witcher, even though the creator of the series, Andrzej Sapkowski, has made it evidently clear in his books that the female anatomy cannot survive the trial of the grasses.
Oh, they're not gonna like that.
This is why there are no female Witchers. Besides, becoming a Witcher should not be viewed as a privilege anyway. It's always been painted more like a curse that plagues the unfortunate souls who survive the training. They can't have kids, their bodies are mutilated, they can't die as easily, they are literal living weapons. But Netflix will find a way to yassify and girl boss the profession.
Yassify?
Because
I like
nothing,
that. That's
not
clever.
even Witchers or real-life women like Cleopatra, can stand in the way of delivering the message. The Witcher at Netflix is in its death spiral, and I will be surprised.
It's not in its death spiral, bro. It's down the drain. Like, it's been down the drain. Apparently, season 2, like, I had such good memories of season 1. I didn't even watch season 2 because everybody said it was bad. And I was like, well, I don't want to watch it then. I'm probably not going to watch season 3 either.
If the show even exists long enough to complete its planned 7-season run. But let it be known that the fate of The Witcher and Netflix is what happens when you don't treat the actual source material like it's the Bible. Why do you think so many people hated the Halo TV show? And why The Last of Us was so popular? Because if you treat what people love with the respect it deserves, the work will speak for itself. And when it comes to The Witcher and the erasure of Henry Cavill...
Yeah, it's so crazy. I am just in constant astonishment that somebody can have such an easy job and just completely fail at it.
Star power from the glint of the medallion around Geralt's neck, Netflix will be horrified when they realize that the fan base will abandon them the same way Geralt does his Witcher ways as well. And when Netflix yells to the fans, "But The Witcher, you guys like that, right? Why are you leaving?" The fan base will look back in disdain and contempt and whisper, "No, no more."
That's about right. I think people have already done that. They don't really give a shit anymore. I'll read a few comments on this. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back, okay? Yeah, I totally agree with what he's saying. I think it's just... people don't want to have their content and like their entertainment used as a tool for somebody else to push their worldview. It's just, you know, if anything, it's immersion breaking. It's like, bro, this is a fantasy movie. I don't want to see some bullshit. Rankings IMDb are so distorted if they contain LGBT content. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. I think that people just don't want to see like modern stuff put into like older stories. It's really just that simple. Even if you think it should be there, it kills a lot of people's escapism because they know that whenever they see it, it's only there because of modern sensitivity, right? That's what it is. And then also, you got to keep in mind, like, people fucking, like, there's a lot of Western people that have a very Western-centric view of the world. Being gay, even, is not viewed positively in the whole world. There are a lot of places that don't like gay people. So, big surprise, whenever you're on the internet, which is a global platform, part of that platform is those people. That's it. Being gay is fucking manly. I don't give a fuck if somebody's gay. It doesn't matter. I don't care. That's it. And then that's literally the end of the conversation. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not gay. I'm not going to catch gay from them. You know, like, what the fuck? It doesn't matter. I don't want to hear about it. It's not a big deal. Let's see here. See, there's so many actual problems in the world. Imagine caring about that. Netflix has finally achieved their goal with CW quality production values. Congratulations, Netflix. Take a bow. This is Slovakia and these American corporations ruining our stories. Yeah, I bet you fucking are. I have great love for Poland. Seeing Netflix ruin The Witcher saddens me very much. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but who cares about your immersion? Just on right ethnicity exists. You can't discriminate based on race when you're a company hiring people. It's just that simple. I think that whenever you're hiring a person to fill a certain role and then that role doesn't fit what fans imagine that character to be, you're going to have a problem. Like, I understand that, like, you want to... So this is an example of the customer is always right. And I understand that you, and because you've decided that, like, this is the right thing to do, that, like, this is the correct and ethical and right thing to do, is to hire people regardless of like a race or gender or anything like that for like different roles in movies. Sure. But just don't be surprised whenever people don't want to watch it. It's again, they can make the Netflix and make The Witcher, do whatever they want. I don't care if they want to make The Witcher a dog. It doesn't matter to me. Just don't be surprised. Brad Pitt is Shaka Zulu. Probably not. So that would be problematic. I would say so. Absolutely. So, it's just as simple. I'd watch it. I would too, but for a different reason. It would be watching it to see how fucking ridiculous it is. I mean, they made fucking what's his name? Who Genghis Khan? John Wayne. They made John Wayne Genghis Khan. I have a really good feeling that John Wayne did not look like Genghis Khan. Like, pretty much, I would bet a lot of money that that was not the case. It was not even remotely close. He did, a Mongol leader. Yeah, he's a Mongolian. So anyway, so point is that I understand that you might have that viewpoint, and I think people should be able to make. This is like, again, it's kind of like the other side of like what Henry Cavill said, is fans have the right to have whatever opinion they want. If a fan of the show wants to go and make The Witcher and make it as woke as you can possibly imagine it, go ahead. Go ahead. If people like it, they're going to watch it. If people don't like it, they're not going to watch it. That's it. Everybody's got their right to get it out there and put themselves out there and do what they want. It's not a new phenomenon, though. You said yourself, for example, Chinese Jesus. Culture has been race swapping to adapt it to their society forever. Exactly. But there's some that people accept and some people don't accept. Said before, I saw Green Lantern was white. It was Ryan Reynolds. Bro, no, it's not. I grew up on the Justice League cartoon. Green Lantern was black. That's it. So, yeah, I definitely fucking agree with you. The same thing. Yeah, it was weird. I was like, wait, what the hell? Different Lantern? No. No, see, like, I don't care about that. Because, like, the Green Lantern that I grew up with was black guy. And it was in the show. I love the show. He was really cool. Yeah, so, like, I don't really care about, like, the lore. Because, like, what I remember, it was like, yeah, that's all it was. That's true. It was infinitely cooler. Do you think they're using makeup to let you represent specifically race characters will be the norm, or will become increasingly shunned? Think Tropic Thunder. I don't know. I think it depends on the context. Like, Tropic Thunder, realistically, it's not like really blackface in the same way. Like, the guy, what was his name? Kirk Lazarus? Like, the guy, he was supposed to be a dumb asshole. Like, the entire narrative around the character was that he was an oblivious, overly fucking egotistical actor that had no sense of, fucking self-respect. So, like, you're not portraying a person as, like, he's not a good guy. Yeah, he was the joke. The fact that he thought it was okay was the joke. They even made the joke, what do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people? You know, it's a satirical character. Exactly, yeah. So it's totally different. Nick Fury was white too. I can't imagine anyone else is Samuel Jackson. Exactly. And that's what I'm really trying to get at with all this, is that at the end of the day, if you want to adapt the story, it has to be better than the original story. And I think it has to be a lot better than the original story for people to accept it. So adapt the story as much as you want, but don't be surprised whenever people don't like it. That's it. Tropic Thunder's unapologetic response today is Giga Chad. Well, I don't think people really give a shit about that kind of stuff. There's only a very small handful. Let me link this video. Sorry, I forgot to even do that. I think this is a pretty good video. I'm glad that, people are talking about this kind of stuff. I think that a lot of people are kind of getting tired of people with an agenda or people with a worldview trying to insert it into a fantasy. Just make it good. Yeah, it's that simple. Ultimate Nick Fury is based on Sam Jackson originally, so they put Fury in the movie. It was a natural choice. I didn't even know that. That's crazy. I think Denzel Washington was fucking amazing as Macbeth. Well, do you want to know why? Because Denzel Washington. That's why. He's one of the actors that if he's in this movie, I'm like, okay, this is a good movie. Yeah, it's not about... See, Samuel Jackson, like, it's not about, like, what color he is. It's him. Yeah, let's be real. American Gangster? Yeah, same with Russell Crowe. Another one. Like, if he's in a movie, I'm like, bro, that's probably going to be a good movie. I take that one seriously. Like, this might sound like a stupid thing, but for me, I base if I'm going to watch a movie or not, if I'm interested in a movie or not, off of the actors that are in it. Like, I have, like, kind of a list of actors that if they're going to be in a movie, I assume that it will be a good movie. Like, Tom Cruise, back and forth, right? If it's a serious movie, yes. Actually, I think Tom Cruise is a great comedic actor. Like, I mean, Tropic Thunder, right? I think he's better at that than, like, anything. Let's see here. Leonardo DiCaprio, absolutely. Tom Hardy's getting there. Tom Hanks. Let's see here. Christian Bale, absolutely. Will Smith. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of Will Smith stuff. Johnny Depp. Fucking Brad. I think Brad Pitt. Like, if Brad Pitt is in a movie, I bet that movie is going to be fucking amazing. I think he is so good. Daniel Day-Lewis. Anything Quentin Tarantino's involved with? Yeah, there you go. No, Keanu Reeves, obviously. Amber Heard? Yeah, clearly, man. Let's see here. Matthew McConaughey? I think that he's getting there. I haven't seen a lot of his newer movies, but I think him as a series... Like, he used to be a romantic comedy actor. Like, that was, like, pretty much all he did. And then he started taking, like, more serious roles. It was the best thing that could have ever happened to him. Jim Carrey. Yeah, there's a few more. But, like, all I'm saying is, like, that's how I base if I think a movie is going to be good or not. Is, like, who's in the movie and who's, like, which people are actually there. You know, like, which actors are there. Mel Gibson used to be? Yeah, Mel Gibson before the, Mel Gibson had a Kanye moment back in the 90s. If you can believe that. Let's watch the Riker Diablo 4 video. It's a long video. It's a big video. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go all the way through it. Riker apparently played the Diablo 4 endgame. Let's get it!
Hey folks, this is Riker, and I got to co-host the latest Diablo 4 developer live stream update. Blizzard invited me to come play the game for a few days.
Well, by the way, this guy fucking farmed. I don't know what happened, but this dude, he was speedrunning the entire live stream. They said it was going to be 90 minutes. This dude made it like 75.
Talk to devs, and then co-host the stream and ask some questions, shed some insight into my experiences. Adam Fletcher would typically host these updates, so I was there to be the relief. I was there to be the Riker to Adam's Picard. So in this video, I'm going to talk about that, my experiences with playing the game. So as I dive now into that, what's it like to play Diablo 4 Endgame? I'm just going to say that this video will be more conversational, more live stream-like, a little less edited than my regular videos, less edited, less produced.
I actually prefer those because I find them more interesting.
Scripted than my regular videos. So first off, I was given a suite of endgame characters to play. I got to play every class. The characters they had set up for me ranged in level from 45 to 75. And jumping in, the first thing that I wanted to do was take that level 45 rogue and go do the capstone dungeon. So to clarify, you finish the campaign. After that point, you can unlock the full suite of endgame content via completing your first capstone dungeon. That's
so I guess like completing your capstone dungeon is kind of like in PoE, it's killing Kitava in Act 10. Right? I mean, obviously Kitava is probably a lot easier, but that's generally how it works.
You unlock the
maps.
Third world tier Nightmare. But this dungeon is level 50. The monsters will not scale down to your level.
I fucking love that, by the way. I love the idea that there are these objective breakpoints, and if you can't beat it, you're not good enough, and you need to fucking get good. That's it.
I'm assuming they gave me a 45 character because maybe that's the level I could expect to be when I finish the campaign, and if I want to go dive straight into that capstone dungeon. I should say that the gear that I was given was... The character was pretty well geared. Again, I was playing a rogue. It was my favorite class going into this whole event. There was a synergistic build put together, and as soon as I go into that capstone dungeon, I'm like, whoa, all right. This is significantly more challenging than I expected. It's taking long to kill monsters, and as I progressed my way through, I started to reach a point where I'm fighting these champion monsters, and they kicked my butt. I died, and like I said on the stream, I'm one of those people...
I'm really curious to see how hard this is actually going to be, because I'm thinking like, bro, I'm just going to go in there and one-shot this. It's going to be a joke, but maybe not. I am very curious about this, and I hope that they continue to have harder and harder versions of these capstones. But I hope that it doesn't go infinitely. I am not a fan of infinite content. I like it to where you can beat everything and you're better than everything. And then you just maximize being better than better.
Well, I was saying veteran is too easy. Can we increase the challenge of veteran? my understanding is the capstone dungeon is intended to be reflective of nightmare difficulty. Now, what I should have done at that point, or what I should have done instantly, was realize, okay, I should go power up before tackling this. The game is telling me, you're not good enough, but I treated it like it was Dark Souls. I really, really, really wanted to unlock nightmare difficulty, so I figured...
I think that's the way a lot of people would look at it. Now, I wanted to see, too, somebody says, not an attack, why do you have this opinion of Diablo 4 direction when you think it's better for WoW in-game to be more accessible? Well, the reason why is because World of Warcraft is an MMO, Diablo is more of an ARPG, it's more of a single-player game, so you can have more individual challenges that are still meaningful and compelling without having to dumb them down because you have dumb people in the group. I think that's number one. Number two is that I think that I've always been a fan of like really, really hard content. Things like remember I was saying how they have like legendary keys in Mythic Plus? I absolutely think you should have that kind of stuff. Also, I don't really think this capstone dungeon is going to be anywhere near as hard as he's making it out to be. Because if you can't beat it immediately, you're going to be able to just get better gear and then beat it easily after you get the better gear. Like, I don't think that if you farm out gear and you are prepared for this dungeon, I do not think it will be challenging. I think it will be hard for people that are trying to speedrun the game in the first couple of days, maybe the first week or so, but for average players, it will not be an issue. The same as Kitava.
Okay, 45, I should be able to do this if I muscle through. I rode the struggle bus for far too long. I died far too many times, but I made it past those
And
elites.
Apparently there's a death cap, so you can't die too many times, or like you fail it.
I don't want to give spoilers here. I'll just say there was a boss fight after that, and
yeah, sure.
I had to learn the mechanics. That's
awful. I'm so sorry.
Altogether, I had to go back. I had to do some upgrades. I changed my build a lot. I respecialized a lot into single target damage. This was even before, just to handle the elites. I actually went back to town and I fully upgraded all of my gear. I didn't change the gear that I had, but I used the crafting system to upgrade the gear to its max to be able to put out enough damage to actually take down the boss fight. So overall, I would say that it's a gear check and a skill check. Now, I'm not a pro player.
I wonder how hard it really is. I want to see this combat. Like, what are we really talking about here?
I am, I'd say maybe I'm above average. If you look at the grand scale of all players that play, sure, I'm above average, but I am nowhere near a super skilled player.
Yeah, sure.
In the beta, I hardly died.
I would say
pretty
I'm
much
probably
only died against Ashava. Just to give you some ballpark of, I'm not total garbage, but I'm sure that there will be pro-level players that will be able to handle...
I mean, to be fair, also, pro-level players, this is an ARPG, like, what are we really talking about, pro-level players? But yeah, people that are very good at the game. Yeah, sure.
That encounter with either fewer deaths or no deaths, but, again, if you're hardcore, I would not just waltz in casually. And I think that level difference as well really makes a difference. Because my next capstone dungeon experience, the second one, to unlock the highest difficulty tier, I believe that's at 75, I was the same level as the dungeon. And that one went so much better. Despite it being the higher tier capstone dungeon, I was of the correct level.
See, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, I don't think these are going to be, like... This is not going to be doing at Zeri on day one of a PoE league. This is not going to be trying to do Nax 40 with Molten Core gear. It's going to be fine.
The initial part, I'll say I breezed through, but then the boss fight, that was a big challenge again. I overcame it, but I died multiple times. Again, I needed to learn the boss mechanics to understand... Okay, when am I getting one shot here? I had to change up my build a bit to be able to survive one shots. And by the way, the respecking, while I didn't do full respecs, I respec quite a bit. You generate gold rather rapidly. Can you do full respecs constantly throughout the day? No, but you could afford to respec quite a bit, even at level 75. I was respecking things.
So respecs are not going to be this oppressive bullshit. Thank God. That's it's very much a relief.
I was earning back the gold. It wasn't a big deal, but again, I wasn't doing full respecs. I was redoing some Paragon nodes. I think I respect a whole Paragon board. I changed up some skills, but I didn't completely alter my build. But yeah, I had to spec more into survivability to just sustain the fight. I had to learn to better play my build. That's another thing as well, right? I'm jumping in there with a build that I've not played before, so I'm learning how it works. I'm learning how the mechanics of the build work. I'm learning how the mechanics of the fight work. And again, I would almost advise a hardcore player, maybe just try softcore first, just to know what you're up against.
Well, I think most people that are hardcore players are going to be behind the curve because they can't take as many risks as softcore players. So, like, it's the same thing as whenever people killed Maven and, you know, Cirrus for the first time on hardcore. They had already seen kind of what the fight was.
I'm going to be super impressed with all you hardcore players who are going to, on your first go, survive all these fights. In general, things are well telegraphed, but it's a skill check. You're going to have split seconds to react to what you're seeing. And if you're not spec for survivability, there will be one-shots. At that point, I was playing a sorcerer, and I basically changed my build around to generate shields every time I used a cooldown, and I was timing my skills in cadence with the boss's attacks to ensure that I always had a shield up whenever one of his attacks were coming, because I had a lot of difficulty dodging some of the boss attacks. And again, if you're off by that fraction of a second, bam, it was enough damage to one-shot me if I didn't have my shield up. So again,
I do worry about that. There are some mechanics. It's like, you know that one boss in the stronghold that would shoot bats at you at melee range and like one-shot you if you weren't paying attention? I do feel like there are some mechanics, like Blizzard is one of the developers that values immersion more than gameplay. And I find that to be a bad thing. I think that there's nothing less immersive than a shitty mechanic or something that you can't really see very well. So hopefully that these mechanics that Riker is talking about will be very well telegraphed and easy to understand and see. I think Lost Ark is a great example of a game that can have incredibly difficult and very challenging mechanics, but simultaneously make them easy to see and easy to understand. Final Fantasy is another example. So we don't need to have, you know, black on black on black on black, right? Or gray on dark gray on light gray on gray on black on white. You know, like let's make it easy to see so people know what to do.
I wiped against that boss multiple times, but it felt so good to overcome the challenge and then unlock that highest tier difficulty. I would say that the capstone is on average more difficult than the average content of that world tier. That is, if you're just out, you know, in the open world, it's not like everything there is going to be as challenging as the capstone.
Yeah, of course.
That was another reason that I was trying to really muscle through to unlock it, because better loot drops in the next world tier.
Oh, and yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just, that makes sense, right? You want to go as high as you can. That way, like, you know, as soon as you beat this challenge, then you can get all the other rewards that are a little bit easier. Sure.
Loot is then going to start powering you up more. Now, to clarify, you don't need to even do your first capstone dungeon to start doing endgame content. You just only get access to Nightmare Dungeons and Helltide once you are in the World Tier 3 Nightmare. Before that, though, you could be doing the Whispers of the Dead. That's typically how you would get your first Nightmare Sigils. So Nightmare Sigils are used to open Nightmare Dungeons. You get your first of those via the bounties, the Tree of Whispers. In my case, I was given characters that had a full inventory of Nightmare Sigils, so that I didn't have to farm that stuff up. So Nightmare Dungeons will be a core part of the end game loop. You're going to start again by getting your first Nightmare Sigils. They're going to be like the tier 1 ones. They have different tiers.
I hope they don't make them hard to get. Every single league in PoE where it was hard to get maps was a shit league. Like, I hate it whenever it's hard to get maps. Like, right now, it's not like that at all, and it's great. I hate having to find
difficulty.
Maps.
You get your first via the Tree of Whispers. Then after that, once you are inside a Nightmare Dungeon, you can get other sigils to drop. That'll be for higher tiers. So I'm running a tier 1. Then inside, maybe I'll get a tier 2 or whatever, some higher tier, and it goes on and on.
Great.
That's generally how you're going to continue to farm your Nightmare Sigils. If at some point you're unhappy with the sigils that you have, you can break them down into crafting materials and craft your own nightmare sigils at the occultist. This could be either because you want higher...
Okay, so Nightmare Sigil is used to transform a dungeon into a Nightmare Dungeon, creates a sigil. Afflictions 3, so that's affixes, requires World Tier 3. Okay, alright, sure, that makes sense.
Higher tier ones, so you're gobbling down your lower tier ones to get higher tier ones, or you...
Riker does good video, basically never says bad things about what Blizzard, so he can't really trust what he says. Well, I'm not trusting what he says, I'm trusting what I'm hearing. Like, actually, that's probably a bad way to say it. Yeah, never mind. Let's undo that one. I'm not believing everything that he's saying. I'm just simply listening to it and making my own decision. Everybody, please let's try to get away from this world where you think that there are actually people that are unbiased or not. You have to listen to people, understand what they're saying, and make your own decision. I'm not listening to Riker because I want Riker to tell me what to think. I'm listening to Riker for the information that he's trying to explain with the Diablo 4 endgame, and then I make that decision myself.
I don't know, you hate the map, you hate the dungeon, or you don't like the affixes that roll, because there's randomization of the affixes that roll on those nightmare sigils.
Right.
Now, the sigils come in, I'm going to say tiers again.
I mean, they call them tiers, bro. I mean, it is what it is.
Nightmare sigils, and then there are torment nightmare sigils.
Okay.
That's the main distinction.
Is torment like corrupted?
In the nightmare tier ones, you can die up to 12 times before you fail, and then in the highest tier one, again, I'll call them the torment tier. I don't know what the proper term is. If there is one, you can only die 4 times. And yes, all the hardcore players.
You can only die 4 times. You can only die 4 times inside of a dungeon. I think that's pretty much fine. Like, if you're dying more than 4 times inside of one of these dungeons, it's probably because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Are, insulting us right now. I get it. So you're farming nightmare dungeons in order to get more sigils to run more and higher level nightmare dungeons to get more higher level loot. And also the main thing at the end.
And also, like, they have to have a death counter. This is the problem, right? Is that they have to have a death counter, because if they don't, what people are going to do is they're just going to keep throwing themselves at mobs and bosses until they clear the dungeon and get the better loot. And it will be like a very bad gameplay experience that, like, you're supposed to suicide onto these monsters over and over and over, and it takes you like 20 deaths to kill one monster, but it drops really good gear, so you still want to do it. It's like a very weird fucking way of playing the game. So they kind of have to do this. As much as I don't like death penalties, it's pretty much mandatory unless you want to have some hard item level cutoff, kind of like what New World has with mutations, where it's like if you don't have the item level, you simply can't do damage to certain NPC levels on mutation high levels, which is also, I think that's worse than having a death count.
End of a nightmare dungeon is you're going to level up your glyphs. Glyphs are things that you insert into your Paragon tree.
Yeah, I think the glyphs are great. I'm very happy. I mean, they're gems or jewels in PoE. Very happy to see this. This is nice.
They're some of the most powerful things, in fact, once leveled up sufficiently, that you'll have in your Paragon tree. So a core part of increasing your character's power will come from leveling up your glyphs. Finding glyphs, first off. Finding glyphs, finding the right glyphs for your build, and leveling them up. You can argue that it's similar to legendary gems in Diablo 3, but there's more complexity to it because you got...
That's true. Leveling them up. You don't really level anything up in PoE. You just buy a new one, other than maybe exalting or putting like an implicit on a jewel. But yeah, definitely.
Got to be inserting the glyphs into the Paragon board and in a slot that is meaningful. We'll talk more about glyphs in a bit here when we talk about the Paragon boards. Again, my main focus in playing the game was to understand, what am I going to be doing every day in Diablo 4? What is the experience going to be? Why am I doing the different activities that are available to me? Now, on average, the difficulty in Nightmare Dungeons, not nearly the same as in the Capstone dungeons. Capstone is definitely far more challenging.
I kind of like how there is like a benchmark, and if you can't play at this level, you can't get the rewards. But I kind of like how you don't always have to play at that level. It's not like this constant fucking meat grinder of like Inferno Diablo or like original Inferno Diablo, where you're just like, you have to be like fucking laser focused, dialed in, locked in, super fucking ready. Make one mistake, it's fucking over. Yeah, absolutely not. I'm glad that there's a little bit more chill content. That's probably a good thing, except for like probably at the highest tier of content. Let's see here. Yeah, Elden Ring being able to go to a different boss. Yeah, exactly. It's like once you hit that break point, you can move on.
But Nightmare Dungeons as well, I mean, you effectively get to make them as challenging as you want, given that you could unlock higher and higher Nightmare Sigils. So at baseline, that the baseline...
Yeah, I'm very glad, I want to say again, that the Nightmare Sigil dungeons stop at 20. Like, I don't want to go infinite fucking, there's like 700 affixes, they have, 7,000%. I just want to be able to beat the game.
Sigils are easy enough to run. And if you want to be farming more rapidly and more efficiently, then you can run lower tier sigils. But again, you're rewarded because you only have a finite number of resources of these sigils. You are rewarded for not just doing the easiest content over and over, but rather for, I guess, tackling the content that you can efficiently handle.
Well, you're always making a decision, right? Do you want to do harder content slower or easier content faster? And there's different builds that are good at each thing.
Efficiently, I suppose, an asterisk as we figure out what efficiently means in this game. In Diablo 3, efficiently means 2.5 to 5 minutes. But all this to say that Nightmare Dungeons are certainly things where you don't have to be slamming your head against difficulty-wise. The most challenging things that I experienced were those capstone dungeons. Now, one concern I have about the Nightmare Dungeons is that in the seasons, we'll probably want to do all the Nightmare Dungeons, or all the regular dungeons, rather, once, but only 30 will become Nightmare Dungeons every season, and that will rotate, so there'll be different Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, they're doing it like they do with WoW Dungeons, like Mythic Plus, which is, I think, probably a good thing.
Every season. My concern, I can already foresee people complaining, like, hey, how come we can only do these 30 dungeons out of the, 115? Why can't you just let us do all 115, or however many dungeons there are in the game as Nightmare Dungeons? Again, this is something that we'll only really realize after we experience the season. We'll find out whether the 30...
Yeah, well, I feel like for Mythic Plus, for example, I think that I think they were successful. It was successful because I didn't feel bad that I wasn't able to do all of the, like, the Dragonflight dungeons. I thought it was fine.
30 is enough or not, and I'm sure if it's not enough, they'll be open to increasing that number. So that pretty much covers the Nightmare Dungeons. Then there's Helltide. And Helltide is where you can target farm specific item drops. We'll explain why in a bit, as well as it's pretty much the only place...
that's the one with the boxes, and you can open up different boxes of like gloves or different boxes of fucking weapons, etc. I know Diablo 3 had something like this, where you're able to buy from like this like girl, and she would sell you... Oh yeah, well they had it in a Diablo 4 beta. Yeah.
You can get certain important crafting materials. So these, the Helltide and the Nightmare Dungeons, are part of your core gameplay loop at the end. You have reason for wanting to do both of them, and there are things in each that you cannot get in the other. That said, it sounds like XP farming will not be relegated to one or the other. I asked about this, and they said monster density should kind of be the same, so...
That's good, yeah. You don't want to make it to where one thing is just way easier to do. Somebody made a comment about this. I wanted to respond to it. Capstone dungeons are the most difficult content in the game is really bad. What incentive do I have to grind tier 4 whenever I've beaten the capstone dungeon to unlock it, which is the hardest thing in the game? Let me explain how I think it's going to work. This is how I believe that it's going to work. This is, I guess, like challenge. Yeah. ALLENGE. This is challenge, and this is difficulty. So I think that it's going to be like this. So the challenge is going to go up, and then you're going to have your capstone dungeon right here, and then it's going to go probably down, and then back up, and then you're going to have your next capstone dungeon, then it's going to go down, and then back up, and then you're going to have your next capstone dungeon, and it's going to go down. You guys see kind of what I'm saying, right? So, like, this is still going to be harder than the capstone dungeon, but you basically, you get over the hill, right? And you're moving downhill, but you don't only move downhill, right? This is capstone, let's say like 2, 3, and then 4. So there will be content in the game that's harder than the 4th capstone dungeon. Obviously there will be. But it's immediately after you are finished with the 4th capstone dungeon, you can enjoy the rewards of completing it. And then after you get, more geared in that 4th world tier, then you start taking on the challenges that are even farther beyond that capstone dungeon that you accomplished in order to get in there in the first place. This is the way I think they're going to design it, and I think it's fine. Are there pinnacle bosses? I think so. How much time between each one, I wonder? I don't know. But I think this is a good way to do it. Yeah, capstone dungeon equals an earned save point? Kind of. Let me think of, like, what is a good example of a capstone dungeon, like a threshold? Oh, fuck. I don't know. I'd have to really think about, like, what would be a good analogy for it. But it's kind of like in let's say, Dark Souls or Elden Ring, whenever you beat a really hard boss, and then after that hard boss, you're able to farm mobs more easily that can give you way more runes. Uberlab? Yeah, I think Uberlab is actually a really great example. Yeah. Because most of the time, whenever somebody does Uberlab, it's harder than anything that they have done before that.
It's not like in Diablo 3, for instance, where there is an activity to do that is the maximum XP farm. Asterisk, I'm sure pro gamers will find what is the most effective thing to do for XP farm, but...
I did that 10 years ago with Diablo 3. I made videos about it. Those were some good fucking days, boys. Man. And you know what? Back then, you know who one of the other guys that was making videos I was always competing against was? Fucking Riker. This guy was like, man, this guy makes as many videos as I do. What the fuck? This guy was making videos even back 10 years ago. I remember him.
From a design perspective, nothing is designed to be, oh, this is what you want to do to grind XP. So I think we didn't have time to really dive too much into it, but Helltide has a bunch of random events that can spawn within it that are different and distinct from the random events that naturally spawn in that zone. So Helltide is basically something that takes over an existing zone in the game. It, in addition to having the regular monsters spawn there, it starts to spawn demons. And in addition to that,
well, I thought regular monsters were also demons. But okay, yeah, I get what he's saying, right? They're special fucking demons.
Specific events, I think they override the regular zone events. So there's a few different Helltide events that can spawn. I'm not going to get into spoilers there. There's also roaming boss monster encounters that you can run into. It's overall, Helltide is pretty challenging. It's not slam your face against a wall challenging, but it...
I feel like Helltide is going to be a lot like the invasions in WoW. Like, Legion invasion and Legion, like the Horde and Alliance invasions in BFA, and I think there was the Maw invasions. I think they're going to be pretty easy. They'll probably have some elite mobs that are kind of hard to kill, but it's not really going to be super challenging. Isn't this just a tactic to keep people playing for a while, considering they won't play all dungeons and they'd have to wait maybe 4 months till they can do them again? I mean, maybe, yeah. I don't think that's really the reason why they're doing it. But, yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way, sure.
There's a marked increase in difficulty within Helltide and outside of Helltide. And I think I could talk about this. It wasn't touched upon in the stream. Again, there was just so much to talk about and not enough time. But, well, first off, to lay the foundation. Within the Helltide, you are collecting cinders, and those cinders are used to open up different chests that are found throughout the Helltide. They spawn...
Yeah, you find it's just very simple. They explained it in a good way. I think it's clean. It's a good way for them to design it. He has been watching for a couple years now. He's turned 18. Want to know if you're wishing me a happy birthday? Happy birthday, man. Welcome to taxes, health insurance, car payments, and a mortgage. Enjoy your stay.
In random locations, so your flow of gameplay within Helltide is kill your way
scheduling your own doctor appointments. Forgot that one.
Around exploring to find where the different chests are. Every chest will have an icon above it showing a gear slot like boots or two-handed weapon, and it'll show you the cinder cost to open that chest. So you're killing your way around, you're picking up cinders, and you're determining which chest do I want to open. Now there's, and again, I think I could say this, there's one chest that's randomly within the area. I'm not sure if it always spawns, but it is not marked on the map. And it's like a super secret chest. It's some kind of uber chest. And I think typically randomly roaming around the area near said chest is some uber boss. So high risk, high.
I am always super skeptical whenever I hear something like this, because this sounds like something that was cooked up in a room full of dudes agreeing with each other, talking about how great their ideas are. Let's see how this plays. I think the most important thing for like any of these systems is let's see the gameplay. Let's see how people actually respond to this content rather than imagining what's cool and what's not cool. So I'm very skeptical, especially whenever I hear language like that.
Reward, beware, you're encouraged to scout around, find things. Because again, if you die in Helltide, you lose half your cinders. They don't drop on the ground, they are gone.
Deleted.
Helltide lasts 1 hour, so my first Helltide, I joined in with only 20 minutes left, so I only could farm up a certain amount of cinders. But you want to be making choices again on, alright, what gear slot am I target farming for? If you're searching for unique items, for instance, you know exactly what unique you might be hunting for. Maybe a Shaco, a Harlequin crest, rather. You're going to be looking for that. You know, okay, helm. I got to find the helm slot. I'm going to go for that.
Right.
Or if you just have one slot that's really weak and you want to upgrade it, you can target farm for that. The odds of getting good rewards in general seems pretty good. And the spawn rate of Helltide seems to be 1 hour on, 1 hour off. So once one Helltide ends, the next one will start an hour later in another
I think that might be too fast, but we'll have to see what happens, right?
Location within the world. In the meantime, you could be doing your Nightmare Dungeons, you could be doing your Whispers, you could be doing world bosses, or if you happen to spawn at the right time. Now, on the topic of the cadence of 1 hour on, 1 hour off, I will note that in general, I'm someone who likes to have full agency over what I have access to playing in a game. I don't know how big of a deal is it. I mean, especially now, the way I play, it's not a big deal to have 1 hour off, but I used to be someone who wanted to just jump into a game, play for 15 minutes when I had time during the day. And I think
like I did this with PoE the other day, right? This is like before my stream yesterday. I logged on to PoE, I did a few maps, and it was fun, right? I played for maybe a half hour, an hour, and then I logged off. Now, I think having moment-to-moment gameplay like that is really nice to have.
If I were still that kind of gamer, I would be disappointed to hear, oh, I logged in, Helltide's not available right now.
Yeah,
here's one less thing that I have to do. Maybe I get lucky a few days in a row and every time I log into play, Helltide is off. I'm not sure how much of an issue it would be to just have Helltide on all the time in different zones in the game. I suppose the concern there might be that if it's always on, then people might only do
boring,
Helltide.
yeah.
But again, I'm not sure that's really much of a problem. If people want to do something, let them do it. The way it is
I do think that he's right about this, but this is the problem with imbalance, is that imbalance actually removes alternatives and removes other things that you can do. Because what really matters is that whenever somebody plays the game, if they know that the one thing they can do is, do this one activity and this is going to give you all the money, then that's the only thing they can do. It's kind of like in a game where like there's one overpowered character and then everybody just plays that one character. So that's why balance is important. Balance is important because it allows people to make a choice. Because whenever one character or one method of gameplay is just so much better, nobody else is going to do the other ones because it just completely outshines them. So it is important to make sure these things are balanced.
Now, I am okay with it. I'm just concerned if we're going to pave the way for a lot of things like this in the future that are all going to be on different schedules. One thing that I started to find tedious in Lost Ark, for instance, was, okay, at this time this does this, at that time that does that. I have a whole calendar. The game literally gives you a calendar. in order to keep track of upcoming things and ensure that, okay, I go to this island to do this at this time, and then I go there to do that at that time. I just want to play the game whenever I want, on my own schedule, on my own time, and not be gated out of activities.
I will disagree with this, actually. I think the way Lost Ark does timed events is totally fine. I have no issue with it. I think it's totally okay. Like, of the issues in Lost Ark, I don't even really think that one's on the list. I think there are a million islands that you can do that are not on a timer. Having some spontaneous, sporadic content, I think, does add an element of spice to things, even though I can understand what he's saying, that I don't have time to do it right now. Why can't I do it right now? And I do have time to do it right now. Why do I have to do it right now? Sure, I totally get it. But I do think it's probably better for the game that things happen spontaneous. It's on the clock. Yeah. I mean, I guess inconsistent, right? It's not on all the time. Spontaneous, you're right. It's on the clock. Bad word to use. But yeah, things that are available sometimes, but not always.
Based on different times.
Yeah, it's the first
If the concern is being able to do an activity too much, I would rather have some resource that I can farm in order to partake in the activity on my schedule. So let's say a Hell-Tide key that you unlock, and then bam, you consume it, and now a zone becomes Hell-Tide within your instance. For argument's sake, this doesn't have to be for Hell-Tide, but for other such events.
Right.
Some people suggest that for world bosses, for instance. And
I don't find this to be an issue. I really don't think it's a big deal. I'm also a person who plays video games all day, every day, and has very limited responsibilities outside of that are on like a specific time clock, right? I don't have to go to work at a certain time. I have responsibilities, but I kind of decide when those are going to happen. So maybe I am the minority here, but personally, I don't find it to be a big deal that certain events happen at certain times in a game. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as it's not like super, like there is a spectrum, by the way. And I'll give you an example of a bad spectrum. Mists of Pandaria world bosses. Do you remember whenever Galleon would spawn at the beginning of Mists of Pandaria, and there'd be like 8,000 people there, and he would die in 2 minutes, and it's like, if you're not there, it's over? That was so fucking garbage. So I do hope that you don't have things like that, but having bosses that spawn semi-regularly, I think, is okay.
That pretty much covers the core end-game gameplay loop. Now, how does that all tie into
sailing events,
progression? Well, this is related to sacred and ancestral items. So again, you're playing on veteran or normal difficulty. You have yet to unlock World Tier 3. You're only getting normal items. You're going to be fully decked out in legendaries probably by the time you finish the campaign. Otherwise, before completing your first capstone dungeon, you'll likely fill in all those slots.
Great. 2
legendaries, hopefully legendaries that are helping your build. You might even be leveling up that gear at the blacksmith to make that gear more powerful, but there is basically a finite amount of power that you can get from items below World Tier 3.
Sure.
Once you unlock World Tier 3, then bam,
big
sacred items can start dropping.
Okay.
These items are going to be on average better than the gear you've been able to find up to this point.
Yeah, I get it.
And this is when the gear stops leveling with you. You can get a drop that might be good all the way through level 70. So it's a little bit similar to Diablo 2.
This is like PoE as well. Like, there are times where I would get something in Act 6 and I would use it until red maps. Like, I just randomly get some really good pair of boots that has like 80 life, 2 res, and 30 move speed, or 25 move speed. Or 3 res and no move speed. And I just needed the res.
Complete normal, then you start playing on Nightmare, and now you get exceptional items that can start dropping. So again, the flow of progression is going to be, you're pretty much maxing out your normal gear by the time you unlock World Tier 3, and then you're going to start getting upgrades again, and as you're progressing your way up to about level 70-75 to get World Tier 3 unlocked, which again, I'm sure like super pro players will probably unlock it at lower level.
Oh yeah, I think people are going to get into World Tier 4 in like 2 or 3 days at most. I bet it's going to be super fucking easy.
Then the rest of us, mind you, they'll also be farming XP far more efficiently than the rest of us, so who knows?
And by the way, that's totally fine. Absolutely, totally, completely fine. Not a bad thing at all.
Wait. until the
maybe,
appropriate
yeah.
level to do it. But regardless,
I just don't know
your
how it works
flow
yet.
then is sort of starting the loop all over again of gearing progression where, okay, well, now you're getting your...
Somebody says, sorry, I don't want to pause again. Somebody says, he keeps talking about pro players. The reason why is that gaming communities are fixated around what pro players do much more so than like how a game really should play. So like if they see pro players, like I remember this in BFA where like rogues were really good in Mythic Plus, and if you were a rogue, you just got auto invited, and Shadow Priests were really bad in Mythic Plus, and if you were a Shadow Priest, you never got invited. Even though the truth is, Shadow Priests could do a plus 25 no problem. But just people follow trends. People are metagamers. That's what happens. So it shouldn't matter what pro players do, but what pro players do does massively influence how people play the game. It's like whenever, whenever a really popular build comes out in PoE, right? Let's say like Righteous Fire gets buffed and Pox is making 10 videos about Righteous Fire. Guess what? Fire maces that have +1 all fire skills are going to be costing a lot more fucking money that league. Mathel makes a video about a really good build. Guess what's going to be really fucking expensive? I remember somebody made a video about explodey totems is like that now, about cold iron points. People use those for golem builds. And guess what cold iron points were? 2 fucking divines. Whenever they should be 10C. It was crazy. The perception, the Mathel effect. There you go.
Your new drops you got to start looking at again. In my case, I wasn't really upgrading my gear because I was given a full suite of gear that was appropriate for my build. And so legendaries were not raining from the sky. They seemed to be dropping at an appropriate rate. I did see them, but the odds of getting a legendary that was good for my build was relatively low. So I would have to not only just find a base item that was an upgrade, I would also have to find a legendary essence to extract and put onto it, or otherwise just...
I don't mind that, by the way. I think building gear, I'm not a big fan of you have to drop gear. I think having gear drop that's like really, really fucking good randomly is awesome, but I think that it's probably better if you build and work towards gear.
An item that was altogether really strong. Another thing I should clarify,
if you're invested in
the affixes on the gear that I had were also well suited for my build. So now I was in a position where the items that are dropping, if they're not rolling, a bunch of good affixes, then it's a lot harder to replace just because some of the numbers are bigger when I'm losing some very important affixes on my gear, such as plus to skills. You do have a certain amount of agency in re-rolling that one property if you bring an item to the mystic or whatever the character is called that lets you enchant an item and re-roll one property. But nonetheless, I was going from a build that pretty much had all the properties that were useful to me to then needing to find items that would have only one bad property that I can then re-roll. roll into something good. I anticipate this to not be the case for most people. I doubt by the end of normal or...
And by the way, you can buy these because these items are tradable. Yellow items are tradable.
Veteran or whatever difficulty, I doubt you'll be in a position where your gear is perfect, and so it should be a lot easier to find replacements and gear upgrades as you move into World Tier 3. You will, however, start to face some decisions on, well, this is a much better weapon. I'm dealing a lot more damage, but I would lose a certain legendary power because I'm going to be swapping out.
That's good. Making decisions like that is good because it gets you thinking about the game.
This legendary weapon for a rare weapon. In the case of a weapon, I think the damage is generally worth it, depending on what that legendary affix is going to be. And this is also now when unique items can start dropping at World Tier 3. Now, then once you unlock World Tier 4, this cycle effectively repeats itself. Now you're unlocking the highest tier, the ancestral items, and again, probably by the time you're there, your gear is in pretty good shape, and you'll now be able to start upgrading it once again. But I imagine throughout World Tier 3, it's not that all of your gear is instantly garbage. It's not like your World Tier 1.
Although we call this land the Barrens, to one who knows where to look, this place teems with life. Lakotamani is called Earthshaker in our language, and his steps are like gathered thunder. He is with you now, and his courage mingles with yours. Together there is no conflict you cannot face. Walk tall, adventurer. Walk tall, Earthshaker. Adventurer, Melor Stonehoof has heard of your deeds, and has set a path before you. If you wish to take it, then go to Thunder Bluff and speak with Melor. You will find him on Hunter's Rise.
Physics, eh? Can't say I trust him, but this information seems good enough. What I wouldn't give to have the venture company out of my hair. They do come up with some good machines, though. I can't deny that we've benefited from using some of the improvements they've devised. The matter of this gnome that has been hired by the venture company has caused a bit of a stir in Undermine. The trade princes do not approve of Razdunk's consorting with this Gurenzo. Riddlevox has asked me to take care of the problem, and I'm sure he was instructed to do so by one or more of the trade princes. Of course, the director didn't tell me that. Let's just say I have a hunch. Whatever the case, Gurenzo must be removed, and it would be a fitting test to have physics take care of him. You got them! Thank you! I'll have these sent to Dizzywig and get them shipped to Booty Bay. I can already taste the profits. Here's your cut, adventurer. I couldn't have made this deal without you. Blue leaf tubers are a delicacy around the world, but they're rare, very rare. The only place to find them is here in the Barrens, deep in the earth, in Razorfen Crowl. And even then, they're impossible to find unless you know just where to look. That's why I've trained these snuffle-nosed gophers to find them for me. They have great noses and can smell a tuber from 50 paces away. It won't be easy, but if you get me some tubers, I'll pay you handsomely.
Adventurer, you take my task seriously, and for that I thank you. Although my desire for revenge remains, I can at least smile seeing that the Quillbores have felt pain themselves. Ha! Well done, adventurer, very well done! I wasn't sure you were up to the task, but you've proved yourself quite the cutthroat. Thank you again for helping us suppress the harpy epidemic. Here is your reward. Use it well. You've done so well for me, adventurer. You're a regular Lucky Rabbit's Foot, and there's something I want you to see. The harpies are not from around the Barrens. They come from a place called Stonetalon, far to the northwest of here. Though it is probably a dangerous place for you, I need this letter delivered to an old friend of mine who lives there, a witch doctor by the name of Jinzil. He'll be happy to know that Serena Bloodfeather is dead, and I think you'll find Stonetalon an interesting place. This fang is merely a token, but what it represents is profound. Ishamuhali's strength is in you, adventurer. May you use it with temperance. That is your burden. That is your honor. Now, adventurer, you must face the great thunder lizards. So large are the beasts, the ground rumbles as they stomp across the plains. Take care as you fight them, for one false step, and you may find yourself beneath their feet. You will find the thunder lizards in the southern Barrens. They are known as storm snouts, storm hides, and thunderheads. Return to me after you have bested them. Your strength impresses me, adventurer. Your willingness to embrace the hunt gives me confidence that you could move on to bigger game and bigger challenges. The forests of Ashenvale represent a vast untamed wild that the Horde seeks to impose its own will upon, both politically and spiritually. If you seek to prove yourself in an unproven land, seek the guidance of Senani Thunderheart in Splinter Tree Post. The outpost is due north of the path leading from the Barrens. It is good to see you return with proof of victory, and it is good to know you have done so with your bones unbroken. The Thunderhawk adventurer is a fierce beast. It is time for you to face them. You must find where it roams, and bring me its wings as proof of your successful hunt. Do this, and your time with me will near its end. The thunder lizard Oatanka is called Blue Bolt by the Tauren, for within him resides a speed that belies his size. It is said that lightning struck Blue Bolt long ago, and, fed from the sky's rage, the great beast's energy is without limit. May his energy flow through you, adventurer, for you now keep pace with Oatanka. You are here for my trial, adventurer? To pass this trial, you must travel south to the Field of Giants. There you will find a host of crawling insect creatures. They are new to the Barrens, and I do not like what they herald. Bring me their still twitching antennae and waste no time, adventurer, for harvested antennae will not twitch for long. Bring me the antennae in the time allowed, and you will pass the trial. You, like the Thunderhawk, should be proud. You have bested every foe we set you before, and have done so with strength, courage, and honor. But your path, adventurer, continues. In fact, you will find that true hunters forever strive, forever walk their path with the same pride you have shown me. Now it is time to move on. You have hunted the beasts of the Barrens. Your spirit is strong, but a hunter must always be prepared. A true hunter can stalk prey down any path. Mountains and swamps will not sway him, not even the sea. Find my sister Marin. She hunts the great water beasts along the coast. She will be your teacher in their ways, but be wary in your search for her, for the Barrens coast is held by humans. So, adventurer, you have come. Now, are you prepared to journey through distant lands? If so, young adventurer, then listen on. At times we hunt for food. At times we hunt for honor. And at times we hunt to earn the Earth Mother's teachings. But the hunt I now set upon you is none of these things. It is to slay a creature outside the Earth Mother's blessing. The hyena Steel Snap roams the Thousand Needles south of the Barrens. He is a tyrant, attracting other hyenas to him and spreading fear and bloodshed among more peaceful beasts. Find Steel Snap, adventurer. Find him and defeat him.
Bravely done, adventurer. We may ultimately need the wisdom of Tauren elders to calm the spirits of Stone Talon, but ridding the venture company of its personnel is a good first move against them.
Grundig Darkcloud is dead. Adventurer, I will always be grateful for what you've done here today. Kaya is alive, adventurer. I have you to thank for rescuing her. Tell Tamra Winfield, Kaya's aunt who's at Sunrock Retreat, about the good news. Kaya is alive. We had thought she was lost after the brutal attack on our village. Follow the path to the west to get to Sunrock Retreat.
To truly tend the spirits of Stone Talon, we must consult the Tauren elders. I do not know many of their leaders' names, but I do know of one, Magatha. I have heard that she is very old and she knows much. If anyone can marshal spiritual aid from the Tauren, it is she. Magatha resides in the Tauren capital of Thunder Bluff on Elderrise, the city's northeastern bluff. Speak with Magatha and tell her of the peril of Stone Talon Mountains. There is a relation to the spiritual magic of shamans and the natural magic of druids. This is why we shamans can hear the plea of the spirits of Stone Talon. Many of their whisperings are lost to me, but one message, one vision is clear. I saw a vision of two man-shaped machines in Windshear Crag, northwest of Greatwood Vale, felling trees with impossible speed. These metal beasts must be stopped. In my vision, the machines were marked with strange symbols. XT 4 and XT 9.
So excited I am! 3 little cages for 3 little elves! But what shall we do with our lovely tree-hugging friends? Why, let's give them a taste of, what do they call it? Forest magic. I'll need a good mess of Stone Talon sap. From those horrid felines, bring me some twilight whiskers, This calls for plenty of coarser eyes, of course. Can never have enough eyes. Oh, and lest we forget, a precious scale from a fey dragon. Hurry to Stone Talon Peak, adventurer, so I can brew some forest magic. Ah, a letter from Darsok. I have not heard from him in many years. So the last of the Bloodfeathers are dead, eh? That is good news. I can remember when my friend Rokan went with that crazy Moknathal to kill her older sister. Ah, to be young again, like you.
Sweet, Mon. Good news. Perhaps we will have fewer unwanted dinner guests tonight. Many thanks, adventurer. We are forever in your debt.
My goodness! My niece Kaya is alive! That is good news indeed. Thank you, adventurer. Industrial greed and continuous war have wrecked the lands of Stone Talon. Only the blessings of the Earth Mother can cure such injury. Adventurer, I will require you to seek a special seed, the Gaia seed. They are only found here in Stone Talon Mountain, north of Sunrock Retreat at Murkfallen Lake near the water's edge. Once you bring me the seeds, I will imbue them with shamanistic power to speed their growth.
Eliminate Garenzo. Now there is a prospect that I have no objections to. Gnomes are bad enough as it is, but what I learned about Garenzo only makes it worse. Apparently, he was one of the head engineers in Gnomerigan, where he was working on their secret project. We could never infiltrate Dunmarok well enough to find out specific details. It was a failure. Our reports say that whatever it was literally exploded in their faces. I met Garenzo once, but let me tell you, he's not easy on the eyes. His flesh looks like it's rotting away, and he's grafted metal and gears onto his body, replaced some of his limbs with mechanical ones. Northeast of here, far above Cragpool Lake, up near the water wheel, is where Garenzo watches over the entire site. There's no way I could fight my way up there, not to mention take on Garenzo. But you look like you might be able to make it. If you kill him for me, I'll make it worth your while.
Vorsha the Lasher, the fiendish hydra that roams the seas. She has attacked our outpost, each time unprovoked, laying waste to anything that falls in her path. But I am ready, adventurer. I have prepared to best the hydra and end these attacks on Zoramgar. The Naga honor the wicked nature of this beast with a brazier that remains lit on an island just off the coast. I believe that if we put it out, Vorsha will appear in anger. We will need help, so be sure to bring some strong allies. The Thistlefur furbogs are threatening our expansion. Thistlefur village to our east blocks the way between us here and the Splinter Tree post. It's a path that would circumvent the village of Astranar. Without it, we give the Alliance an extra expansion path. Adventurer, we must not allow an expansion path gap. Proceed to Thistlefur Village and thin out the furbogs. You will be given compensation for this task, but more importantly, you will be doing your duty for the Horde. I have witnessed many Naga attacks since I arrived here. It puts my mind at ease that Vorsha will no longer roam freely. We are in your debt, adventurer.
The Galek Centaur in the Thousand Needles are protecting an artifact from the time of the Centaur's creation. We would like to retrieve it, but we require a phial of water from one of the Night Elves' moon wells. To collect the water, you will first need to obtain one of the phials carried by the Dryads near the Rainwood Retreat in the heart of Ashenvale Forest. There is a moon well near the western bank of the Falfaran River, south of the main road, where you can fill the phial.
I bid you greetings. You are here seeking counsel? The Tauren have a bond with the land, and it pains me to hear of Stone Talon's plight. But I fear that to heal the land, we must first remove the disease upon it. Is it not fortunate, then, that the Forsaken are allied with us? They know much of disease. I believe they can aid us, and by doing so, they will strengthen the trust between our people. Speak with Apothecary Zama. She is a scholar and an emissary of the Forsaken. You will find her in the pools of vision below the Spirit Rise.
Magatha sent word of your coming, adventurer. Although my heart beats no longer, I still feel sorrow for the spirits of Stone Talon. The Forsaken are eager to offer what help we can. To rid Stone Talon of the Venture Company, we must take extreme measures. Extreme, but without bloodshed. A colleague of mine may have just the tool we need. His name is Leiden. He dwells in the town of Taran Mill in the Hillsbrad foothills, in the distant land of Lord Aeron. To reach Hillsbrad, travel by Zeppelin to our capital, the Undercity, then go north to Tirisfal Glades, southwest to Silverpine, and south to Hillsbrad. Seek Lydon and bring him this note. It details our needs to him.
Hey, adventurer. I've been sent to the crossroads to watch over the land and take note of its happenings for my masters in Orgrimmar. One object of my studies are the insect-like creatures found to the south in the Field of Giants. We know little of the creatures, so I'll be making it a point to discover more. They seem to have intelligence to them, more so than any normal animal. Take this digging claw and collect some of the creatures' eggs from their mounds. But be careful. If alerted, they will attack you.
Have you ever been to Ashenvale to the north? The Horde has recently set up an outpost on the Zoram Strand there, and we can always use some new recruits to help defend our new fronts. If you think you are up to it, see Kadrak in the Northern Barrens at the Watchtower.
Ashenvale is a divided land, but our most recent efforts have been very successful. We not only have an outpost at the Zoram Strand, but another just north of here called Splinter Tree. I recently deployed a few scouts into Ashenvale, and I need a runner to take them their orders and bring me back a report of what they have observed. Your first stop should be the Zoramgar outpost, along the coast to the west, at the Zoram Strand, to locate the first runner. You also need to stop at Splinter Tree Post to the north and along the road to the east near Ajara. You will find a scout and an outrider there. Give them each a report, and from them, get an update on their findings.
The Royal Apothecary Society is under extreme pressure from the Dark Lady to develop a new plague. We are working diligently and have made much progress. It is our belief that the success will be achieved much faster if we share information amongst the society. For that reason, I want you to deliver my latest findings to Apothecary Lydon in Taran Mill, a small town nestled in the Hillsbrad foothills. The journey will be a long one. Head south and stick to the roads. Follow the signs closely. Arthas's numbers are overwhelming, but with a new plague we could eradicate both the Scourge army and the human infestation once and for all. My studies have proven that spider blood combined with a toxin derived from a grizzled bear heart results in a deadly elixir. Collect samples from the spiders in the skittering dark to the northwest, and from the bears wandering throughout the Silverpine forest. Deliver the reagents to Master Apothecary Farinell of the Royal Apothecary Society in the Undercity.
Be silent and pay attention, adventurer. I was sent to this position in order to survey the town of Hillsbrad. My mission is one of reconnaissance. It is imperative that you send word to High Executor Darthalia in Taran Mill at once. Let her know that I, Deathstalker Lesh, send the following message. The raven's cry from the west doth beckon. Follow the road to the east and pay close attention to the signs. Now hurry! Off you go to Taran Mill, and with urgency, I might add.
A note from Zama. Her needs must be great to send word from so far. Let us see what she says. Ah, splendid. I know exactly what to do. I will create a toxin to bleed the violence from the Venture Company, rendering them weak and docile. That should fix the Horde's problem in Stone Talon, yes. But to create the toxin, I will need the blood of innocents, a difficult ingredient to obtain. Fortunately, the Syndicate, a group of human brigands in this area, employ shadow mages. And those mages collect innocent blood for their own unsavory purposes. You can find the Syndicate shadow mages in Durnholder Keep to the southeast. Most excellent. Apothecary Renferrell has my utmost respect. I am anxious to study his work. Ah, another wretched day in Taran Mill. All of this clean air puts me in such a foul mood, adventurer. The sooner we can plague the humans here, the better. I've been conducting intense studies on possible killing agents to use in my concoctions, but I haven't the time to collect them all. If you want to make yourself of use, procure the following items for me. 10 grey bear tongues, and the very rare and hard-to-find Creeper Ichor. You'll find both bears and creepers just outside of Taran Mill. flowers are blooming in Hillsbrad and the air is so fresh and brisk. I can't help but to wallow in the misery of it all. I look out my grimy window and long for the day when our new plague brings this world the death it deserves. As much as I would love to sit and brood all day, my duty to the Dark Lady calls. Help me, would you? My research leads me to believe I can make the most splendid death brew with the blood of a mountain lion. Bring some to me and we'll have a little fun.
The raven's cry from the west doth beckon. Superb news. Hillsbrad is ripe for attack. We can carry out our plan of destruction now. Very Mathras will be pleased.
Stand at attention while addressing me, adventurer. I am under direct command of Varimathras. We are to quell the human infestation until our apothecaries can develop the new plague. Our information leads us to believe that the town of Hillsbrad is vulnerable to attack. Your first assignment is aimed at disrupting their food supply and infrastructure. Travel west. Raid the northernmost farms of Hillsbrad Fields. Make sure that the landowners, Farmer Ray and Farmer Getz, are executed as well.
Me and some other warriors were sent by the war chief to retrieve an object from Durnhold and to investigate this so-called syndicate. We went to Durnhold to take a look around, but we were taken by surprise by a large number of the humans. We fought bravely, but their sheer numbers were enough to defeat us. They took a few of us captive, but I was able to escape. Durnhold is just southeast of here, across the river. Drool and Togathar are being held there. You must go and rescue them.
Stand at attention while addressing me, adventurer. I am under direct command of Varimathras. We are to quell the human infestation until our apothecaries can develop the new plague. Our information leads us to believe that the town of Hillsbrad is vulnerable to attack. Your first assignment is aimed at disrupting their food supply and infrastructure. Travel west. Raid the northernmost farms of Hillsbrad Fields. Make sure that the landowners, Farmer Ray and Farmer Getz, are executed as well.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
You just toss it all out and pick up everything and it's all upgrades. You will be holding...
Yeah, I didn't like that with Lost Ark. How you would get this like really good gear, you'd work towards all of your gear in like tier 2 and tier 1, and then the moment you hit the item level for and I think that's a good example, right? It's like tier thresholds in Lost Ark from tier 1 to 2 or 2 to 3. It's like as soon as you hit the item level for that, all of your good gear from tier 2 that you invested so much in is just literal garbage compared to blues in tier 3. And it's like the content is like you just got done doing Alaric Sanctum, an 8-player raid, and then you do a Chaos dungeon and it gives you 302 item level gear, 1302 item level gear. It's like already better. What the fuck? Right? I think that's kind of silly.
Holding on to stuff. Maybe there's going to be a legendary affix that you can't find again, so you need to hold on to a certain item that's key to your build. And similarly, moving into World Tier 4, maybe there's going to be some unique you found in World Tier 3 at level, 51 that you don't want to get rid of. Maybe that's your GG item for the rest of, all the way up to level 100. You might have a few gear slots that you're going to be holding on to because, I got these really good rolls.
Remember whenever I got that fucking, that life ring from Mirror of Kalandra that had like, fucking 170 life on it, and I never replaced it for the entire league, and I got it at like level 50? That was insane. It had 2 resists at like
even though
50%.
Technically better items are dropping, it's not like there's such a thing as gear score that is more than just a number. It's not like a higher level item is inherently superior than a lower level item. Affixes will matter. It's just that the higher tier items, the ancestral items, can roll higher stats. Also, some uniques are going to be far rarer than others, is another thing to bear in mind. Now, I didn't get to experiences because it's only something that comes from months of playing the game, but it does sound like this is the god drop that I've always been hoping for. You have some items that are super rare.
I'm not sure if they should have, like, I think that really a Tyrael's Might, you know, a Diablo 2 Tyrael's Might, is that something that you really want to see? I don't really want to see something that's that rare. However, I do want to see something that's extremely rare, like Mage Blood, or like, let me think, like a Brass Dome, Mage Blood, Headhunter, Aegis Aurora. I think those are the ones I can think of right off the top of my head. So the reason why is that all of those items you're able to get in other ways. So I think that, like with divination cards, for example, like Apothecary or Doctor or whatever, right? Like as long as you can get these items in another way, it's totally fucking fine.
Or at least more rare than all the other items, such that when you get one, you feel
but not just
so
like farming
awesome to have found it. This is something that I was hoping for D4. Sounds like it should be in the game. All right, now for the Paragon boards. I was someone who, when I first saw the Paragon boards, you know, I guess a while ago, I wasn't terribly impressed with them. I just sort of had the idea that, okay, it's going to be a board with some like random, you know, selection of pseudo-random attributes, lots of +2 basic stats, and then you're going to have that legendary node that is probably going to be the only real interesting thing on the Paragon board. But I had my eyes opened when I saw the assortment. I think every class gets, I want to say, 7 to 8 Paragon boards. They are all themed around that central legendary power. And that's the part that made them really interesting to me. I started to now, it completely changed my perspective on Paragon boards. I started to think of it more like, it's almost like an ascendancy class in PoE, or a prestige class in Dungeons & Dragons, or, you know, Last Epoch has its specialization class as well, sort of thing. You know, not quite to that extent, because you can select eventually multiple boards, but on the Necromancer, for instance, like, okay, here's a board that is for the ultimate minion Necromancer.
Sure.
So that central legendary node does something very powerful. I think on average, the legendary powers on the Paragon board are more powerful than legendary affixes. So this is something significant. By the way,
that's
the legendary
I didn't expect that. I thought they would be pretty minimal.
Power or unique power on a unique item is a couple times. It's some multiplier on average more powerful than a legendary power. Just to put some sense of scale in there. So you have, in order of increasing power, I believe you have your basic legendary powers, you have your Paragon board legendary node,
uniques?
And then you have your unique affix, or unique legendary power. That would be the most powerful of the three.
Yeah.
On average. But going back to the Paragon board, so again, you have your Summoner Necromancer. That legendary power is something that is comparable to, in design, a legendary power on an item, but a little bit more powerful. And then you have your rare and your magic nodes that are thematically tied in. So the least interesting thing on the Paragon board is just the basic nodes, where it's just +2 different stats. And there's no such thing as main stat in D4. You could want different stats on your character for different reasons, whether you're going for more crit, or whether you're going for more resource generation, or what have you. Sometimes even your glyphs will make you want to build for a certain stat.
I think when he's talking about like main stat, we're talking about like willpower, stamina, or like vitality, strength, and dexterity. I don't think we're going to see a lot of intelligence builds with warriors. Like, obviously, the secondary stats are going to have different reasons.
There are mechanics within the Paragon board that turn on or activate based on how much of a certain stat you have. So you might find yourself building a stat for the sole purpose of unlocking a better effect on the Paragon.
Or they'll put you in chains.
From a design perspective, this was the idea of, okay, in D2, for instance, there are certain items that you cannot equip unless you have X strength. They wanted to take that same concept, but make it less punishing and move it elsewhere. So they have it on the Paragon board where, well, if you don't have this amount of a certain affix, you won't get this more powerful bonus effect.
Okay.
So to use as an example, on the Paragon board for the Ultimate Summoner Necro, The legendary power could be something like your minions deal 10% more damage for each minion type you have. Thereby encouraging you to use all the different minions and rewarding you for doing so. Then your individual rare nodes could be stuff like plus, 15% damage to skeletal mage. And then the blue nodes could be something like plus 5% to minion armor. But they're basically all themed, again, outside of the regular nodes, they're all themed around the central theme and fantasy of the Paragon board. Now, one issue with the Paragon boards is you can't plan ahead. There's currently no planner built into the game. So once you unlock the Paragon boards, well, now you might want to completely change your build, or otherwise...
I think there should be a planner. I don't know why games don't have that. It doesn't make any sense to not have that. It's like, just like... I don't know why so many video games have this fixation into leading their players into a trap. Please stop doing this.
I guess what you would do is you would see what build am I running now, which Paragon board best fits the playstyle that I'm going for. Alternatively, you might say, oh dang, this is a really powerful Paragon board, or now that you're seeing them all, you might decide, okay, I want to combine these and I'll completely respec my build around the Paragon board. Overall, I definitely hope that at some point they can add into the game a Paragon board planner. I'm sure that there will be external resources, websites that people can go to in order to do this planning. I just like when things are available to us within the game, the less you need to tab out or have a second monitor up to do things.
You should never have to utilize a third-party website to play the game. Every time that you have to tab out of a game is, I think, a fuck-up by the game. I think it's the same thing with WoW. I think that PoE, like, there are a lot of things with PoE that they do not need to be that complicated. It does not make the game better. Nearby, close, far, less, more, increased, reduced, increased, added. It does not have to be like this. Please, Chris, fucking fix this in PoE 2. Should not have to use, like, bro, fucking Path of Building. I was gonna open it up. I don't want to open it up. I'll open it up right now. Look at this shit. This is how you play Path of Exile. What the fuck is this? This is insane. There's more fucking, like, look at all of this. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What's your Wardwood DPS at? I don't know. Let me run 5 simulations and I'll tell you, an approximation of it. Obviously, I think that that kind of stuff is cool in a way. But I think that games that you should have Path of Building, but it shouldn't feel like it's mandatory. And I feel like with PoE, it feels like it's too mandatory. But in general, and I said the same thing with WoW, is that you should never have to tab out to do a, to download an add-on. You should never have to use an add-on in WoW.
I think in general empowers players. Just not everyone is going to go do that. Not everyone
Trixion
will
is
go
great
to
in
these
Lost
other
Ark.
websites
Really good point.
And use build planners and whatnot. I feel quality of life stuff should be in the game itself and not have to come from the community. I love community resources, don't get me wrong. I always love when the community comes and adds to the game.
But they should not be mandatory.
But
and then the worst part is whenever the developer uses community resources as a crutch to not make the game more playable for average people. That is it's so bad. That's the worst thing, is whenever the developer goes and they make the game worse and they don't improve the quality of the base game because they assume that people will figure out third-party solutions for it. I'm not thinking about any specific game. Thinking about 2 specific games.
That stuff generally should be in the game by itself. One of the issues is that you can't look at what the Paragon boards are unless you are currently at a gate node. That's one of the nodes that'll connect to a new Paragon board. So it just makes it more difficult to plan when you can't be just bringing up a menu that shows you the Paragon boards unless you are literally in the process of adding a point to unlock a new Paragon board.
It's silly.
But overall, I was someone who previously didn't think the Paragon system was that interesting until now I got a more holistic look at the Paragon system, and now I find it far more interesting.
After seeing the preview.
So again, I got to play all 5 classes. Going into the week, my order of preference of the classes. Rogue was my favorite, followed by Necromancer, Sorcerer, Barbarian, and...
Yep! That's just about right. Uh-huh. Remember I said, oh, it's gonna be different at max level. Guys, it's gonna be different. Oh, you don't understand. It's gonna be, uh-huh. Yeah, I bet it is.
Druid and Dead last, with the Barbarian and the Druid being classes that I wasn't crazy about, and the other 3 being classes that I enjoyed and would want to play.
We're playing a Barbarian on release. Barbarian is the black swan that will it will bloom into a fucking flaming phoenix of destruction and rebirth. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be amazing. We're playing Barbarian on release, 100%.
I think that order has completely reversed.
Might have to quit
now.
the game though if it doesn't go well.
I still believe I'm going to start with a rogue simply because rogues have super mobility, but that mobility becomes less meaningful when the content becomes more challenging. Mobility is always important for evading damage, but
I would disagree with this, by the way. I think mobility is the strongest defensive stat in every single video game, but okay. It depends on how you want to play.
Hypermobility lets you get more rapidly from quest to quest, so I think it's going to be the fastest to go through the campaign, but you start dropping a lot of those mobility powers when you're facing higher difficulty things in order to deal more damage or have more damage mitigation. So my
He is right that if it's like Diablo 3, you will reach damage sponges. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. He's got more experience with it than I do.
5 character was my rogue. That might be why that was my least favorite, just because I really slammed my head against the wall difficulty-wise. My favorite was, I played 2 different druid builds. My favorite was the permanent werewolf stormcaster druid. It felt so good. I was never at resource loss. The build just gelled. Now, I need to stress, I was given...
I love how he has to give a fucking... a disclaimer. He's been talking for 30 minutes, no disclaimers. The moment he starts talking about Druid, he's like, okay, guys, listen. All right, so listen, you have to contextualize this. All right, so basically, it's not like, okay, this is what it's really like.
Fully synergized items and toolkits. These were fully put together and thought through builds. So what is the experience with just random gear on and a random build? I can't speak to that.
I can.
But I just love the gameplay flow of that druid build. It felt so smooth. Which was in stark contrast to my experience in the beta.
Yeah.
And then my second favorite was a barbarian. It was a berserking build.
Okay.
It all revolved around benefiting from berserking as much as possible and buffing berserking. And again, it felt really good to play, really smooth. I'm not crazy about melee in general, so it was a step down from the druid.
I can see a lot of people probably like melee in a lot of ARPGs doesn't feel good.
With regards to just what I enjoy playing, but the build felt good. Then my third remained the sorcerer. I played a lightning build. And to clarify, the build that I was playing has all the changes that they listed from the last patch that we covered last week. So it wasn't the same, overpowered lightning sorceress that we had in the beta. Yeah, sorcerer.
Of course, it's going to be the same overpowered lightning sorcerer. It's the same as Arc. Arc is one of the best spells in PoE. Like, bro, what are we even talking about? You're talking about a spell that auto-aims. A spell that auto-aims and chains to other mobs that it auto-aims to. Scale that, and it's the best spell in the game.
Remained as my number 3.
Come on.
And then my number 4 was the Necromancer. The Necromancer, I was given it was a blood army build.
What the fuck?
And so it was this combination of using Blood Lance while also having minions. It was a pet build that also had me doing some of the active damage. Now, nerfs were made to minion survivability. I definitely felt that. My minions...
I'm very much not a fan of the resummoning minions. I'm very concerned this is going to be tedious and unfun.
Pretty much only died against a Shava back in the beta. They otherwise are almost always up. Now my minions were dying quite regularly. I was having to resummon them. I'm not going to say constantly, but regularly as I'm going through. I would say that I never really reached a scenario where I was out of corpses. Or, that's not fair to say, no. I would be out of corpses sometimes, but I had a lot of means of generating corpses.
Okay.
So sometimes I wasn't at full minions. I had maybe a couple out, but on average, I was generating enough corpses at a regular enough rate to be replenishing my army. Minions, or Minion Necromancer, will remain non-targetable, as in it's Diablo 2 style where your minions just go out and do whatever they want, as opposed to Diablo 3 style where you can point to an enemy and your minions will target that enemy.
I don't know why you can't have a unique that says whenever you cast Bloodlance or Bone Spike, all of your minions attack the primary target of the Bone Lance or Bloodlance, or Bone Spike or Bloodlance. Why can't you have that? They probably will. I hope they do. I think there should be a unique like that.
That's not my preferred playstyle, but that's the decision they wanted to go with. There are people that like dumb minions that'll just go do their own thing. And again, not my preference, so
Yeah,
I don't really
like
see
that.
myself going Summoner Necro. I really like that ability to point at an enemy and say, please attack this.
Get they
That
ass.
said, it's not that I had a lack of things to do. I could still be, again, I had my Bloodlance, so I was still actively doing quite a bit of stuff during the combat. I'm just not fond of the haphazard nature of minions just being this chaotic force that are doing whatever they want and not being able to target something in priority. Because Diablo 4 is a game where you often do want to be targeting things in priority. So I could imagine on a full minion build where you have no damage yourself, you know, maybe a Blood Cyst is going to appear on screen and you just gotta hope and pray that your minions are going to go attack it before it explodes and kills you. It would be cool if maybe they could
Yeah, it just sucks.
at least add a legendary power or a unique somewhere that lets you choose to target. Maybe it'll do it that once you're at max minions, instead of summoning a skeletal priest, it'll send your minions to attack. And it doesn't have to be the zoom mode like in Diablo 3 where your skeletons all instantly surge over, but just, you know, target this and they meander over and priority take down that target before any other.
Sure.
So I think that pretty much
yeah.
covers the gameplay portion here. I'll say if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. I'll try to answer, or come by my Twitch streams and we can have live discussions about things. Overall, I definitely gained a more robust understanding of what are we going to be doing day in, day out in Diablo 4. Overall, I had a great time. I'm glad I got to ask your most upvoted questions, and soon enough the game will release and you'll have a lot of these questions answered for yourself. So that's going to wrap up this overly long and rambling video as I am still recovering from my travels, but I'm going to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please share it, check out these other videos, and subscribe to join Riker's Raiders for more Diablo content.
I feel like that video for me was like 2 hours. Like I had so much stuff to say during that video, it was insane. Yeah, bro, I've been going on for a while about this because we haven't talked about Diablo 4 for like a week. I've had a lot of shit to say. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what this stuff is going to be. And I think that honestly, Blizzard can, you know, they can have all the ideas they want, but let's see the game come out and let's see how it actually plays. And then we'll get a real idea of what to expect. Because before then, you're just talking shit. So yeah, 34-minute video. Yeah, fucking 2 hours and 34-minute video. Riker's great. We love Riker. Again, this guy is a paragon. No pun intended of the Diablo community. He has been for a long time. Make sure to give him some support if you like Diablo videos. He's been putting out good content for literally a decade. So there you go. 4x length of video. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of stuff to say, man. One does not simply waltz into capstone dungeons. Yeah, I think that capstone dungeons being really hard and then things getting a bit easier after that, it's probably going to be a little bit more relaxing and a lot cleaner. So I'm glad to see that, for sure. Calls out the most illiterate people to argue with. Almost the entire chat was disagreeing with him, and he had many well-written arguments in chat. Instead of reading any of these, which at quick glance were much more well-written, he chooses to pick the guy that has misspellings and incorrect grammar for an easy win. Made me wonder if Asmongold opts to engage in arguments with those that have less polished communication skills rather than engaging with a more well-articulated argument that could provide a legitimate debate. After all, wouldn't it be more interesting for viewers to see a robust discussion that challenges his views rather than an easy win over someone who struggles with language skills? I think both of them can be entertaining. So no, I don't pick people out that are stupid. Like, sometimes I will pick out a crazy person, but I think that, like, picking out somebody who disagrees with me is different than picking out somebody who's just saying something completely nutty. Like, I do this all the time. Now, obviously, as with most criticisms like this of me, there are no examples of it. So we can't really actually judge whether this is true or not. Everybody just, you know, people just either upvote this or not because it's like, yeah, this has got to be true, guys. It's insane. I don't agree that articulation has anything to do with the ability to debate. Well, I think it does to an extent, for sure. Yeah, chat flies like crazy. Well, I mean, I think I read a lot of them. The guy thinks Twitch chat is a plethora of articulate arguments that I'm ignoring. Well, let's see if anybody has any down here. Let's see. Asmongold's perfect. He isn't always right. Doesn't have to be either. He's a shithead. No needs to look deeply at this. Entertainment. Skip the debates. Okay. Slumpy spoiled. Whiny spoiled kid when he started. Grew up to be a little bit taller. Somebody got banned in chat, apparently. The streamers in general do it. High opinions of themselves. Yeah, and so, like, you can tell that this is the kind of mind of a person. Like, I feel like I've been very, and I always have been, like, very willing to listen to, like, an actual opinion on something. Not, Asmon, wrong, you're stupid, and you're stupid because you're a loser, and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're dumb. Like, I'm not gonna fucking pay attention to that. I don't really care. But I feel like if somebody has, you know, somebody disagrees with me, and also, how can I know that somebody is not articulate whenever they pull up a message, whenever I pull up the first message? It's hard to really know that, because even people that are articulate might not be using proper grammar. So if I ask them to say something, I would have to base it off of, because I'm obviously reading it off of chat, so I'm only basing it off of one line of text. So, like, unless I'm just picking somebody who, like, can barely speak English at all, which is clearly not what I'm doing, I would have no real way to judge whether somebody is articulate or not based off of one message. It would be impossible for me to do that. So that's, like, the entire idea is predicated on, like, it's an impossibility. Unless I'm doing it it's just, like, people that are just, like, actually illiterate. Yeah, it's a lottery. Let's see here.
Looking for something specific?
You lost when it said frustrated you. Opinion on internet person doesn't shower frustrates you, bro. I hope the grass is green. Yeah, exactly. Most of auto-inflated egos, so hypocrites, most things have content they steal whenever with their reaction streamers. Yeah. You can't have somebody who's a mindless streamer hater without them being illiterate. Let's see here. Spit up his own ass recently. Other day chatters were saying expensive MTX on top of $70 purchase is a little much. He turned it into a bootstraps lecture, strawmanning like you can only be so mad because of poor take. Cherry top was him saying he re-examined, took control of his own 10 life, put it in your right place, right time. The only thing you ever make money in, even with the millions of dollars, you're barely a functional human being. Clearly struggles with the most basic world upkeep, self-improvement, really. So, well, I'm right, though. Like, everything that I said was true. I was 100% true. Let's look at who this is. Let's see for ourselves. Work reform. New World. Oh, see this. No wonder there's something wrong with this guy. Anti-work. So, big surprise whenever I go and I'm talking about somebody working, that someone from the anti-work subreddit hears that and they get unhappy about it. Yes, let me repeat myself since it upset you. If your problem in life is a video game that you are going to play for more than 20 hours, be realistic. You're going to play Diablo 4 for more than 20 fucking hours, okay? And if you're not, then maybe don't buy it. But I think most people are going to play it for a fuckload more than 20 hours, especially over the course of the years that it will be developed. Funded, of course, by those microtransactions. If you can't afford $70 for 20 hours of entertainment, you need to re-examine your life. And this only applies to people that are in first world countries. If you live in Argentina, that fucking sucks. But I'm talking about people that live in the US, people that live in Canada, people that live in these nicer places in Europe. If you can't afford that for that much entertainment, you need to reevaluate your life. And it might not sound good hearing it from a streamer, sure, but that doesn't make me wrong. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Let's see here. Gacha player spends $10,000, gets 10,000 hours out of it. Of course. Sounds obvious to me. Yeah, truth hurts. No, thank you. No one asked. You did because you're in my chat. Yeah, you're in my chat. That's how you asked. I'll read a few more. I don't understand the argument. Ultimately, this is your channel. Engage what you want. No, that's... I'm just saying that I'm not wrong about what I'm saying. This is completely true. If you can't afford... If this amount of money is like this upsetting for you, for the amount of entertainment value that you get out of it, like, I would say that most other types of entertainment that people engage in, that's like commercial entertainment, is a lot more expensive than video games. Even if a video game is $70. Even if it has microtransactions, which, by the way, are optional. And also, if you feel like the game still doesn't have the dollar value, well, you can never beat the dollar value on a free game, right? Because you're multiplying, 0 times any number is still going to be 0. So why not just only play free games? But you're not going to do that. So you have to have like a rational dollar per hour value that you're getting out of a game, and then base things off of that. If I say that fucking Diablo 4 is going to be on the positive side of that dollar per hour ratio in my mind, I don't think that's wrong. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, just play PoE, yeah, or something like that. Couldn't you make the same argument that having a Netflix subscription is more entertainment for less money? Yeah. So then just get Netflix. I mean, you have to make, like, for example, like, if I was going to buy my dad something for entertainment, I would not buy him Diablo 4. Okay? I would not do that because he's not a video game player, okay? I think the last video game he played a tank game and he played a shooting game. And both of them were on, like, an arcade. And before that, you know what game he fucking played? Was Pong, all right? My dad's not a gamer. So the idea that, like, this is like an objective analysis is silly. It's going to be subjective no matter who it is. I don't think the game's worth $80. I won't buy it. I wait. I don't need it now. Yeah, that's true too. And so if you don't think it's worth it, that's fine. But what I find to be problematic, though, and this is why games have a lot of microtransactions, and also another thing with the microtransactions inside of the games. So oftentimes I will use these interchangeably, but just know that I think it sucks that buy-to-play games have microtransactions too. I think it does kind of suck. However, I think that if you purchase a buy-to-play game And the buy-to-play game is continuously developed, and new content is added to that game over time that extends beyond the original purchase of the game. So like after launch, I think microtransactions are actually ethical. I think they're totally fine and completely ethical because they're funding new content. You still bought the base game, you were able to play the base game, and there's optional content that you can or cannot engage in that is for fee. So yes, expansions are good. Exactly. Yes, yeah, something like an expansion. I don't find them to be unethical at all. It doesn't really make sense to say so. But with microtransactions that are pay to win, etc., I don't really like these things either. But what you have to understand is that there are a lot of things in the world that I don't like. And while I might not like certain things, I still have to acknowledge that those things exist in the world. And whenever you exist in this world, you have to make sure that you draw the line somewhere. And all I'm saying is that I think that a $70 buy-to-play game, because again, inflation is fucking crazy. I can go to the inflation calculator again. You can clearly see that $70 is very much in line with what video games would have cost back in the day if you adjust for inflation. I think that's totally reasonable. Like, what other type of entertainment costs the same amount of money that it did 15 years ago? It's insane. So that's number one. And number two is that even if I don't agree with it, I mean, I can't make it go away. I can't stop it. So if I feel like I'm not getting my money's worth out of it, I don't think it's a big deal. What about crowdfunding games? I think there's a lot of nuances to that. I can't get into all of them. Who are mad real wages are stagnant can redirect that anger a lot. Yeah, exactly. Like, people can get mad about that, but the truth is that while wages are stagnant, inflation isn't, and these companies are going to continue charging more for prices or for things because that's just what companies do. Movies are more expensive to make, but cheaper to buy. If you combine the movie and music industry together, they don't make as much as games. I don't know about movies. I have no idea. I mean, maybe you're right, maybe you're not. Like, do movies make more money, less money? How much is a movie ticket now? I don't know. How many people buy DVDs? I find that very hard. It's very hard to make that comparison. Like, for example, how much is HBO Go? Yeah, how much is HBO Go? I'm not sure. It's $15 a month. Okay. So if it's $15 a month, then you subscribe to watch Game of Thrones, you're paying $45 minimum, right? Because it's going to be at least 3 months, and it's going to be 10 episodes, something like that, and that's going to at least be 3 months. So you're paying $45, actually. So I think that's a lot of money. Whenever you think, and that's assuming that you unsubscribe as soon as Game of Thrones is over, which a lot of people don't do. So I don't even think that's entirely true. It's a bad argument. Movie length is 10 times less than the game. Yeah, there's that too. In-house digital stores don't have a retail cut. Yeah, there's that too. But it's a lot of time investment for the money spent. Yeah, I mean, everything's going to be a little bit different. But can you guys see what I'm saying? Like, I find that what I said about this was completely reasonable. Let's see here. Inflation isn't bad. It barely affects people. Yeah, bro, that's why I make more money than I did 5 years ago, but I'm broke as fuck all the time. I mean, I don't know why you're broke as fuck all the time. If you think $70 is a lot of game, you just need to get a better job, reevaluate your life, and stop complaining. Very much if you're homeless, just get a house, energy on strain. That's whenever I realized Osman's good dude. Grew up pretty poor. He's still pretty out of touch. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Like, I understand. And again, this is a person that's broke all the fucking time. And so they're not really mad at me. They're just mad at me for reminding them about it. Yeah, I'm not wrong about this at all. It's crazy. Just buy a house, come on. Yeah, clearly. Because wages have not significantly increased? Yes, I know that. I think that a lot of people are unable to, like, make the logical separation between me acknowledging something and me approving of something. And this happens all the time on the internet. It's nothing special with me. Just because I acknowledge that wages have not, you know, increased with the rate of productivity or anything like that, I don't dictate wages. You can't control how much money you make at your current job, really, but you can control other things that can maybe improve your life. So if you want to spend all your time on Reddit complaining about how society's bad, listen, nobody cares and it doesn't matter. It's going to go nowhere. Everything you're typing, all of these posts, they don't mean anything. You're wasting your time. You're not affecting any change. You're not improving your life. You're not even trying to. There's going to be no positive effect whenever you're done with the post. You're not going to change anybody's mind. You're not going to make your life any better. You're just wasting your life and you're wasting your time. So just because I say that doesn't mean that I think that the wages should be what they are. No, but they are. So you can't live in a fantasy land. Just because I acknowledge reality doesn't mean I approve of it. It's crazy. And this is why, another therapy echo chamber. And why you're reading his post and getting mad. I don't feel like I'm really getting mad. Like, I'll tell you, I'm actually not mad. Like, there's a lot of times where I'm mad. I'm not really mad about this at all. Yeah, I'm just reading the post. Yeah, just because I acknowledge that I'm bald doesn't mean I'm approving of it. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna break. They have a like to dislike their situation regardless of their ability to change it. It's up to them, but I don't want to hear, like, I don't want to listen to somebody complaining that their entertainment that they are going to spend probably potentially like tens, hundreds of hours on costs $70 as a one-time fee, and somehow this is unreasonable. This is insane. It's absolutely insane, and it's insane even in the context of inflation or in the context of just like any other commercial entertainment that there is. I'm amazed that I'm getting so much pushback for this, to be honest. People are dumb. Most games have are $70, have 8 hours of gameplay. Yeah. His prices will never go down? No, they won't. Yeah, and also, if you don't like it, just wait for the game to go on sale, too. I mean, it's not really that hard, is it? So, let's see here. Very much you almost get a house energy on stream. I love how people that, I can say to reevaluate your life and try to be able to put yourself in a position to buy a $70 game without being super resentful about it. And somehow this in their mind is the same thing as telling them to buy a house. No, it's not. You don't have to completely reorder your life. I mean, and also, like, am I really wrong? No, I think they just don't want to hear it. Games are cheap in AAA games because companies won't be able to afford to make them. Yeah, I know. I get what you mean, but I don't know. Games have been 60 so long, so I can understand the pushback against 70. But that's why they're 70. Don't you understand? That's why they've been 60 for so long. That's the point. Holy shit. Oh my god. I just, yeah, you know how much people spend on a night on one bar? Oh, I have friends of mine that spend $500, $1,000, fucking in one night going out. And by the way, I know what you're gonna say. Oh, well, they're streamers. Oh, yeah, all of his rich friends? No, these are my friends that make $2,000 a month. $3,000 a month. Yeah, no, they spend 1,000 of it right there downtown. Saturday night. First weekend of the month. Third weekend of the month. Zach, can you get my Chipotle? Yeah, like my card, it's like this thing with my bank. Yeah, work hard, play hard. Yeah, that's it. How they afford rent? Live in mom's house. Yeah. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's what people do. They do that shit all the time. You're lying your ass out? No, I'm not. Jeff does that. That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about Jeff. I'll just say it. I'm talking about Jeff. Jeff does it all the time. Cody used to do it many times too. Yeah, I'm talking about Jeff. Let's see. Who else do I know? Fuck. I feel like Jeff's probably the biggest one. Eric did this for a while. He did it whenever he was like 21 to like 24. He would spend all his fucking money. And then he stopped. Jason. Oh my God. Jason. Yeah, Jason was another one. He would spend all of his money. He wouldn't even go out to party, okay? He would spend all of his money on fucking alcohol. All of it. Like, I'm talking like go to Specs and he actually needs the shopping cart. And he would just drink all of it. Yes. So yeah, and these are all friends I went to high school with. Like, these aren't people that like are just, you know, oh, some rich streamer. No. Absolutely fucking not. Poor Jeff, you on Chipotle now? I'm sure he'll fucking... I'm sure he'll bring that up. Yeah.
Need more rage.
So, Diablo 4 will have paywall content beyond the base game. People who don't have the DLC weaker. Yeah, well, that's just the way it is. I mean, like, every game has expansions. That's what happens. I mean, again, I think that that's what people want, is for they want the developer to continue developing the game. Yeah. Let's see. I'll read a few more. I can't total as chemical exposure people that just leave when trains spilled out the chemicals in Ohio. Oh, people were so upset about this. Oh, they were so fucking mad. Well, we'll see what happens in 10 years. Yeah. I think the truth is that if people were able to measure the negative effects of it, and the negative effects were like radiation on the level of Chernobyl, nobody would disagree with what I'm saying. I think the only reason why people disagreed with me on this is because they assume it's not that bad. I think it is. That's why all the animals around the spill are dead. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, we'll just see what happens. You still don't get it? Well, that's because there's nothing to get. Yeah, there's nothing to get at all. Like, there's no logic about this. Out of touch? I'm not out of touch at all. How am I out of touch? Well, I'm actually, you know what? I'm just gonna ban that person. We'll read the actual, because he used the wrong your, and I know that if I pull this guy up in chat, people will say, oh, here's another example of Asmon pulling up an illiterate person, which in this case was true. So I figure, you know what? We're just gonna ban him and move on. Yeah, that's the only reason I banned him. Like, I would have done that, but like in the context of this, it would be like, ah, well, you know, oh, here's an example. He's doing it right now. So I'll read a few more of these. Sense to get what he said, but he did wrap with a bootstrap shit. Game costing $70. I love how people say it's bootstrap shit, but at the same time, like, how else are you going to improve your life? Why don't you go play slots on stake? Maybe just, yeah, go play the lottery. How about that? I mean, is that the only way that you can be successful in life, is to play the lottery? It's so crazy. Go do something. He was actually joking? Oh no. Okay, well, if he was joking, he can get unbanned. Yeah. That's not a big deal. Okay, some people end up making mistakes in life and end up with the burdens, you're right. But it can be rough for them, the mistakes made in the past. I have no problem if somebody says that I made mistakes in the past and it's holding me back. What I do have a problem with is someone saying I made mistakes in the past and it's because of a YouTube video or it's because of society. No, it's probably not. It's because of you, because there's other people that were faced with the same problems that you were and they didn't do it, but you did. That's the difference. Let's see here. MTXF is room from base game to sell you for more. That's why it's an issue. Oh yeah, it sucks, but that's... So here, let me explain it like this. This is a little bit loud, I feel. Enough people don't care about this to where it will keep happening. So if you're unhappy about this, it won't matter. Because people keep spending money. Like, that's it. Yeah, people are just going to keep spending money. So even if you don't like it, then it doesn't matter. So because I acknowledge that, that doesn't necessarily mean that, it doesn't necessarily mean that I think it's okay. That's just how it is. I mean, I was literally below the poverty line when I was a kid, nominee art doctor. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, I understand that, like, people have problems in life, and, like, nobody's saying that it's easy, but, like, you have to at some point take control or take accountability for your own life. And people just get mad hearing it because they don't want to hear it. Because they want to be told that everything in their life isn't their fault. Yeah. Or if you're too poor to move away from an area like that, I think you should acknowledge this. I don't know. I mean, I can't say with every single person what every single person should do in every single circumstance. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're fucking, like, 90 years old, I probably wouldn't move away either. You're gonna fucking die anyway. Who cares? Right? I mean, like, why put yourself through all that stress? So, yeah, I mean, of course there's gonna be exceptions. Just because there are exceptions to certain things doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have a general rule. So they can't change, just takes time. A wild emergency. Happen in that process, you can't get stuck. Yeah. Just have to stop buying microtransaction stuff? Yeah, I think so too. But the truth is that people aren't going to stop buying microtransaction stuff. And I had to learn this over 10 years with the store mounts. Like, the store mounts in WoW were really upsetting to me. It pissed me off a lot because I cared a lot about, like, having progression in that game and everything. And Blizzard did everything they could to make it not matter. And you can get mad about it every single time, but nobody cares. That's the problem. And even if people do care, it won't affect the outcome. Like, there's a lot of things that I don't like. Like, for example, I don't like daylight savings. And I also don't like the fact that it gets really hot in the summer. But, like, I can't really stop that, okay? I don't have the control. I can't control the weather. Yeah, I can't do it yet. Sorry, guys. So I just have to deal with it. Let's see here. One time 40 minutes. Yeah. Downfall a few minutes. All right, I'll read a few more, then I want to move on, okay? I got lucky. He's only relevant because he has legit entertainment skills. Was one of the first big streamers, especially when it comes to WoW. Whenever I look at big streamers, they're not really the most entertaining to watch, in my opinion. I wonder if Asmon would have made it big as he is now. I started streaming today, like 2 years ago. Yeah, I think people always say that, and that's going to be something that a lot of people feel, and I think it's a cope from a lot of small streamers. I think it absolutely is, because this is what I always say with this circumstance, is that in a year from now, you're going to know the name of somebody who didn't think this was true.
Need more rage.
And that's the truth. It's a silly thing to think. I started streaming in 2016. And within like 2 years, like my stream, I had like 20, 30,000 viewers. Also with my YouTube channel, I started that from scratch. Like, and then I made the second YouTube channel, and then now I have a third YouTube channel, and now I have a second Twitch channel that's also successful. Well, I don't know. How many times can you get lucky in a row? Right? I mean, how many sevens can be in a row until maybe it's like, maybe there's a reason why this is happening? I don't know what to say. Let's see here. That's not fair. You're, what's this here? You're just funny and interesting? Well, yeah, that's my point. But what I'm saying is that if you go back and you watch my videos from like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I'm not as interesting or funny probably than I am now, right? In a lot of cases, I'm more funny, but those cases aren't as sponsor friendly nowadays. So the truth is that it's a learned skill, just like anything else. Like everything is like kind of a muscle. The more that you do it, the better you get at it. The better you are able to understand like what people want to see, what they don't want to see. It's experience and time. So I don't know what else to say. Nothing against you, but it's always same channel, same content, just different points in time. I think so that you could make that argument, sure, but I think that for many cases, Anybody who's successful with like streaming or whatever, I think that if you asked probably 5 other very successful streamers why they're successful, why that sixth person is successful, all 5 of those streamers, if you gave them like the top 5 reasons, I bet the 3 of those 5 would be in all of their reasonings. Sorry, that's like maybe a hard way to explain it, but I think that if you understand what makes people successful in streaming and what doesn't, it's actually not as complicated as you might imagine. Like, I understand it very well, and that's why I'm good at it. That's why I own an org about it. That's why I've done it well for many, many years, and I will continue doing it well. So yeah, I mean, that's all there is to it. Number 1 is consistency. I think that there's a lot... Like, if you ask me, like, with one specific streamer, I could explain exactly why they're popular. And then if you asked any other top streamer why that same streamer is popular, they'd probably tell you the same reasons. This case where empathy is important, logic is good, and saying what's real is important. Yeah, and again, like, I'm just not interested in coddling people and telling them that, you know, what they were doing and everything that they're doing that's not good is good. You can do whatever you want to do. I mean, like, I'm just not going to pat you on the back for it. I don't think anybody should. Yeah, I mean, I think that those are 2 different things. Let's see. How's no speak? We need UBI. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I swear. Yeah, see, this is the kind of this is the kind of language that that you use. And Asman saying, lucky to be in the position he's in, but tone deaf and out of touch to act like the pricing isn't an issue to 99% of the people in the world. Well, it's not an issue to them. And the way that I can tell that it's not an issue is the fact that, does anybody think that Diablo 4 is going to make record sales? Yeah, you guys think so? I think so too. I think it's going to have record sales. Absolutely, it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. Man. I wonder why. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. So, that's clear. Wait, all streams revolve their lives around video games and living as millionaire? Yeah, sure. If it was really that big of a problem, as these people make it out to be, then the market would adjust and nobody would buy the game, and the people that make the game would have to sell it at a different price, because that's how a free market works. How do people not understand this? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's just so astonishing to me. Well, I guess that's why they're posting on these threads. You think it's gonna be massive on launch? Yeah, it's gonna be huge. Yeah, people stop buying. Yeah, if you don't like the price, then stop buying the games. More people have PCs that can run it, buddy. More available. Everything is still inflated as fuck, though. People would say bootstraps argument, looking down on working hard. Well, no, there are probably people that don't work hard but think they do, and so they're looking for reasons why doing that is okay. It's really the problem, though. They were going to make huge profits, and they have been making huge profits. The pay raise is arbitrary. You pay more for less. Well, if the pay raise is arbitrary, then why do you have a problem paying more money? It's just, again, define this. Prices rise over time for all products. Yes, they do. Yeah, it's circular logic, exactly. So anyway, this is probably the last one. I'm just going to scroll down, maybe read a couple more after this, but then I want to move on. In the same sentence, he'll say, we need UBI and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I swear on the algorithms, there are 2 Asmons. One with all the left shit he says, and then with all the right shit he says. Yeah. See, this is, I'm sure this is confusing for a Redditor, but I'll go ahead and I'll break it down. So I think that in a perfect world, we're going to have universal basic income, and I think it will be a necessity for living, because automation will take so much of the job force that having an employer and being employed will no longer be a expected way to live. So I think that UBI is inevitable in the future. However, right now we don't have that. Right now,
very good.
You need to fucking survive. It doesn't matter what's going to happen in the year 2045. Who cares? Because that's not happening right now. Right now, you should try to survive until then. And you either do that or you don't. So I can give advice on where, like, it's the difference between like an idealistic vision and a realistic approach to a day-to-day life. Like, if this is confusing for you, I don't know what to say. I feel like this is very simple. Automated jobs versus the existential growth of the human population. Yeah. Did you pay rent to your parents? Well, not to my parents. I lived with my mom. I didn't pay rent. I paid for everything because my mom didn't have a job. I mean, whenever I was 5, I didn't do that. But yeah, whenever I got older, I pretty much paid for everything. I pretty much supported her ever since. So, like, my dad helped me out a bit, and then I would say from the years 2013 onward, I supported her, and then before then, I also supported her back and forth whenever I would just get money from other places. Like, I make money from the IRS, you know, that's going to go towards, like, paying the house or something like that. So, yeah, that's what I would do. What's Cat? Well, I mean, like, she never had a job. I mean, you know, you can go back to my videos, like, you're going to see all my videos of what's she doing. She's playing World of Warcraft. What do you think? She's doing that in between jobs? No, not necessarily. She didn't do anything. That's what it was. Didn't she give you WoW Gold? Yes, she gave me, Cody, and Jeff, all of us WoW Gold. Zach, all of us, yeah. So I don't know what else to say. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. I'll read a few more views, bro. What's this here? I don't think Genuine wants to debate with somebody. Well, I'll read what people have to say, but usually it's not. Usually people's arguments aren't as. Usually people don't have as good of an argument as they think they do. And also, I don't like this idea. This is like kind of a separate thing, that it's easier to express your point of view in voice than in text. Because personally, I find it much easier to express a succinct and good argument in text versus voice. Because I can clearly, I know what I'm typing out, I know what every single word is going to be, and I press enter. Like, it's much easier for me to communicate and argue with people in text versus in voice. And this is as somebody who talks all day. It's easier in text, but it takes longer to reach understanding. Yeah, maybe. He's banned everyone that can in chat and Reddit. True. His narcissism is insane. He's always had the I'm right and everybody else is wrong mentality. It's gotten worse as he's become more successful. Him refusing to admit he is wrong has been a theme for his streams for a long time. Anyway, so I hope that obviously, like, whenever I read a thread like this, and I don't like to give this stuff too much attention because I think that it's like the more attention you give it, the like more it happens. But like, I do read people's feedback semi-regularly. Just because I don't agree with your feedback doesn't mean that I can't admit that I'm wrong. Maybe I just think that you're stupid. Just because you disagree with me doesn't make me wrong. Like, and you'll see, like, and I think a good example of this is if you read the actual examples that people are using, they're just completely vapid and they don't even make sense. So again, if somebody has a problem with something that I say, then tell me about it. This compassion does matter. I don't want to hear about it. Don't care. It's a podcast by FBI negotiator talking about how important it is, but being bold with words. People are just trying to make it. Are you feeling bad? Have some compassion. Helps the message. Yeah, I don't. That's nice. Go watch somebody else that does that. I don't do that. Yeah, that's all. And I think that I am compassionate with a lot of things. I think that what people really want you to be is not compassionate. They want you to be indulgent, and they want you to indulge their bad behaviors and bad decisions and tell them they're not bad behaviors and they're not bad decisions. I think that's what they really want. It's very hard, effective dialogue between two people when one speaking from an emotional idealistic viewpoint and the other person is a realist objective viewpoint. It's prone to misunderstandings. Yeah. I mean, do say I know I'm right a fair bit, though. They may be wrong, but I understand why they get that impression. Oh, yeah. I mean, again, if people have an example of that, I'll read it. But I think that somebody saying, like, and I by the way, I completely, this is like the most popular one, right? Are there any more popular ones? His husband's all, it's just like, okay, nobody cares, right? Notice the law of this, 100%. Okay, so. Oh, here we go. I was watching his stream last night and he was talking about, okay, so here's another example. This will be the last one we look at. Watching his stream last night, he was talking about tipping culture. He blames tipping culture on the consumers and not the corporations that create predatory restaurant apps to guilt-trip people into tipping. Well, that's because the restaurants don't guilt people. The consumers do. So, like, this the entire foundation of this argument is misaligned. The corporations provide the platform, but the consumers guilt-trip each other. His argument was, if you don't tip, then tipping culture would die overnight. You can't really blame the business for asking for money. Yeah, let's just blame and put the responsibility. I guess he means on the consumers for predatory business practices. I don't think that it's predatory. I disagree with it. I don't think that asking for money as a tip is predatory. Because there's no, I do, however, I will give you that I think that asking and then showing the server how much the person tipped before you get your food is very bad. And I think that it's bad on a basic service level. That the person who is serving your food knows how much money you're going to get. Like, it's just, you're creating problems. Like, you should definitely not do that. And also, nobody is forcing you to tip. It's predatory in the sense the workers get paid a shittier wage. Yeah, I think that the only people who are really predatory here, and I do think that, I think also this is a person that listened to half of what I said. I said very clearly that I feel like every company should have to pay somebody a minimum wage. I don't like the idea that, oh, well, some people make tips, so they shouldn't have to be paid a minimum wage. I think that's ridiculous. So I didn't even agree with this entirely. I did think it was predatory, but it just wasn't predatory in this way. He'll always defend predatory business practices because he himself owns a business and streams on a platform that makes restaurant tipping culture look like a fetus. Well, yeah, and so, like, is Twitch predatory, too, because people can gift subs? I think this is insane. This isn't... And the reason why I find this to be insane is because it completely infantilizes the individual. It makes the individual feel like they have no autonomy and no control. Like, the person is not able to exercise their own best interest. And I don't like the idea of blaming every single instance of a person lacking impulse control on another person. This is extremely dangerous and a bad idea. And I think it's the same thing with tipping. I don't like tipping. I think it's stupid. I tip people all the time because I can, and I make my money through tips to an extent. I actually turned off donations, but because they're just annoying sometimes. Maybe I'll turn them back on if we're going to raise money for something. So, yeah, I mean, it's clearly not the case. Waiters are going to disappear whenever replaced by robots in the next couple of years anyway. Yeah, it's predatory if it's forced. No, it's not. It's only predatory if it's forced before the person makes the transaction. So, for example, if you get a menu and the menu says 20% gratuity is added if you spend over a certain amount of money or you have a party of more than 6, then it's not predatory. It is predatory, however, if it's not on the menu. So, in general, I think that something is not predatory if it's stated before the individual chooses to enter into a transaction. I feel like that's really where the difference is with something being predatory or not. So, and also, like, I don't think that a coffee place asking for a $2 tip is predatory, because you don't have to give it to them. Are homeless people begging under a bridge predatory? No. That's insane. What's the difference? Both of them are asking you for money, and you have to use your better judgment to decide whether you want to give them the money or not. I don't know what to say. I'll read it. What do you guys think? I really agree with one of the comments I post. Don't look too much into it. Here for entertainment. Yeah, sure. They asked double the price for coffee. Fuck them. Then don't give it. Then don't give them the money. I think Starbucks is predatory because they asked for $8 for the coffee in the first place. So I don't go. I never fucking go there. Are you fucking insane? What is wrong with you? Go what? Yes, like you know, fucking Taco Bell, their drinks are $2.70. McDonald's were $1. I went to McDonald's. I didn't go to Taco Bell and I talked about how predatory it was because it's a free fucking market and I could just go to McDonald's instead. In the same way that if you don't want to fucking tip, you just don't give them the money. You don't tip them the fucking money. If this is a problem for you, then maybe that's not everybody else's problem. Just because you cannot exercise self-control does not mean the world has to exist with padded walls and fucking, knee pads and helmets with everybody around you in case you hit your head. Maybe you need to pay better fucking attention to what you're doing with your time. This is so absolutely fucking insane that people have this take that something that they willfully engage in, that they choose to do, that they can just simply not do, is somehow predatory. This is nuts. Structure of scenarios developed alongside paid psychologists to maximize profitability. But so this is a well-written post, right? I think it can be a bit of both. They structure app UIs developed alongside paid psychologists to maximize profits and consumer interaction, same as gotcha game tactics, which is the only way to solve it is regulating business practices, really. You are totally fucking right. And you know what else? You know what that's called? Marketing. Marketing is fundamentally predatory. At a very base level, it is predatory. You are trying to get someone to do something that they would not naturally do. So, yes, I am not going to, if you focus on this one little narrow, reasoning, and then you use the same reasoning that can be applied to the entire, all of it, it doesn't make any sense. It's manipulative, not predatory. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I feel like stuff is obvious to everyone, to people that have never had a job. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's just for young people. I think a lot of young people get on Reddit and they get on these social networks and they're so idealistic and they're so caught up with what their own mind is and what they believe that they're just simply unable to think rationally and think realistically. I think that's what happens a lot, is that they're just simply completely unable to recognize that the world isn't the way they want it to be. It also says manager should be the only one tipping. You shouldn't pay someone a decent wage. Don't deserve to be running the business. But the reality is tipping culture does exist. Businesses are in fact being predatory. But he blames consumers for the issue. That's because consumers are the problem. He believes consumers are the reason why tipping culture exists and definitely not the businesses actively preying and guilt tripping. Yes, I do. I believe that, it's both. But I think that the, I think it's 90% consumers. I think 10% of it is because I feel like actually a lot of this would go away if all waiters were just paid minimum wage or an actual wage. A lot of this would just instantly go away. However, I think on a social level, the reason why this happens, and also, like, this is an individual restaurant. And also, like, doesn't every individual restaurant have the decision that they can make between paying waiters between an hourly wage or tips? Like, they can decide to do that. It's not like every waiter has to be paid by tips, right? Yeah. So, I don't know really what else to say about that. Yeah, so, like, they could choose to work in another place, too. Business can absolutely forbid tips. Yeah, it's a choice, exactly. And it's also a choice that exists inside of the free market. So, yes, I think that all of the guilt tripping that happens with tipping, most guilt tripping, actually all of it, it's all by consumers. It's not like the company guilt trips you whenever you don't pay money. It's other people on, like, social networks. It's like these fucking, upper middle class people that are guilt tripping some fucking working class Joe because he couldn't afford to tip 25%. That's not the fucking company being predatory. That's people. Those are the consumers. It's a cultural problem, yes. It's got nothing to do with the companies. I don't know, man. Who do you think lobbied Congress to pass the lower minimum wage law? Yes, I totally agree with you. I do. I totally fucking agree with you that that's problematic. But the businesses that are engaging in this are not, and like, they didn't do that probably. And the people that employ the workers there didn't do that. Ultimately, tipping exists in the way that it does, and the inflation with tipping has existed in the way that it does because other people guilt trip each other into tipping a lot of money. That's why it happens. It's not because of the companies. If the company had a $100 button for a tip, is it predatory to have a $100 button? No, that's fucking ridiculous. Just don't push the button. It's insane. Oh my God. I lose my mind thinking about this. It makes me so mad. Yeah, it's just, it's so silly to me that people want to blame the company or whatever, when it's obviously the consumers that are going around guilt tripping and creating a social environment where not tipping is being seen as being bad. Like, that's what these companies do. If you can't tip, don't eat out. Well, fuck that. I'm gonna eat out, and if I don't tip, I don't tip. Because you're nobody. You don't matter. It's easy. It's that easy. I don't know why so many people have a trouble with this. Yeah. I mean, it's just do what you want to do. That was gonna be a bitch for you, bro? Or are you're unhappy about what I'm saying? Let's see. Multiply food costs 3 or 4 times to cover overhead and get some profit. Oh, I don't really care about any of that stuff. I mean, like, there are plenty of other, like, there are, like, people say, like, restaurants wouldn't be able to function if they didn't have tips, and, like, they have to have tips. There are restaurants in Europe, right? I've never been to Europe, but I'm pretty sure that there are restaurants there. There are. That is crazy. I wonder, how the fuck did that happen? That is so crazy. Wow. What a fucking miracle. Oh my God. A tip is a tip. Tips are optional. Okay. I will repeat myself because obviously people don't seem to understand this. And then I really, really want to move past this. This is just, it's getting so boring. I used to never tip. And whenever they made me tip for, like, mandatory gratuity, I would steal the silverware to make up the money. I would never fucking tip. Now that I make a lot of money, I tip a tremendous amount of money. I'll buy food for $20, I'll tip 15 bucks. It doesn't matter. I don't think anybody should ever feel like they're compelled to tip. Don't let anybody ever tell you that you have to tip. Don't let any fucking upper middle class loser try to guilt trip you into having one of the only little fucking reprieves from the oppressive life that you have. Go out to eat, enjoy it, and don't feel bad about not tipping. It's the same way that if you want to watch my stream on a stolen laptop with a giveaway mouse that you won from a fucking Twitter giveaway, using McDonald's Wi-Fi, drinking Pepsi, or no, that McDonald's actually is Coke, drinking Coke out of a water cup that you asked the cashier for, and you want to watch my stream with ad block on, and you also don't fucking, you're watching it with like a VPN or something like that, so I can't even serve any ads to you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm happy you're here. So, I don't care. It doesn't matter. You're welcome. Yeah, sure. So, I think the whole idea of this is ridiculous. I think the idea that, and what I think is the most pathetic is that, at least here in the U.S., there's a massive amount of people who are in like this perpetual cycle of guilt tripping each other for not tipping enough money, whenever all they're really doing is subsidizing multi-billion-dollar corporations like Starbucks and fucking Chipotle and these other like different restaurants like Applebee's into only paying their servers below minimum wage, as if it's their responsibility, as if it's some construction worker's responsibility who gets to go to Applebee's once a month to get the baby back ribs. It's his fucking responsibility. Let's look down on him rather than the fucking billionaires and the millionaires that own the company that are paying the workers there $3 an hour. You've actually got these losers that are going around guilt tripping people who they think they're above because they're not subsidizing the wages that billionaires refuse to pay. It's pathetic. I don't support it at all. So that's my opinion on tipping. And I think that it's entirely the customer's fault. However, I do think the legislation should be removed. So it's like the culture around it is the customer's fault mostly, but obviously they should change the legislation as well. I do think it's the customer's fault. You can't blame somebody for asking for money, but you can blame yourself for giving it to them. I actually changed my mind on tipping. Well played. Well, I'm glad I did. Sorry if I'll stop spamming. There actually is a minimum wage for waiters. The business has to pay minimum wage. They don't make enough tipping per hour. Yeah, but the odds are if the waiter doesn't make that much money, then or they ask for that, then they'll probably get fired. So like that's true, but it's not true probably. And also like minimum wage isn't that good either. So like it's kind of like a decent argument, but like at the same time it's not. Like I see what you're saying. I agree with you, but I still think that's not really a solution. So yeah.
Trust the Syndicate gave you little trouble. As I mentioned, the blood of innocence is not an easy thing to obtain. We are lucky the Syndicate Shadow Mages did the difficult work for us. Now hold a moment while I create my concoction.
Excellent, adventurer. At this rate, the Syndicate pest will be rid from the land in no time.
So the humans thought to turn our warriors into slaves, did they? We'll show them.
The other day on my stream, I was playing something called Random Map Survival. It's when you play randomly selected tracks, and whatever you get, you have to beat the author time on it. In one of my runs, I got a map from Mystery Gamer TM, and the author time was so astoundingly fast that I thought it was cheated. In hindsight, it turns out I might be wrong, as we did indeed find out who Mystery Gamer TM was, and it's a bit embarrassing, but I do hope you enjoy the story. Yeah, we might just want to skip this. Bind the camera to your car and press free camera button again. Like, let me try to get a good one here. The problem is it doesn't work on a reset. So if I now reset my run, this camera's gone. Oh, is it? Wait, it's not. Okay. Well, that's not really any better. We'll free skip it. We'll get our time back, go next. That was a very bad map. That was a very bad map. Maybe good if you can watch World Record and understand it, but I could not. It's not allowed to watch World Records. But this could treat us better. I have the pleasure of informing you. We need to beat World Record by a second to get this author medal. And I'm not necessarily seeing, like, Division 1 players on the leaderboard. Mystic M23. There's gonna be a lot of pulls on this map. Like, I will be hitting him. There's no avoiding the pillars. Is this full speed? Oh, it's close. I think that's why I can get a lot of time. And then here, I suppose... maybe in between. You can go around one more pillar and get a very good line. Never mind. Never mind. It's what I first thought. Or is it? I want to do that so bad. No one has the other time. I know. It's gonna be a hard one, but it's not like you can just skip maps in this format. If you skip, the punishment is that it takes away 1 minute of your total time. Meaning, like, instead of healing back to 15 minutes as your peak, you heal back to 14 minutes. Skip one more time and you can only heal back to 13 minutes. So you can't just frivolously skip every single map that you dislike, or you will not have a lot of time to work with. This one is gonna require a little bit of work.
So apparently...
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for love no
instead I pour the milk. children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well,
kinda crazy altar time. I'll be very blunt and say that. It is a time I'm not understanding how to beat. Pre-patch dirt. I mean, are you guys understanding this? To me, this is pretty crazy. I know it's outside dirt and you get gear 4, but that's not a second gained. That's about half a second. Even if I do it perfect, right? Have we found like the craziest altar time in RMC? Like, look. Okay, where's the 1 second? This is a good run. I think you jumped through there, but just good lines? How do we know? How do we know this man didn't just cheat his altar time? And before you say like, dude, it sounds so complicated to cheat altar time, it is very easy to cheat a Trackmania altar time. You just input the number you want. He's the greatest gamer out there, or it's not a real altar time. Dude, I'm questioning this. I don't want to accuse anyone of cheating, okay? But I'm telling you, with my 10 years of Trackmania knowledge, am struggling to understand how he did that time. That's where we're at. He could have hunted this for a while. I'm just not sure. It is dawning on me that this could actually just be a really good time. Like, I cannot explain how crazy that time actually is. You have to play the map yourself to understand this. That is insanity. Now that I know it's like slightly possible, I really don't want to lose to this map. I could just reset, run 1 medal, doesn't matter, but like, this is a test, you know? It's all a test. Bad turn. Oh, but like, bro. I'm telling you, please stream snipe me on this map. You have my permission. Please download Mystic M23 and try to beat the altar time. I would like to see someone do it, because I am perplexed, friends. I just wanted to see if there's a hidden finish. Do you think someone made an account called Mystic Gamer only to post like ridiculous maps? Bounty? No. Like, let's say someone makes a smurf like, oh, let me call myself Mystic Gamer.
Mid or feed? Ah, okay. Sounds good.
20 minutes later.
I'm never doing this again. I'm never picking a dude his name is mid or feed, actually. When am I going bald? Probably not again. But I did like it. I actually enjoyed being bald. How? I don't know. Thought it was convenient. Like when I touched my head, it felt nice. Maybe like doesn't look so good though, but Dove did not like it. No. Okay, I need to remember who's actually like who's a quality player or not.
Your turn to pick.
Mid or feed? Ah, okay.
Your turn.
Sounds
Enemy's
good.
turn to pick.
Why? What the fuck? I just wanted to play Windrunner today. Oh my god, dude.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm laying against actually. Techies toss?
They cannot hide.
I think it's toss. Choices. Okay. Not good.
Points taken.
Hey! Fuck. One creep now. Lost. Or not.
I approve. Stand aside. I am under attack.
No, he missed the grenade, dude.
Did you know that I shattered ice with my fists for fun?
I am under attack.
Chill out, dude. Holy fuck.
Under my roof, you will find your fate. I want in on you. Make way.
My favorite, medium rare.
I shall find them.
We'll take that.
What the hell's going on here?
The thunder of hooves. My horn will soft by the gleam of my horn. Attack!
No! Dude, this guy is so doing random shit. Swear to God.
Ground shudders. Points taken. Yes.
There's no logic in this decision making
Your
whatsoever.
top tower is under attack.
I'll crush them.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think you have. My hooves are mighty.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No, dude. Oh my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
I don't
is
understand
under
this
attack.
pathing. It's so weird.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
He actually is mid or feeding. What the fuck? Usually people with those names don't actually do it. Kinda surprised. Okay. Man, playing any pubs like 2 p.m. It's so bad. Nice, we got him, guys. Go, go, tiny. No, we don't have damage. This guy is such an animal, actually. There's no way I am pausing this game. I am absolutely. Hope this guy does not reconnect and we move on. Take the W. I'm never doing this again. I'm never picking a dude. His name is Mitterfeed, actually. TP, please, guys. Please. Okay. Honestly, pretty good. I got so much gold, actually.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude, the thing is, like, nobody's playing or something. I don't understand. Okay. Come back here anyway. It's a doable game, I think. I think. They have a techies offlane, Ember carry. Like, this is definitely a winnable game. My storm is kind of ruining it. Why? The reverse. It's the reverse. Fuck. Like a space or something there? Or no? Okay, we take it. What do I buy, guys? It's a fun item. Gleipnir? He's actually dead. We might win this game. Legit. We might win this game. Okay guys, they're tilting, don't worry. That was optimistic. Need high impact item for low gold. Help him, guys. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bro, stop moving!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh no.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My team is so fucking bad. Like, go together, you animals.
Radiant's turret has been killed. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm over here. They cannot hide.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll cleave them in pieces.
I can't take it. This is such an easy game. Go smoke. Go, 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 go.
I'll crush them on the hoof.
They're here, guys. A is not smoked, but it's okay.
Not yet time. The ground.
Ay, ay. Dude, this techie shit is so bad. I don't even know. Like, people just don't understand what's happening, I think. But once people understand to not just run around or run on the sign itself, it's like such a waste of gold. Ay. This team fighting was atrocious. Like the worst team fight I've ever seen. Okay, I'm online, guys. Go, 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 and go end the game. Go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Beg my pardon and my
many times you walk into a store with money in your pocket to buy something, the whole intention and heart and incentive to buy something, and a security guard is following only you, one person. When there's another 20 people in the shop, he's following you. welcome to the party. Sex. I got the X, the shrooms, the acid. Yes, you can see I'm a savage. Don't try this at home, I'm a savage. Baby, welcome to the party. She pulled up in the Benz, she came with a friend. I told her meet my nigga Bari. I'm a villain, I'm feeling like Carti. Yeah, you see the fit, I'm a dilate. I beat it, I bust and I dip. I told the witch, stop following me. She stalking me, she trying to ruin my trip. These niggas coming round screaming gang, gang. I ain't never seen you on the strip. Never ever had the pegs in your mouth. Never ever had a tool in the whip. Had heavy metal like a bench press. It's a waste of time sending death threats. I got love letters I ain't read yet. The club closed, we ain't left yet. Fuck a dress code, we're the best dress. Double R's in my headrest. Asked her if she's coming and she said yes. The shopping sprees and the best sex. But you're just a silly nigga with your silly rap snitching on yourself in your verses. I was driving home so the light was on. Pull up on your girl for a service. And when it's showtime, they be
Bing bing da bam 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 bam.
What's going on?
Ding ding.
She got me sprung with your tongue ring. And I ain't gonna lie, cause your loving gets me high. So to keep you by my side, there's nothing that I won't try. Butterflies in her eyes and her looks to kill. Time is passing, I'm asking, could this be real? Cause I can't sleep, I can't hold still. The only thing I really know is she got sex appeal. I can feel, too much is never enough. You always there to lift me up when these times get rough. I was lost, now I'm found, ever since you've been around. You're the woman that I want, so yo, I'm putting it down. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. I don't deserve you, and that's it. Some kind of hidden message to show me life is precious, and I guess it's true. But to tell the truth, I really never knew till I met you. See, I was lost and confused, twisted and used. I knew a better life existed, but thought that I missed my lifestyle. Wild, I was living like a wild child, trapped on a short leash, paroled to police files. So yo, what's happening now? I see the sun breaking down into dark clouds, and a vision of you standing out in the crowd. So come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Hey sugar mama, come and dance with me. The smartest thing you ever did was take a chance with me. Whatever tickles your fancy, girls, me and you like Sid and Nancy. So sexy, almost evil, talking about butterflies in my head. I used to think that happy endings were only in the books I read, but you made me feel alive when I was almost dead. You filled that empty space with the love I used to chase, and as far as I can see, it don't get better than this. So butterfly, here is a song, and it's sealed with a kiss and a thank you, miss. Come and dance with me. Come and dance with me. Come and dance with me. So come and dance with me. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy.
Silverpine Forest is finally free from the vice of that wretch Arugal. You have done the Dark Lady a great service, adventurer. Your tenacity shall be rewarded. It will indeed take me longer than I had thought to uncover the dark secrets behind the enchantments Arugal was using. But in the meantime, I need you to take care of a slight problem our dark stalkers have discovered. It seems that Arugal let his magic spread to the deep Elam mine in the hills to the southeast. The mine would prove to be quite a resource for Varimathras's advance. I want you to behead the tainted foreman of the mine, Grimson the Pale. With his death, the mine shall be ours.
Very good. This book will add nicely to my collections of the workings of His knowledge was great, but his conscience held him from true power. And so when the scourge came and his strength was tested, it failed. We of the Forsaken cannot afford such weakness if we are to survive, if we are to conquer.
The grip of death is tightening around the town of Hillsbrad. The battle goes well. The humans of Hillsbrad have been putting up unexpected resistance. The problem appears to be that the townsfolk are being armed by the local blacksmith. We need to shut down all supply lines. Your mission will be to execute Blacksmith Varrington. Slay his apprentices as well. While there, bring back a shipment of iron from their stockpile. The supplies will come in handy when we are done with the conquering of Hillsbrad and begin raising South Shore. A toxin from Apothecary Leiden? Very good. If I know Leiden, then this toxin will be quite effective against the Venture Company. The toxin is ready. All that remains is its delivery. You, adventurer, must make that delivery. The Venture Company must have a means of sending messages and light cargo between its headquarters and its operations in Stone Talon. It is likely a small skyport, not big enough for a Zeppelin, but perhaps for a flying machine. You must search the areas in Stone Talon under control of the Venture Company and find this skyport, if it exists. If you find it, then place the toxin there. Place it and run.
To pass this trial, you must travel south to the Field of Giants. There you will find a host of crawling insect creatures. They are new to the Barrens, and I do not like what they herald. Bring me their still twitching antennae and waste no time, adventurer, for harvested antennae will not twitch for long. Bring me the antennae in the time allowed, and you will pass the trial.
sage, yeah. You know it's true. All the things come back to you. Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laugh and sing for the tear. Sing with me, just for today. Maybe tomorrow the good Lord will take you away.
next Activision Blizzard release scandal is here. You don't even need a battle pass for this one. It's only been less than a week since the Overwatch 2 announcement, and now we have a new release from Blizzard. Let's take a look at it.
After the massive Overwatch 2 scandal, where we all learned that not only the PvE that we were promised with the hero trees and the skill trees was canceled without them telling us, knowing for months and months and months after Overwatch 2's launch that it wasn't going to be coming. Activision Blizzard has found themselves in another kind of cash grab, choke out the community scandal, where they are actively shutting down modded Call of Duty projects that allow for players to safely play the original Call of Duties that we all loved so much from the golden era of gaming. They are actively sending out cease and desist to all of these mod makers whilst their servers are not safe enough for you to be able to go play, because you could have your IP stolen, malware put onto your computer, your original account swiped, and the list goes on and on and on.
See, like, that's what's crazy about it. Like, I don't even have a problem with Blizzard shutting down private servers. I don't think that's a big deal. But the reason why I don't think it's a big deal is because, like, with World of Warcraft, for example, Blizzard is providing that service. So, like, effectively the private server is just providing a free version of a service that they're charging for. But this is a lot different, because if the service effectively makes your account, like, vulnerable, or it can get your IP leaked or something like that, then that's really, really bad. And I don't think that you should expect anybody to... Like, that's dangerous. It's straight up dangerous. So, like, you shouldn't expect people to be okay with that. Now, like, is it okay to steal because of this? I mean, I don't know. Like, that's debatable. But I think that really what the real underpinning here is that if Blizzard wants to do this and doesn't want to have people shit on them for it, they need to make their servers for the old games, like, not a joke. They need to make it to where, like, the IPs don't get leaked. They need to make it to where you can't lose your fucking account. It's pretty simple.
Activision is so busy choking out and squeezing the lives out of all of their communities by repeatedly making second iterations of games that actually end up having less, like Overwatch 2 and like Warzone 2, which for the first 7 to 8 months had to be completely rebalanced to be more like the original, in order for people to actually enjoy the game, like Sniper.
I think also keep in mind that, like, for mods, so this is information that a lot of people probably wouldn't know because they're not part of the Warcraft community, but Bellior Gaming, who's like a really popular Warcraft content creator, he has been for the last decade, he actually made a mod, this was back in Legion 2016-2017 era, where he went through and he changed the way that all of the original quests were delivered. Like, he voice acted a lot of them and had, like, different ways of the information being shown on the screen to make it look a lot more like Final Fantasy. Because, like, you know, usually, like, reading a World of Warcraft quest is like, it's like reading a twit longer rather than reading a tweet. And it should be reading a tweet. So a lot of people don't read them, and Bellior's add-on was effectively created to solve that problem and make the make World of Warcraft, like, more easily accessible in terms of narrative. And Blizzard actually had to send him a cease and desist because that level of an expansion, or sorry, that level of an add-on would qualify as an expansion under Blizzard's legal team, or it could. Blizzard's legal team was concerned about this. So they actually had to shut down his add-on. And this happened like 5 years ago.
Not being able to one-shot, the plating mechanics, etc., etc. While other major game studios like Roblox and Fortnite with Epic Games are actually empowering their community to create on their platform, Activision does nothing but choke.
I will say, isn't Roblox in hot water for, like, utilizing child labor, unpaid child labor? I've heard this. I don't want to go and speak out of turn, but this is what I'm aware of. Yes. Okay, so Roblox is like, I mean, it's like every rose has its thorns. Like, I get it, but yeah, the Activision thing sucks too.
Can steal the life out of every single one of their titles for any passion project made by somebody who actually loves their product so that they can make more money. So let's take a look at what's actually going on. The Modern Warzone account summarizes the best, where they say Activision is on a cease and desist rampage against community-made Call of Duty projects, and it's probably not over yet.
Yeah.
X Labs was the only safe way.
They said they saw Nintendo and they said, wait a minute, we can do better than that. Nintendo's getting all the hate for DMCAing people and shutting people down. Well, we can't have somebody else stealing the news cycle.
To play older Call of Duty titles online, such as MW2, Ghost, Advanced Warfare, and Black Ops 3, without putting yourself at risk. And now let's listen to what they have to say.
And you may ask yourself, why does this matter? They are using the intellectual property of Activision Blizzard. You have a fair point. This is totally legally within Activision's rights. The problem is that these old Call of Duty games, such as Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, we're not going to try to talk about Plutonium. Hopefully Plutonium stays safe. Plutonium is next on the chopping block if they go for somebody. But all of these old games that Call of Duty fans still love to go play, if you try to play them on console, you are putting yourself at an innate risk because their server security is non-existent. They've actually gone back and tried.
And that's the real problem, is that, like, if the server security, like, let's look at, like, a different universe, for example. In a different universe where Blizzard server security was S tier and you were able to play the old games on Blizzard servers with no problems, I would think that Blizzard is completely within their rights to shut down competing versions of the game. Absolutely. But all they did really in shutting these down now is draw attention to the fact that their live servers are fucked up.
Tried to fix it in some of their previous titles, but the hackers that inhabit those servers have figured out ways to circumvent the new fixes. Basically, all of the old Call of Duty games are unplayable online unless you want to have a chance to have a hacker kick you from your game, completely reset your rank and everything you've ever actually unlocked in the game, as well as the ability to get your IP address, inject all types of different files into your PC if you're playing on PC, and basically it's just not safe.
So the Project X...
Yeah, so, like, guess what? People aren't going to want to use that. And I do think, like, at a certain point, like, is it... Because, so this is my perspective with, like, pirating games. Is if the game is not being provided by the official publisher, I think that it's completely morally and ethically okay to pirate it. Because there's no theoretical sale that's lost. And I would argue that if in order to play the game, you have to put your actual, like, your IP address and, like, your computer files that could have your work on it, you have to put that at risk. I actually think that this would be okay. Like, I wouldn't hold it against anybody for pirating this. Because it's just like you're asking them, like, you know, are you willing to compromise your entire computer? Get DDoSed off of the internet completely. You have so many people that make a living off of the internet. I think that it's completely fair for somebody to say, fuck you, I'm not going to do this. Because, like, playing the video game puts them actively at risk. It's effectively unplayable. Yeah, it's malpractice. And, like, you could argue that, like, it's even, what do you call it? Negligence. I would argue that it's straight up fucking negligence to let that happen.
Labs as well as SM2 have both received cease and desist already from Activision Blizzard to stop what they're doing. But now the big concern is that Plutonium is next. So the bottom line is 3 of these big studios have gotten cease and desist from Activision Blizzard and now have had to close down operations entirely. So let me get this straight. You, as a company, Activision Blizzard, still charge full price for all of these games.
That's insane.
Can't keep your servers safe for your users, meaning they could get their IP stolen, they could get DDoS.
Yeah, I mean, that's pure negligence. There's no excuse for that.
They could lose their account, all their progress. You as a company...
It's more than that. It's that if a hacker can get into your PC and delete your PC, or delete files off of your PC, that is like an insane level of negligence that they're just ignoring. So yeah, I have, like, literally no sympathy for them in this circumstance.
Can't make the effort to go make those games secure for your users, but you have enough time as a company to send out cease and desist for the game developers that are doing it for you, and instead of trying to incorporate them into your system like the most successful games in the world, You're more invested into shutting them down to monopolize your product internally for yourself. And
well, I have nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with that. If they want to shut down other competing things because they want to monopolize their product and everybody using their servers, I think that's totally fine. I think the reason why this is bad is because playing it on their official servers can put you massively at risk. That's what the issue is. And like the servers are simply a symptom of that problem. But that is the problem, not the servers.
Power your community to give your users an actual quality experience from the games that they love? What kind of despicable, backwards business practices are the executives at Activision Blizzard doing? This, on top of the lies that you continuously spout to manipulate the marketplace, to buy your products, to make new games that are reskins of the old ones and charge enormous and egregious amounts of money on them, just to inevitably end up walking back a lot of those decisions like you ended up doing in Warzone. What is going through your head? And the answer is they just
nothing's going through their head, because this is a decision that was made by the legal team. It didn't really have anything to do probably with the developers of the game at all. It probably just had to do with a legal assessment that having the game out there in a way that's not owned by Blizzard puts Blizzard at risk. Like, that's literally it. I mean, the people that are making this decision are probably actually paid well because they're the legal team, and they're probably not even, they're not really even Blizzard. This is like a legal team that's retained by Blizzard. At risk of what? There's a lot of IP law and things where you have to legally protect your copyright. And I think that's probably where they're coming from. And also, like, again, I think that you would probably, like, I think Bellior Gaming will probably have, like, a very good insight into this, because he had to deal with this exact same problem himself back in, like, Legion. But there is, like, a legal, like, I was going to go to law school, I didn't go, so I don't know the specifics, okay? So I can't tell you. But what I do understand is that there is a reason for it.
Don't care about their community. They don't care about building great games. The only thing that they see is dollar signs, and they don't care about whether or not their community is actually happy and thriving. And this, in my opinion, solidifies them as the single worst, most manipulative...
Somebody said in chat, and I actually wanted to read this, why isn't the legal team foreseen that this opens up Blizzard to gross negligence for failing to patch known cybersecurity risks in their supported products? Probably because there's no precedent that people have used that, like, the legal team has that, like, for example, is there a legal precedent that shows that allowing somebody to play a peer-to-peer game that, because peer-to-peer games make your IP vulnerable, for example, right? Is allowing somebody to play a game that shows somebody else's IP, is that gross negligence or not? And I bet it's there aren't any cases like that. So, like, Blizzard's legal team is basing their decisions, like, a lot of law is built off of precedent, which means that if it happened before, it can happen again. And it just hasn't happened before. So that's why they're not doing that, is because they don't think that they're liable for it, and they don't think that they'll get in trouble for it. That's what I think. Like, I don't know, I'm just guessing. That's what makes the most sense.
Evil company in the history of gaming. My guess is the reason why they're actually trying to do this is to just force people onto Modern Warfare 2, their new $70 Call of Duty that I made the mistake of pre-ordering, because it is just a downgrade from what MW 2019 was, which I think was the last good Call of Duty to come out. But now we're getting into
that was the Warzone one, right? Like, Warzone, the first Warzone was so good.
Subjective territory. But the reason why all of these titles are being shut down is because they are trying to force them onto the new product just so they can milk more and more money out of the community. But what's so ironic about that
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I really don't. I think that this is just simply a legal thing and a decision that the legal firm decided needs to be made based off of some fucking legal precedent. Some intellectual property copyright law thing. That's what I bet it is.
So if you look at what the most successful games are doing in terms of Roblox and Fortnite, and even Minecraft, these companies have found a way to actually enable their modding communities to make full-time livings out of modding their game and delivering on experiences that an individual studio cannot do. And
I think this is so great. Like, I'm such a huge fan of mods. Like, I think mods keep a lot of games alive. Like, for example, mods keep Dark Souls and From Software communities alive in between the releases. Like, every single time, like, for example, like, I'm now, like, I said this the other day, right? I don't know if I can show it again. But, like, for example, like, I have to open up my fucking thing. I downloaded the Convergence mod recently for Elden Ring, and I plan on playing that, right? Here it is. It's right here. And eventually I will play this game. And I'm excited now about playing Elden Ring again. And the reason why I'm excited about playing Elden Ring again is for a reason that has nothing to do with From Software. And that's why mods are so incredible, is that I came back to Dark Souls 3 like 4 or 5 times, and every single time I didn't play Dark Souls 3. I played a mod of Dark Souls 3, and I had a great time doing it. So I think mods are really great. I'm a huge fan of mods. I love mods.
The most successful games of all time, that's what they've been able to do. They allow modders and individual developers to come in and expand upon the foundation they built that attracted tens, maybe even hundreds of millions of players in the case of a game like Roblox and Minecraft and even
look at Arma, DayZ, right? Wasn't DayZ an Arma 3 mod? Like, I think that there are a lot of examples of mods that, I mean, like, look at fucking Dota. I mean, dude, look at Dota is a whole genre now. It's massive. Or was it Arma 2? I don't remember. I didn't play it, but I heard about Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod. I didn't even know that either. Holy fuck, man.
To enjoy
yes, there's a lot of examples of mods being
what the original
huge.
Studio was able to deliver, because those studios have figured out how to empower their community and build off their amazing products in ways that they were never able to do, whilst rewarding these developers in a win-win-win scenario where the players get more content, developers can make a living off of their game, and the original studio not only makes more money but has a higher quality product because of that.
Well, yeah, I do think the mods increase the quality of the game in general. I mean, obviously, you do have problems with, like, you know, for example, World of Warcraft. I think mods in WoW, like add-ons in WoW, actively make the game worse. But that's because of, like, a very complex problem in the game that would take a long time to explain. But overall, I think that having mods in a game does enhance the game experience.
Activision Blizzard are so greedy that they can't even allow the people who made their original games that are still full price, playable, and safe to even launch and play multiplayer.
That's what the problem is right there. The fact that you can't play it unless you want to get your IP stolen or your PC hacked.
They can't even let those people succeed. But don't worry, guys. The new Battle Pass in Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone, the new COD that we're selling every year I'm pretty sure there was a promise that Modern Warfare 2 was going to last a couple years. Maybe that was a leak. If you could let me know down in the comments, I would very much so appreciate that to make sure that I'm staying accurate and honest with you all. But this just goes to show you how despicable this company is. And this really leaves us with only one solution as consumers, and that's to stop buying their product. Listen, I'm all for capitalism. I think capitalism makes the industry more competitive and allows for more titles to come out
I agree with
screw
them.
over the player. But what Activision is doing is not capitalism, because they're not supplying...
Well, it is. It is capitalism because you can choose not to play their games. It's a free market. And I think that's one of the greatest things that gaming has provided, is that it's a completely free market. You as a user are able to choose what game you want to play. Like, if you want to play New World, you can play New World. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you can play World of Warcraft. Games aren't being banned by the government. There's, like, things where Steam won't have a game on it or something like that. I'm sure there's, like, fringe examples. But for the most part, you can play whatever the fuck you want, and you can vote for the games that you love with your wallet in a meaningful way. And I think that is incredibly good. So if people don't like this, what they should do is they should stop consuming content and products from this company.
A new and better product. They're actually downsizing the product, marketing it as a new one. Oh, where would they done that? Oh, Overwatch 2.
Yeah.
And then failing to deliver on their promises to make the game's quality. Like, for example, my biggest gripe with Warzone, why would you ever take Rebirth Island out? That was the best BR experience I've ever played, and yet I can't play that map anywhere less than 2 years after it's come out because they force new maps and new products on everybody constantly. Instead of taking...
I feel like every BR does this. I don't think this is like a super strong point, but like it is disappointing whenever, for example, like you know, like Fortnite changes the map in a way that you don't like, or Apex changes the map. Like, yeah, I definitely get this. I mean, I think this is something that like is really between the developer and the player. It's not really that they're greedy. It's just they're trying to like Verdansk. Yeah, that was the original that was the original Warzone map, and I love that. I thought that map was incredible, by the way. That was such a good map. I wish that there was more like woodland area. I think the best ever map for any BR of all time is the original PUBG map. I think it's the best one. Verdansk is number 2. And number 3, if I had to say, probably would be like Season 4, Season 5 Fortnite. That might just be my nostalgia, though. Yeah, I would say somewhere there. The DayZ map? See, I never played DayZ. I can't speak to that.
What's originally built and allowing their community to expand on it. This is why they're the most evil company in modern day gaming, and to be frank with you, they shouldn't be allowed to exist in the way that they are now, because the consumer should start to boycott and look for other options that actually enable and empower their community rather than just continue to
I would say that, like, in terms of should they be allowed to exist or not, I mean, I think that's up to the market to decide, right? If people are not happy with, like, Blizzard or whatever, well, they can just stop playing their game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's pretty easy.
Angle and chokehold them for money. So that's my Activision Blizzard rant. This is the new Activision Blizzard scandal coming out this week.
New release.
Again, it just shows their true nature. They don't care about you. They never will. They see you for your dollar signs. They don't see you as gamers who love the games that they used to put out, or even sometimes are still putting out now. They just want to enjoy the games for what they are and be a competitive player. So thank you so much for watching. Be sure to click on screen, check out my aim assist rant where I talk about my opinions on crossplay and whether or not it actually ended up working. So thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys next time. Much love. Peace out and stay away from Activision Blizzard.
I think this guy was really upset, man. Like, he was really fucking pissed. And, like, I can see why. Like, whenever Blizzard says, like, yeah, you can't play the game in a way that doesn't put your IP address at risk, I feel like, fuck, man. Like, I'll watch this. Not today, but I'll definitely watch this. I think this will be interesting to look at. I might watch that. No, it's a day ago. This seems like super controversial. Get a lot of people mad. Yeah, anyway. By the way, like, fun fact, I don't think aim assist is killing gaming. I think that, you know, crossplay against aim assist versus no aim assist is bad for matchmaking. I don't think that aim assist kills gameplay at all. It's everybody. If everybody has aim assist, nobody does. But anyway, the point is that, like, with Activision Blizzard, if you don't like this kind of stuff, I think that what this really shines a light on is the fact that Blizzard is not able to provide an experience for its users that is safe. And not being able to provide an experience that's safe for users to play their games is like it's a massive fucking L. Like, let's be real, this is absolutely a certified lizard situation. They should, I don't know, like, I don't know the network architecture of why people are able to get hacked in this game. That's not my fucking job, but I think that if you bought the game, it should be somebody's fucking job to fix that. And apparently they're not doing it. So I think that's what the issue is. It's peer-to-peer networking. Well, I mean, I don't, and that's the thing, is like nobody's going to sue Blizzard for having peer-to-peer networking. But overall, War Thunder player boycott, I don't even know what that is. IP to IP? Yeah, I mean, mini games have peer-to-peer. Like, for example, Sons of the Forest has peer-to-peer, I believe. And peer-to-peer gaming only have a dedicated server. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine somebody, like, again, like saying that it's okay that like Blizzard shuts down stuff like this whenever the only option is to play with hackers that can get into your PC. I mean, it's just not a realistic option. And I think at that point, like, it's, in a way, it's even worse than providing no option. Because if you provide no option, then there's no way for you to get hacked. But in this, you actually do think you have an option, and it puts your entire account at risk. So yeah, it's really bad. The problem is if you allow this, you open the door for other people to use the IP and profit off of it. Activision could lose some control over it. They're legally allowed it. It depends on the judge. No, like, listen, American copyright is a fucking, it is, like, there are people that go to school for like 8 years and they work in it for 20 years and they don't fully understand it. The American copyright system is fucking impenetrable. The only thing that's probably worse is the tax code. So yes, it's super complex. I don't know. I mean, is Blizzard a symptom of a problem here? Probably. But I think that there's still a problem because they're not able to provide a safe experience for the people that play their games. Copyrights you can enforce however you please. It's only trademarks that you can lose by not defending. I don't know what the specifics are, but I do know that Blizzard legal team probably knows them better than we do. And considering this isn't the first time they've done it, there's obviously like a mode of operation that they're basing this off of. So I'm just assuming that there's something else that I just don't know. But yeah, that's a decent video. I was glad that I watched that. I'm very glad I watched that.
see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I want to be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high. Just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby.
said, who's that girl there? I wonder what went wrong so that she had to roam the streets. She doesn't do major credit cards, I doubt she does receipts. It's all not quite legitimate. I'm
sometimes you walk into a store with money in your pocket to buy something, the whole intention and heart and incentive to buy something, and a security guard is following only you, one person, and there's another 20 people in the shop is following you.
take a look at this. I don't know a lot about War Thunder, so this is the first time I'm hearing about this. Okay, let's take a look at it.
Look at him suffer!
So, as some of you might have noticed, War Thunder is not doing too great right now. I'm sure most of you already know what's going on, but I had been asked by quite a few people to weigh in on the situation, so here we are. It's also been a while since I've had a good Gaijin rant, so I figured why not. But I'll also be talking a bit about my experiences as a Gaijin partner, and what I think the biggest issue with War Thunder currently is. Basically, this can all be traced back to an earlier attempt at an economy change, where the player base also rioted, and just like the most recent one, Gaijin did back off. But they came back with a poll. But it wasn't a normal poll, it was one of those ones where both choices really suck and you have to try and find the lesser—
Yeah, it's like, would you rather like, what was it? Sit on a cake and suck a dildo, or sit on a dildo and eat a cake? Yeah. No, I understand that.
of two evils, you know, like US elections, but basically the winning option was to move to a more rank-based economy. And with this change, some vehicles became easier to play. You know, the repair costs weren't as bad, the multipliers were a bit better, but largely it was pretty negative, especially at higher tiers. It wasn't fully introduced right away, and the latest round of changes were a continuation of that. And boy, let me tell you, they were not good. You could find a few examples here or there where it was an improvement, but by and large it was a very negative change. Many vehicles not only had their repair costs increased, but their SL multipliers also went down. So it was a classic Gaijin double whammy nerf. It seemed to affect tanks and naval the most. Again,
so why would they nerf this? What's the, like, do you have to pay money for the upgrades? Like, what is this? So you pay oh. Oh, yep. See, like, that's what I thought.
Especially at higher tiers. Gaijin also spoke over moving folders, starting with low-tier vehicles, because they said players didn't make full lineups. They said players just ignored the foldered vehicles and moved on to something else. Now, I'm sure Gaijin already knows this, but people don't use foldered vehicles that often because they're another pit for SL to fall into. If I am trying to grind my way to top tier for a new nation, I'm not going to waste time researching and buying a new vehicle, spading it, crewing it, just so I can have a more full lineup. Especially when that vehicle is pretty much identical to another vehicle that I can just buy a backup for. Again, it's just a pit to throw your time and money into. It's a pit you can avoid, but that's why Gaijin wants to get rid of folders. If they aren't foldered, that makes the grind even worse, incentivizing you to spend more money. And
yeah, see, this is what happened with Lost Ark in a different way. Is that, like, the game isn't, like, the problem is, like, you have to grind like crazy in Lost Ark, but the reason why you have to grind like crazy is the monetization structure. So it's like a, you know, it's not like an A causes B, it's like an A causes B that causes C. Like, there's like 1 degree of separation, so it's harder for people to understand, like, why this is a problem. But, like, this is the issue with, like, pay for convenience and pay to skip mechanics. Like, right here. Is like you're having, okay, so like they're taking something away that saves time. They're making it harder to basically, you know, shore up your losses because they want you to lose money. Because if you lose money, then you have to spend more money. That's what the problem with pay for convenience is. Pay for convenience is just as bad as pay to win.
generally, that's the motivation behind all these changes. Gaijin wants to make the grind basically unbearable so you're incentivized to spend money.
Yes.
I mean, they pretty much fully admitted to it. The community was not at all happy with this, so the change was reverted, and Gaijin did respond, but the response was incredibly tone-deaf and very condescending. Basically blaming players for all of it. They tried to say that most people agreed and that they'd be helpful changes, but yeah, I think that's a bit of gaslighting there, Gaijin. They did leave a link to a forum where you can leave feedback, but if I had to guess, all of these responses will be shredded, basically. Whatever the virtual...
Oh yeah, the feedback box is called the trash can. Yeah, absolutely.
Of shredding is, I guess, deleting. We'll get into that later, but Gaijin rarely, if ever, actually listens to feedback. Anyway, the player base was still very unhappy with this, so they started review bombing the Steam page, and Gaijin released yet another statement. They again opted for the gaslighting approach, saying that actually this is for the benefit of the player. You can't give a player everything at once, because it will overwhelm and make the game very difficult for them.
Well, you can if they pay for it, though, right? Because if you pay money, you get it fast. So that's crazy, isn't it? So if you can't give a player, oh, I get it. You can't give a player everything at once. You have to charge a player for everything at once. That's what it, see, oh, ooh. See, it wasn't the right word.
And they will just leave it either immediately or almost immediately. Progression provides opportunities for gradual learning and engaging the players. Without it, the game will lose players right from the start.
And also, by the way, keep in mind that, like, I'm going to go back and just read this statement again. Test by as many times, part of game, later vehicle is always more difficult to play and learn tactically. Without it, the game will lose players. What they're saying is completely accurate. They are totally right with what they're saying. 100%. The reason why it's bad is because you can pay to skip it. That's the issue. It's not that this mindset is accurate and true. But the fact that, like, if this is such a problem, then why can you just pay money to get past it? Practice what you preach. Yeah, exactly.
Start. That is just complete nonsense.
Because they're not advocating. They're not advocating for making the game more of a grind. They're advocating for incentivizing a paywall.
Provide a way for the player to get everything at once. You sell top-tier premiums.
Oh, that's convenient.
You cannot say that making the grind worse is for the player's benefit when you give them a shortcut that costs $50.
Exactly.
But you don't really care about that, do you? Because you know if a new player buys into the game right away, they feel incentivized to stick around. They don't want to waste their money. Even if they are having a bad time, they'll still try to play it to make the purchase worth it in their eyes.
Yeah, sure.
And even if they do quit right away, what do you care? You got their money. If anything, making the grind worse will drive off players even more. Not only will it drive off existing players, but a new player can install it, see it'll take months to get to a tier 4 vehicle and just leave.
Wait, it takes months to get to a tier, like, I'm assuming tier 4 is the highest tier? And you can just skip all of that, the month's worth of grind for just $70? Tier 7 is the highest. Holy fuck!
They also went on to talk about the review bombing. Of course a review on Steam is a platform for expression, but please don't do it because it might lose us money.
Use other less destructive ways. I mean, I'm sure, please stop giving us negative reviews. Who thought this was a good idea to say this?
The majority of new players just look at the score evaluation and do not read the text reviews. Review bombing does damage to the game in that new players simply won't try it.
That's why they're review bombing it. You fucking idiots. They're review bombing it to punish you for making the game worse. They don't care about the health of the game. They actively want to hurt the game to punish you for fucking it up. For money. They're effectively saying, stop doing this, it's working.
Jin, you know this isn't true. This doesn't just apply to War Thunder, that would apply to every game on Steam. You don't see other devs on Steam complaining about the review system. New players can see that most of the negative reviews are very recent, so there was probably some event that made that happen. And I don't know about you guys, but when I see a game has bad reviews, I actually go and look at what's wrong with the game. I don't just...
I think what they're saying is accurate. I think that a lot of people don't look at the reviews, they see the reviews are negative, and they just move on. Because there are hundreds of games competing for their attention, and they don't have time to research every single one of them. Absolutely.
Let's move on to the next thing. You don't get to dictate how people criticize your game.
Like, for example, like in Amazon. Like, how many of you guys have bought something from a seller at Amazon, and one seller has a 4.6 and the other one has a 4.9, and you go with the 4.9? Do you read any of the reviews about why a 4.6 is 4.6 or a 4.9 is 4.9? No. You're like, oh, bigger number, better person. That's it. You're done. Yeah, it's that simple. So, like, I think actually what they're saying is completely accurate.
Yeah, I think review bombing is stupid if it's a movie that no one's actually seen, just because there's some political message they don't like, but that's not the case here. These are War Thunder players. Some random guy that's never played War Thunder before isn't going to go, oh, some dev is making a bad decision, better go review bomb it. This doesn't happen. If people are being doxxed or threatened, then yeah, it's an issue and shouldn't happen. But as far as I know, it's not here. And Gaijin has the gall to ask for feedback in the forums and other things. They don't care. They don't listen.
Well, the reason why they're asking for it to be in the forums is because the forums is not it's not a place for public discussion. What they're saying is that we don't want you to use public channels for the game. We want you to use our private channels for the game, so it minimizes the public impact this negative criticism could be. It's not that it's a controlled space, it's that it's a space that is exclusive to people that are already playing the game.
I'm very privileged in that I'm a content partner, so I get a pretty much direct line to Gaijin. And even then, it's like talking to a brick wall. I think generally the partner program is good, it's run by good people, but of all the feedback submitted to the CC Discord, I can count on 2 hands the stuff that actually made it through. And you know what? I would bet money that Gaijin will try to sneak these changes in again. It is—
Oh, they will. Of course they will. Because why did they try to sneak them in? Because they want to make money. So do you think they're just going to, like in 3 months, oh, we don't like making money anymore? Yeah, we decided we're not going to make money anymore. We don't want that. We're done.
It's happened so many times before. Gaijin will back off for a few months, and then they'll come back and add a change very slowly in pieces.
Exactly. That's what they should do. That would be the smart thing to do.
It's funny, in their response they say that players basically want everything their way, but that is exactly what Gaijin does. I mean, yeah, you can say it's their game, but—
Well, of course players want everything their way. Like, I love how this is like is this a criticism of the player base? The player base wants the game to be the way they want the game to be. Wow, what a condemnation. What a fucking accusation. Those stupid fucking players, those greedy pieces of shit. You're telling me that they want the game to be the way they want it to be?